in the third place match of Games of Future Mobile Legends. I'm super excited to be here. My name's Trex, and join with me is G, the Ico. It's gonna be a monumental day today. How you feeling, G?
I'm feeling good. Thank you for the introduction. Again, G the Ico here. I can't wait to see these grand finals in this third place take place. It's going to be definitely an amazing day. But without further ado, I believe we'll be jumping into a video here.
Мощнейшая энергия созидания, способная объединять народы, вселенные и сохранять баланс мироздания. С развитием технологий люди стали больше погружаться в виртуальные миры, забывая про мир физический, обрекая гармонию на угасание. Чтобы восстановить баланс, гармония переродилась жар-птицей мира отправилась сквозь вселенные в поисках героев, способных вернуть утраченную энергию. Избрав 5 сильнейших представителей, Мира собрала их у Куба Советов, наделив их уникальной силой. Они стали хранителями гармонии, чья задача — охранять и поддерживать баланс. Советом было принято решение провести турнир, победитель которого распространит гармонию по свету. Для этой цели Куб преобразовал частицу гармонии во флейм, древний артефакт для сбора энергии. Хранителями было выбрано место для проведения турнира — город с самым сильным соприкосновением энергии. Именно здесь миллионы зрителей и сильнейшие атлеты примут участие в величайших играх всех времен, чтобы определить достойнейших и восстановить баланс миров. Да начнутся игры!
All right, G, with introductions out of the way. Hold on, man. This looks great, G. I just want to say real fast, you're looking fresh, you're looking clean. I love it. And with introductions out of the way, here we are, back again on the final day of Games of Future. Now, it's not just going to be a grand finals match today. We're going to kick things off with the third place match, because the big difference about this bracket and so many other international brackets that we've seen before is this was not double elimination. Every game was high stakes. Every game, each team had to put it all on the line, and it has been a very competitive past week. It has been a very competitive several days with several teams competing with all of their hearts, but now we are down to the final four to see the final placements of today, G.
Yeah, and I mean, the teams have been fighting their way through the upper and the lower, technically, of their group stages, and I can't believe what we've seen in this tournament, to be honest. It's, you know, the teams have definitely kept us on our toes and have definitely pulled out some crazy picks, but I mean, hey, what did they do? They kept it entertaining for us.
I mean, and you mentioned crazy picks. This has definitely been a very interesting meta. A lot has changed since last year. A lot has changed since M Series. In literally every lane, from Mage to Roam to Jungle to EXP lane to Gold lane, especially Gold lane, when we've seen some interesting picks this tournament. And one of the great things I feel like about this tournament is teams haven't been scared to think outside of the box and bring something different to try to get the upper advantage. And it's always kind of been a balance of sticking to the basics and trying to push the envelope. So I'm really wondering, with now the stakes at its highest, with us, we're going to be competing for third place, and we're going to be competing for a total first place, $350,000 to the winner, a total of $1 million prize pool, everything on the line, like I said. Are these teams going to finally be willing to really push the envelope?
See, and I've always suspected that, like, we're getting to the nitty and gritty, right? Like, this is the moment that the teams like reveal everything, right? Like, if you're in the grand finals, this is your moment to pull that trick right out of the hat and just, you know, blow the other team away. And again, third place match. I mean, we got RQ Hoshi versus Fireflux Esports. We were surprised by Fireflux Esports, right? Taking out Blacklist International, huge deal, huge upset in the digital games of the future. So I want to you know, I mean, you can expect anything from this tournament. So we'll see if RRQ Hoshi can take on Fireflux, and we'll actually see if AP Bren can take on Onic or vice versa, right?
Let's start with the beginning, right? Because the beginning, it's going to be RQ up against Fireflux. And you said, you know, can RQ take on Fireflux? And the same question goes back and forth. Can Fireflux take on RQ? Because these teams have not gotten to meet each other yet. They were in different groups. They were in different part of the bracket. And that's another interesting thing about not having the double elimination bracket. Normally, by the time you get to this stage, some of the top teams have already seen each other once in battle. This time, Fireflux and RQ, all they have is the information from the games that they can watch. They haven't actually gone toe-to-toe just yet. And honestly, I put these teams at a pretty similar at a pretty similar level. Neither team was able to beat neither team was able to beat Onic, neither team was able to beat AP Bren. And now we're seeing kind of, I think they're both amazing teams. I think had they played a little bit differently, they maybe could have been in that grand final spot. I mean, the possibilities are there. RQ yesterday was able to take a singular game off of AP Bren before losing the other two. Fireflux, though, was unable to take a single game off of Onic, just not able to keep up. So, can Fireflux do it? But we're going to be jumping right in the stage. I love it. We're not wasting any time, G. You know, normally we're sitting here for a little bit. The team's getting ready. We gotta just drown on. But today, these teams are prepared. This is going to be one of the most important days of this tournament for all four of these teams. And once again, we get a great look at this stage, G.
Look at the like fog shooting up. My question is, like, do they go around the trophy again? Like, we're fighting for third place. It's not fighting for the trophy, right? So
Ooh.
I wonder
They just
how
put like
the entrance
$75,000
is
in the middle of the stage. They're just gonna put a big duffel bag of money in the middle.
Put a little stack there.
I don't see the trophy right now, so you might actually be right. Since they're not competing for the trophy, they might have taken off. But let's take a look at the teams that are competing for third place. It's RRQ. We got Banana, definitely a player to keep our eyes on. Octa as well. Excited to see these guys play. Clay, lastly, Brusco, who is one of the more recent imports, a player that a lot of us have been questioning how he's going to do on the roam. Skylar in the gold lane. And then last but not least, one of the players I was Clay came next. I thought we already saw Clay. Irad, finally. The player that I was a big fan of when he played in RSG as the jungler, got imported over to Indonesia, the new jungler for RRQ, and I think has been one of the stars of the team. Now let's welcome RRQ to the main stage, G.
I love it. I love it. I mean, look at there's actually quite a bit of fans here too, even for the third place. So it's cool to see. They are gonna rock and view the trophy, kind of like a sad, I don't know, something. That's rough. That's rough.
Not sad. They're here. They played. Know. You're bringing down the vibe, G. You're bringing down the vibe.
Listen, if I was in front of that trophy,
we can never
I'd be like, Tier. But without further ado, next up will be Fireflux Esports. We got Sunshine, Apex 47. Feel like Fireflux is coming out faster than RRQ.
Nope, they got you. Rosa in the mid.
I'm telling you, Rosa's actually been insane. Alien as well. And then they're showing Apex again and Rosa. And then you got TNZ here. He was really good last time, so let's see if he can bring it back again. Fireflux taking down Blacklist International. Can they bring the heat against RRQ?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely huge, right? If they can bring down RQ, then they've brought down two major powerhouses from two of the most major powerhouse regions, Philippines and Indonesia. So even though they're not competing for first place, they're not competing for that trophy sitting in front of them. They're still competing as kind of putting their name down in history. They already kind of have shown up. A lot of fans are starting to watch them. A lot of fans, they've been building a lot of traction recently. But this is going to be one more test from them. We've taken down one of the best teams in Philippines. Can we take down one of the best teams in Indonesia?
It is true. I mean, do they have the grit? Do they have the tenacity to take on these teams? And I mean, to be honest, Fireflux has shown that they're here to fight. Though they did have a little bit of a tough time against Onic, that doesn't mean that that'd be the same case here. Statistically, I mean, you got to think like they took out a Philippines team. Like it's an Indo team that has a little bit of a level up on the RRQ at this point. So I want to see what they can bring against them. I want to see if they can bring something out, you know, crazy. This is the last time they'll be able to battle it out. So this is the moment to use it all.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, you just said like statistically, Fireflux has taken out Blacklist, a team that some people would possibly put above RRQ, right? So I think it's very 50-50. I wish we could take like a global stat on where people are placing these two teams. Who is the favorite? Because it's kind of hard to say, man. RQ, we know them. We know they're strong. They were able to take a win against AP Bren. They're not scared to get a little crazy in their draft. But Fireflux time and time again has proved naysayers wrong. And you could almost argue that they could be the favorite coming into this match. I think RQ, just because of their history with the fans, with their history with Mobile Legends, with their history in M Series, MSC in the past, some people might say, oh, they have more experience, they've been here a bit longer, they're definitely the favorite. But you could definitely argue that Fireflux are the new hungry dogs on the corner right now, and they're definitely ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely hungry dogs for sure. I mean, that's a good word to describe them. But I to be honest, I kind of think it's fallen into their meta, right? Like this is Incendio Supremacy, a mix of some of their players. They were having a little bit of a tough time in M4, but coming back into this, the Phygital Games of the Future, this was their time to shine. This was their meta. They've taken advantage of it, and they've shown that they have the grit to take out top tier teams, right? And RRQ, I mean, again, they've done exactly the same thing, and they've done it with a little bit of an unorthodox plays every once in a while. I mean, they've definitely been the trend and the viral sensation of the internet.
Yeah, I mean, RQ have been just a namestay. They're a household name at this point. Whether you love them or hate them, you know them. Fireflux is still earning that name, and this is just going to be another notch in the belt here if they can take this win. I mean, and that's why even though it's just the third place game, there's still a lot on the line. And then RQ, like, what do they have on the line? Pride. They have, I mean, you have ego, you have those things, you have the fan base that wants, that already knows, you're already like, all right, we already came short. We weren't able to take down AP Bren. If we lose to Fireflux, if we lose to Turkey here, you know, we got Indonesia on our back. Yes, we still have Onic representing us, but still, RQ has been known to take some mess ups before in the past on international stages. This is going to be something that if they want to at least keep their name up there, if they want to still be considered a top tier team, they're going to have to be able to take on Fireflux here. So a lot on the line for both teams, and I'm just excited to see how it all goes.
Yeah, and I think one thing to highlight is that just RRQ, like, though they've picked crazy picks and, you know, have done some questionable things, they've still like come out on top. And even when they didn't pick anything questionable, they actually brought the fire as well. So you know, personally, in this third place match, I always like the underdog story, Fireflux, but I mean, right now, I think I would put RRQ a little bit above Fireflux in terms that they were able to take one game against AP Bren. Like that alone, no one's taken one game against AP Bren. So to get that, I feel like it's just like you're a little bit higher up on the pedestal when you're coming into Fireflux, and it could be going both ways, right? Like RQ had the time to be able to, you know, it's kind of like them dropping their weights, right? Like they've fought someone that's a lot stronger, and Fireflux, we'll see if they can handle it, you know.
We are jumping right into the draft already. I love this so much right now. I thought we were going to sit here for at least another 10 minutes, but no, here we go, jumping in the draft. And now that we're in the draft, we'll talk about what we're going to see. And RQ Hoshi already kind of switching up from some of the norm that we've seen in the past. They're banning out the Barats immediately, which I like it. Guinevere coming from the side of Fireflex. We were looking at some of the stats before we started the stream, G, and Guinevere is definitely, I mean, one of the top win rates with the amount of picks Guinevere has. Yes, there are other heroes with better win rates, but Guinevere has been picked around 25 times or more and still holds a 72, 73% win rate in playoffs. I wasn't looking at the group stage at the stats, but in playoffs so far, Guinevere is one of the most picked heroes with a very high win rate.
Yeah, Guinevere's just shown that she's a star player at this point, and most of the time, if it's not banned out in the first phase, the first pick team always picks it. It normally used to be utilities, but as the tournaments went on past group stages into the playoffs, it's definitely shown itself as a viable pick for the first one. RRQ now responding with the R-Lot. I like it. I mean, we're seeing RRQ get rid of a lot of utility heroes, and Fireflux kind of responding with the Matilda. So there's a couple things they could possibly go for here. I mean, we still have Joy on the field. Joy's been like banned quite a bit, so maybe that's a hero that they want to maybe bait out. I mean, Navaria, there's so many great picks right now. It could either be banned or picked. Ruby still on the field. I think it just goes to show that they're ready for anything.
But I think also, you know, things do slightly differ depending on the teams. Things do kind of change it up. And Fireflux, I'm kind of surprised by the Barats ban here. I'm wondering, because we haven't seen Fireflux really like favor into this. They have picked up some utility junglers, but still it kind of makes me think that maybe RQ wants to put a rat on something a little bit faster moving. Maybe go for something like the Nolan if Fireflux doesn't ban this out. Maybe go for something like the Lancelot for a Rad. We know Arad likes to pick up those assassin picks. He's not scared to be on something quick moving. It's something that a lot of fans around the world got to know him for. He is probably one of the best Lancelots in the world, point blank, period. So just seeing some of those more bulky heroes banned out, something that can bully me if I pick something squishier like that, it could kind of be tilting the hand to Fireflux and what RQ Hoshi's trying to go for here.
True. And RQ, it just, to me, seems like they're just banning out a lot of utility. They just don't want to deal with those heroes that can really make plays and control the field. The Nathan getting out of there, if I'm not mistaken, that was utilized to beat AP Bren. So Fireflux looking to kind of, you know, get rid of it. First pick coming up. I mean, we got a lot. I mean, they could first pick Joy. They could go a little wild. They could go dashy. I mean, that's what the Brats would kind of slow down, but they're going to pick up the Minnow first.
Well, I think either way they get the trade, like either way. So my original thought was, yeah, like Nolan, Joy, right? But they don't have to pick up both, because either way they get the trade. And I highly doubt Fireflux is going to pick up Nolan and Joy here. They pick up the Novaria, and then my guess is they either go for the Nolan or Joy, or they could wait as well and just wait for the trade. Because either way, either team can kind of hold off on that, because if the other team picks one, they can still get one for themselves, unless neither of them on the field.
Yeah, that's why the meta is so wild right now. There's so many good picks. It's just a matter of you utilizing them with certain comps. So, I mean, we could see RQ possibly pull out a Benedetta, maybe pull another, just go straight the same draft as AP Bren against when they faced him. I mean, we'll see. I still do like the Nolan pick. I mean, you could go very assassin-y. That you'd be able to actually probably catch the Navaria at that point. There's the Benedetta. I was thinking they were going to run it back.
Either one. Yeah, but they don't go for either one. Are they trying to bait Fireflux into it right here? Is it like, listen, we want you to, it's like, just pick the Joy or Nolan here, man. Just pick it, because they have some sort of answer to it ready. I'm really surprised, because Arad had a monstrous Joy in group stage. I mean, like, I forget who they were going up against, but it was just insane the amount of damage Arad was doing even in the early game. So I'm really surprised it's not what they're going for. Again, could be the old wait and bait. They might have a plan ready to go. CC going to get picked up by Alien in the EXP. We saw Alien, even after taking a couple deaths against Blacklist, still be able to scale very well on this CC.
Yeah, I mean, RQ seems to be not playing around this time around. So, I mean, they're going gung-ho. And I mean, Fireflux doing exactly the same thing. I mean, they have the poke, the peel. They have a little bit of setting. But to be honest, like right now, I'm more into RRQ's draft than Fireflux. They do have a couple key picks, which the last 2 picks could be the make it or break it for the team comp. But again, there's so much open. Right now, they need to start targeting the gold lane. I mean, they could target the gold lane. Sunshine's actually been a complete menace. I do like the Valentina ban, though. I mean, that could be that they're going to be picking some heroes that they just don't want the mid lane to be stolen. I mean, Nana still available. So
yeah.
You have some good picks. You have Vexana. Like RRQ still has a lot of loaded picks available.
They also need to ban on the side of RQ. On the side of Fireflux, we still need a jungler. We still need a gold lane. So RQ going to kind of hammer into the gold lane since they've already picked up Claude. We take out the Brody. I mean, we take out the Bruno. Maybe we take out the Ixia, something like that. Maybe we, I mean, the, what else? The Clint's become kind of popular. I think it's been more of just RQ picking it up a little bit in the past, or AP Bren has actually picked it up as well. That's another gold lane pick that is kind of skyrocketed in. There goes the Vexana ban. So this leaves RQ with just, I mean, there goes the Nolan ban. Fireflux will get first pick here though, right? And both teams still need a jungler. Does Fireflux finally commit and go for the Joy here?
I mean, to be honest, that would be a good hero to be able to catch the Claude. They need something that can definitely pierce the back line, because you're gonna be dealing with that Claude quite a bit, and depending on what mage is picked up here, which Fairmiss is still technically open. So if they opted to go Fairmiss, RQ would just be a tanky comp. And I mean, it would scale really well with the Claude and the Benedetta. So I mean, there's still, again, Nana definitely has one of the highest win rates, so that could still be picked on the field. The Fredrin being picked up, it's good. I mean, they need a little bit of a heavier front line, I would say. The Ruby, you got the Ruby and the Fred, but these next picks I think are going to be pretty crucial for Fireflux.
I mean, overall, Fireflux, you know, pretty simple. A little bit of a front to back, not too divey overall. RQ gonna pick up the Basha here, keeping things simple, not risking too much. I feel like both teams just taking a pretty safe approach to it all. And there's the Aurora pick. I think a lot of us expected to see more Aurora this tournament. She did take some slight changes, you know, from where we saw her before into the tournament and everything. So I think I was kind of surprised when we didn't see as much of her, but she still has been viable. She still has made some crazy plays in the playoffs. So in the hands of Octa, excited to see how it goes.
I knew the carry was about to come next. Just they have a tanky setup here with the Bashia pick into the jungle, the carry into the backline. You got 2 backline heroes, solid backline peel, and then a good frontal defense. So we'll see. RQ against Fireflux. This is going to be an interesting match. I still personally, even with the Boxy and the Aurora pick, even though I think I would rather have seen like a Fairmiss or something like that, but I guess they're going a little bit more aggressive. So I still like RQ's comp. I do think Fireflux could fight back here though.
All right. Let's get it started, because we are about to jump into the land of Dawn for the 3rd place match, the first game of the last day of Game of Future. This is going to be RRQ Rex Regum Kaon up against Fireflux Esports. I'm excited to see how this goes. Lay us down, G. What do you think the win cons are? Who do you think's got the early game? Because we got plenty of time to talk with a quick pause.
I was about to say, I think a win condition here is pause. No. So, I mean, kind of diving into their comps here, right? Like, we have the Basha versus a Fredrin. Again, the Fredrin and the Ruby are more on that healing, the sustain heroes. They're looking to stay alive and just control as much as possible. And I feel like that's where the Basha scales it, right? Being able to roam fast, being able to have that built-in anti-heal really early, I think would be key, especially dealing with a Ruby. So I think that's the win condition for RRQ, is to just kind of keep them at bay, utilize the speed that you have in the jungle, and take control of the map and secure neutral objectives. For the side of Fireflux, though, I feel like they're really going to be the team that tries to bait RRQ out. They want to bait as much utility as they possibly can to then be able to engage. They did pick up the carry, so that's more of a late game marksman. So I would say that we'll see Fireflux do a little rough in the early stage. Once into the mid to late stage, I think if Fireflux is, they're aiming for that part to then turn it around on them. And I feel like that's how Fireflux is going to win there. What do you have any different takes?
I mean, I think I'm thinking something similar. I want to take a quick look back at the draft real quick. Let me pull it up real quick. I do think, I mean, so they pick up the carry as their last pick for Fireflux. Definitely something that needs to scale. But RQ kind of along the same lines with the Claude, the Aurora,
yeah.
Heavy CC on the side of RQ as well. The main thing that RQ is going to have to worry about when we get into a little bit in the later game is dealing with the Novaria, right? Dealing with that long range. They do have the Basha, and they also have the Benedetta. So yeah, they have some answers to that. I feel like RQ has a few more answers than what Fireflux exactly does. The only real diver that Fireflux has is CC, who can dive but doesn't really cause that, like, the damage is there, but it's not something like a Labu or Terizla that kind of causes CC and locks down the back line. It just kind of harasses the back line. Yes, the damage can very well be there and get the kills in, but Fireflux is still kind of lacking a way to shut down the Claude or shut down the Aurora. They're really kind of looking for the opportunity. It's more of just like a roll over you comp. We're going to come at you head on, and we're going to just try to kind of steamroll you down.
I can see it. I also think that it'll come down to severe tactics, right? From the side of Fireflux, their positioning's going to have to be like on point. They're going to have to utilize probably again, they don't want to get steamrolled too early, so probably a little bit passive in the early stage, because Fredrin's not going to jungle as fast as Basha, right? So I feel like that'd be the key, is to watch out for that, and then just positioning. Overall, how fast the EXP can rotate and help, I feel like will be a benefit for Fireflux. That's what the CC is capable of doing. But so does Banana, right? Like the Benedetta is just insane at movement, and there's already quite the game happening here in the middle.
All right, I'm excited for it. Finally jumping into game number one. Luckily, the pause wasn't too long. Now, you mentioned EXP laners, and I want to touch on that because I do believe that the way that whoever kind of ends up winning out, I think, in this EXP lane is going to be huge for each team. Both of these EXP laners have the ability to rotate pretty quickly. Both of these EXP laners, I think, are going to be crucial in the fights. But look at the Frozen already on to Apex 47. RQ already showing some heavy aggression, kind of taking control of the river, but Banana taking some damage as well. This is not your typical bulky EXP laners. They are definitely going at it.
We are having some technical difficulties in game here. Again, I just kind of going back onto the EXP spot. I do like what's kind of going down there. You can tell that each side has that poke and that peel, and I think it'd be just outmatching that, right? If CC can keep the Benedetta at bay and not allow her to rotate, I feel like that'd be a win for RQ, right? But if she's able to win the lane and be able to rotate, then that's a huge win for Fireflux. So we'll see how it goes out there. Now, a Claude against the carry, if I'm not mistaken, like a Claude definitely is going to be shining against the carry in the lane. So I feel like it's going to be a little bit harder for the carry in the early stage. It's going to definitely rely on the minnow to roam a little bit, but the minnow also has that sustainability, which is what I think is going to be, again, both sides have the sustainability, but more RRQ has that, they can initiate the sustainability versus the other team just has it passively depending on hitting minions and heroes. So I think it'll come down to key plays by the minnow as well.
I think one of the things that RQ Hoshi does have going for them here is they do have a lot of mobility, right? You mentioned it with the Basha. He's gonna be able to move around, clear his camps quick. You also have the Claude, who's known for being able to jump around, BMI in and out of the fight, make quick moves, gets a speed boost with passive and everything. And they also have the Benedetta. So it's just a fast-moving, aggressive composition. You add that, you layer that up with the CC supplied from the Aurora, the CC supplied from the Minotaur, and it is definitely deadly. Fireflux, I see them a bit more just kind of grouping up, wanting RQ Hoshi to come to them, using the Ruby as kind of the stopping point, the thing to kind of slow down RQ and all of their movements. And if they can pull that off, I think if Fireflux can kind of stick in the game here, they do have some very good scaling here. They're just going to need to be careful of those big CC plays, of those big plays coming from the Minotaur and the Aurora, because if they are too grouped up and they get hit by something like that, it is going to be bad when it's paired up with something like the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, and I think ultimately that's why RRQ went with more of the Basha, was just because it has that mobility and can avoid the Ruby. But we're going to be getting back into the game for a second time here. Well, let's get it, Trex. Let's see what actually goes down. Kind of wanted to know what was really causing some issues there, but hey. Ooh, TNZ hitting him with the the fade, man.
The Glacier.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh man, that bro.
He is.
Aurora, the CC from Aurora is honestly insane. This is one of the reasons why I expected to see a bit more of her. With the way that the meta is right now and how reliant so many comps are on heavy CC, you're having 3, sometimes 4 heroes that all have some sort of lockdown, all have some sort of freeze, all have some sort of immobility. It's just huge, and she plays very well to it. Nice knock-up coming from Brusco. Gonna try to lock onto Tienzi. Tienzi takes a lot of damage from the Electro final blow. And Banana able to get the kill. Alien still in the midst of things. Rosa coming in as well, but Irad able to take the first turtle of this game. Octa goes down though. Rosa able to pick up the kill. Irad now moving on to the next, but Alien finds another one. Brusco goes down, so it's a 2 for 2. Turtle over to the side of RQ though.
That was probably the most dramatic death I've ever seen in Alien. Kinda in a little trouble. Do we see Banana?
Ooh.
I don't think the Banana doesn't have an ultimate, but they're still coming out at him. What is this aggression?
Irad gets pulled back with the I'm offended, taking a lot of damage. Alien gonna be able to pick up the kill. Apex 47 may go down for this. Uses a little bit of bushwork. Alien taking a bit of damage as well. They're duking it out already. Alien able to get back onto the tower to safety with a hop and a skip. I like it. It's 3-3. Gold at a standstill.
The style plays coming from Alien right there. Definitely great to see. 3-3. Both teams are at it. Banana, though, overstaying their welcome a bit. Able to get out of there with the ultimate, though. Again, this is huge. I mean, for both sides of the team, they're not letting up. This is something we see occasionally, that both teams just want aggression early on. And again, this is what you were saying earlier. This is, I feel like, going to stop the steamroll from both sides. Is you just got to keep them at bay. But TNZ want to fight.
I mean, they're definitely going at it. We're 3-3 right now, about 4 minutes in. Next turtle going to be up in 30 seconds. Now, Banana and Alien both have not taken a death yet. They're both doing great in their respective EXP lane. Ooh. And I think, oh my God, the damage from both of them. I love this meta of EXP laners right now. It's not your old school, bulky, never-ending fight. These guys are moving and they are aggressive. A little bit of action up in the top side as well. A nice meteor connects onto Skylar. They get brought down to about half health. Tienzi gonna take a glacier to the face. Frozen up there. Both teams deciding to disengage.
At this point, I feel like RQ might want to do something against Alien. They're definitely a back and forth battle happening down in the EXP lane, but if they're able to scale with the CC, it could be a little bit of a problem for Octa and even possibly Skylar. So we'll see. First turtle, well, the second turtle happening right now. We'll have to see. I mean, Banana is ready. Look at holding the mid bush here to possibly catch CC on the rotate, but Alien reads it very well. Who's going to get the engage here, Trex?
Banana has the Petrify ready to go. I'm excited to see Banana try to make the play into the backside. Alien able to zone away Brusco here. The damage is already starting to connect up. Apex 47 comes in, but a nice Minoan Sphere on 3 members, locked up by the Glacier as well, comboed, and down comes the Appraisal's Rat. Tienzi able to pick up a kill, but Arad in trouble here, gonna get taken out as well. 2 for 1, Apex 47 goes down, Turtle still on the map, but Tienzi's in that spot. Banana might try to engage onto this, but Rose is there to back him up. Banana might have to back off. Alien now rotating up as well. Rosa with the Meteor, looking for the next target. Gonna move back with Tienzi though.
I mean, both teams are being very patient here. Like, each team they're just taking as much as they possibly can. The turtle doesn't go to anybody, which is wild. And not only that, they rotated EXP and gold lane at the 5-minute mark, but
ooh, nice time offended. Followed up by the Meteor. A lot of damage onto Octa. The passive does proc. Octa, though, gonna go down. Able to get a quick freeze onto Apex 47 to buy Brusco a little bit of time there. But still, Fireflux taking the lead here.
Banana trying to get
out, hanging out. Waiting for a backline rush there. And that's where, you know, I feel like Alien's going to do great against the front line of RQ Hoshi, to whereas Banana's going to do amazing to the back line of Fireflux. And which one's going to be more important? Oh, a lot of trouble for Rosa. Banana looking for the final hit, able to find it now, taking a lot of damage from the Blazing Duet. Skylar comes in as well. Up at the Turtle, though, Alien able to take out Brusco. Turtle did go to the side of Fireflux. Arad finds Tienzi, though, but now Arad in a little bit of trouble. Alien on the chase. Should be able to catch up, but no, getting burned and slowed. Arad able to get away.
Banana 402, just absolutely decimating Fireflux's backline. I think paired with Skylar there, they knew that they could rely on their team to just kind of take it at the turtle, right? And then they did it, right? And kind of taking a look at some of the items. The biggest thing that we are seeing is Skylar has that Demon Hunter sword picked up, right? So that's going to be a devastating pick for the side of Fireflux, just because they are a bit tanky. Apex might not be able to play as aggressive as they were. This is getting into the early mid game, and I think we're going to see some crazy plays coming up soon.
I mean, it's 7-7. Gold is still at pretty much an even. It is starting to tip a bit more into the hands of Fireflux to about 2,000. It's kind of bouncing between 1 and 2,000, but still, that is nothing huge. Fireflux does take the first tower of the game on the top side. RQ Hoshi, they are going to have a decent spike, and you're right about Banana. He's still 4-0-2, and I'm excited to see how it's going to move forward the more he's able to kind of participate in these big skirmishes. Fireflux already grouping up. Here comes the concealed play. Looking for a target here. They do have the vision onto Skylar here. Apex 47 trying to find one, but Skylar able to get away.
That was a good zone by Brusco there. Again, right now, Fireflux really has to protect their backline, right? Because Rosa's been caught twice already by Banana, which is huge for the side of RRQ. So I think they have to maybe play a little bit more together, which I think at this point they're getting there, right? Being the first Lord, I feel like this fight's going to be about a 50-50, but again, it could be anybody's game as Fireflux has the damage. Like, look at Navaria, even though it's 1-2, Rosa still doing
look at Banana,
burn.
look at Banana. Good Banana, hiding in the top bush, looking for the back line flank again. Finally does show face. I don't know if Alien was able to see him there. I think so. Gonna check those bushes, make sure it's safe for the rest of the team. But Banana's not leaving that lane, and Fireflux is going to have to be careful about it. Brusco, though, going to get him offended in. Chip down from Alien, will go down. Alien able to pick up the kill, but the Lord falls, and Arad is able to take it. A beautiful steal. Banana trying to get out of town quick with the Electro final blow as the rest of Fireflux collapses on top of Arad. Arad in between three members, going to do as much as he can. While this is happening, you're right, Skylar taking a tower in the boss side, RRQ macroing up the map.
Macroing it up and taking the Lord, which is huge. Octa in a little bit of trouble. Apex on the hunt. I don't think
Octa
Skylar
stays
is
catching
worried.
those meteors. Rosa is just target locked onto Octa right now. I think the past 3 or 4 meteors Rosa has thrown out in a team fight have landed directly onto Octa.
Yeah, and again, Rosa's done this before with the Navaria, so the aim is just amazing, and the prediction from Fireflux at this point, they're going to do whatever they possibly can to keep this mid turret, which is, I think, going to be key, right? Because that's the one thing that's going to keep them apart from each other. They are winning in team fights, so they just need to secure neutral objectives. Are looking to scale at this point. They need to take as much as they possibly can. If they can get a pick here, they might be able to clean up all tier 1 towers and maybe take a couple tier 2.
And here's the thing, even with Fireflux losing out on some of these neutral objectives, they have still kept the gold lead for a while. They're finally falling behind by 100 gold, but still that is not a lot. And both the XP laners are going to be a huge threat to the other team. We have 4-0 and 5 on Alien. We have 4-0 and 2 on Banana. Taking a look at the gold laner, Skylar, though, still has not taken a single death, the opposite of Sunshine, who has. That is also going to start to become a major play in this. The more Skylar can just farm up and be comfortable on his signature hero Claude, it's definitely going to become an issue.
They're reading it so well. Fireflux is so good at controlling and zoning the map out. Like that is what I love to see from teams. Like it's like an octagon. If you just constantly keep phasing out parts of the Land of the Dawn and the river, you'll understand kind of where someone is at. And Fireflux is doing so good at reading the map and understanding where Banana's at. Because we can tell, I mean, Banana loves the patient plays to wait for the flank. And I love that Fireflux is now responding to what Banana is bringing to them.
Yeah, but they're going to have to start responding to the map control from RQ Hoshi as well. Yes, Fireflux does great in kind of controlling the fights, but I feel like when it comes to overall macro, RQ is definitely chewing up these turrets right now. Has taken everything on both off lanes, but Fireflux has done well at defending that mid lane, and as long as they do that, it will kind of keep RQ's rotations in check a bit. There's still this bottleneck that both teams have to move through if they want to get to the other side of the map. Lord gonna be up now. Fireflux taking control of the pit up first.
Yeah, and I feel like that's their ideal goal, right? If they're not able to win in team fights into the early right now, let Fireflux do that, right? We'll take other things. Like, you can have a couple kills. It's not going to really win the game.
Sunshine,
we got the eyes on the prize.
In the bot side, Sunshine and Apex. Sunshine pokes face. Banana's like, no. I know you got someone else with you, man. We're not going to go for that one, but Rosa is able to get vision on the team. Arad and Tienzi once again at it. Can Arad cop the steal again? Cop the feel again on this Lord.
Oh, God.
Fireflux. All 5 members here now. Banana finally rotating up, but the Lord is low. Might be too late to the party, and the Lord goes down to Rad, able to take it. Brusco now looking for a set. The Glacier comes down, and Apex 40 falls with it. Fireflux on the run this time. RQ got what they came for. They take control of the Lord, and they take control of the map.
They do, and they want to take more as well. They're still showing such great aggression. I'm so surprised that Fireflux wants to take the 50-50s on the Lord. I mean, this is the second time they've lost it, so let's see what they can do. Again, they held really well on the first Lord. Can they hold really well on the second Lord as RQ is barreling down the mid and the left lane?
Ooh. Arad is just vicious with these retries right now. Takes the purple away from Fireflux, takes the Lord. His timing is impeccable right now. Apex 47 is coming out with a conceal play to get a slightly different position. The Glacier comes down. Nobody gonna get stunned up from it. The Lord finally makes the crash. Fireflux Fireflux loses their first inhibitor to the game. RQ claims that they're going to move on to the mid side now. Take that tier 2 as well. They are picking Fireflux apart down to the bones.
They are. They're playing them textbook at this point, and we can already see, man, Skylar with the aggression here. RQ, right? They're doing really well. They're scaling a lot. Skylar, 11, almost 12K gold. Are they going to attempt to go for it?
Damage from Skylar there. We haven't even seen Skylar get super involved yet. That's the big kicker here. He's just been farming and farming. And RQ has still been able to handle these fights very well. We haven't even seen like insane backline blazing duet or anything yet. He's just been kind of chipping away, and now he is going to come in. Brusco there with the Nolan's Fury, able to get a big knock-up. Octa finds the kill. Apex 47 now on the run. Alien hold down the front side, but RQ took down one, and that's all they needed to advance this fight. Skylar going to move on to the orange buff, just patrolling the jungle right now, looking for angles, looking for flanks, and that's how RQ has continuously won these team fights.
Definitely a huge play there by RQ. The patience behind Brusco there just to give vision, and then the combo with Skylar, they couldn't even survive. Again, it's a little risky to take, but not devastating, right? I mean, you got 30 seconds till the next Lord, so everybody will be available. I just think it's one of those things that you're able to kind of feel that you're able to kind of feel out how RQ has control over the map, and you can see they're keeping them at bay. Skylar has a full set. Malefic Roar and the attack speed is definitely picked up. If they can shut down Alien on Fireflux, I think that's kind of their... If they do that, then I think it's GG's, but you never know.
All right, let's see, though. Fireflux, we've seen them put their big boy pants on and crucial Lord fights. You know, you mentioned earlier that maybe they shouldn't go for the 50-50. Maybe they should try to take a fight before the Lord pit. Arad already knows that's what they want, and now they're going to move on to Apex 47. Arad takes a quick turn. Brusco unable to land the Minoan's Fury. Fireflux baits that out, and they still all got their ultimates. Yes, there is a backdoor possibility from Banana, but it seems that Fireflux smells something in the water. They're going to send Sunshine back to help define the lane. Alien able to take down Brusco. It's now 5v4. Does Fireflux want to commit? They have to send back Sunshine, but Tianzi finally takes it, and Irad gonna probably fall here. Goes down Alien, picking up the kill. RQ Hoshi now falling behind, and this is what I meant, Fireflux. When the time comes down to it, they know how to take the fight to their enemies.
They do. And see, this is what I like, right? I said in the very beginning of the game that Fireflux really needed to bait out utility from RQ, but Alien, the damage getting put down.
Skylar chasing him down. Uh-oh. Sunshine Apex like, no. You better back up. But still, the damage, Skylar's going to be probably one of the only people that can really just like 1v1 Alien right now, which is insane because Alien is bursting down most of RQ, well, shredding down most of RQ, but the damage from Skylar right now could be getting out of control.
Yeah, I feel like RQ's to be able to defend this Lord probably with no problem. I mean, they have a lot of their tier 3 still, but we'll see if Fireflux wants to fully engage here.
And they got to watch out for the offended. Lord is able to encroach on the base. Skylar's finally showed up. We'll be able to chip down Fireflux. Not going to overextend, and keep our eyes on Banana because he is everywhere, disrupting waves, slowing down the pushes from Fireflux. He's doing his job very well.
They are trying to find
Banana. We're checking every bush. They're kicking doors. Open up, FBI.
They were like, where is Banana? I'm tired of this. But again, I mean, that play by Banana forced Fireflux to then give up control of the frontal of RQ. Now, the biggest thing I was kind of saying is that Fireflux needs to continue to bait these utilities out, but they have to be on their toes here though, because we've constantly seen Banana almost attempt a backdoor. Though the Lord is on the right-hand side this time around, we are seeing that the backdoor potential is a little bit harder, but that could be a possibility for RQ at this point. Fireflux, just keep baiting out utilities. Do not take a 50-50 Lord unless you really have control over that map.
I mean, with the Lord being on the bot side here in the long lane being in advantage of Fireflux, it does kind of help them, right? RQ is going to have to be a bit more stressed about getting up to that top lane and clean those waves. Luckily, they do have Banana, who's been extremely mobile, extremely proactive, but it's definitely something we got to keep our eyes on. As long as Fireflux kind of lets that lane stay pushed on RQ side, it's going to be very helpful for them when it comes down to these Lord fights.
Exactly. I feel like it's key that RRQ has such great ability, but I do also think they need to execute it, especially, you know, maybe try to reset the Lord a couple times or try to get it out of Fireflux's hands. And I think that's where they're struggling at this point, is that they're all about the split push, and they really haven't had a full engage at a Lord. And maybe if they had a full engage at the Lord, RQ could be on the winning side here. But Fireflux kind of has them pressed back against the wall.
Fireflux, you know, in past international events, Wolf coined the meta for Fireflux. He calls it the Turkish delight. You know, you got the Ube strat coming from Blacklist, and we have the Turkish delight from Fireflux. And I always like to kind of call, like, it's very layered. The way that they take these fights is very layered sometimes. They're very good at meshing everybody's ultimates together. Now Alien going to come in onto a rat. Oh, Apex this time going to blow his ult a little bit too early, but still, look at the damage. Oh, into the back line, the Petrify. Banana able to find Rosa. Sunshine goes down as well. Brusco is the only one falling on the side of RQ, and now RQ is collapsing. Claude goes for the split push, and that was all without him. Skylar now going to get involved into this fight. He still has the Blazing Duet, but doesn't even need to use it. Apex 47 is going nowhere. RRQ Hoshi decimate Fireflux in that fight. They've still got TNZ and Alien. RQ say, no, we don't want no Lord. We're going to go for the game here. We're going to go for the finish. They're going to collapse down in the boss side. Skylar able to use the Blazing Duet, clear up all of these minions, and look at the damage onto Alien. Alien still trying to survive, but Skylar repositions. The Glacier comes down. Alien not getting away from that one. TNZ is going to be next on the chopping block. The Electro final blow him out. And now Fireflux will go down. RQ Hoshi taking game number 1.
Game number 1. What a play. That was insane. From the, oh my God, my throat. From RQ, they definitely destroyed it there. And that was kind of the backdoor. It was an attempt at a backdoor that really forced them out of their comfort zone from controlling the Lord. So a really great play by RQ.
Really great play. I mean, and that was just Banana. You're really giving coin to his name, you know? We call him, like, Banana, a.k.a. Banana Split. This guy is consistently splitting the map, consistently splitting up the team, consistently making work, and is always on the back line, always on the opposite side. Even in all of these fights, you never know where he's coming from.
Yeah, and I feel like RRQ really needed that response against Rosa. Once they took down Rosa, the team comp kind of fell apart. They didn't have that poke. They didn't have that peel. They also lost vision at that point, and I think that's what Rosa was really giving to Fireflux. And you can kind of just see just Bananas just everywhere. The Benedetta in the hands of Banana just makes you slip up and makes you lose focus on what's going down, and then RRQ just able to take advantage of that slip up.
Yeah, I mean, just did an overall amazing job. And just a good game from both teams, back and forth throughout it all. But in the end, RQ, I think where they really won was just in the overall macro and map control and making in their positioning on the map in general. Fireflux took the more simple approach of keeping their team grouped together at a time, kind of keeping everyone in the same positions, and RQ took advantage of that. Banana took advantage of that. And with having Rosa, who wants to get vision on the whole team, but normally always sending it at where the group is, as long as Banana was able to stay out of that Astral Echo, then they're all good. They always have someone who can get to the back line, and that's exactly how RQ was able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I mean, we could really say that Fireflux just had complete control over the map, and that's just one utility that RRQ was able to utilize was just their mobility. And I think their mobility was the key victory here, and they utilized it to the fullest. And then RRQ able to take the win there. My God.
Look at the robots in the stadium right now. They're hyped too, just like the rest of us. Let's take a look at the MVP. Who would have guessed it? RQ Hoshi Banana, 6-0-4, 23% damage, nothing too major. I think the real takeaway on this was just his positioning on the map, making the game-changing plays. He's gonna strike fear into Fireflux coming into game 2. If he gets something like the Benedetta again, they're gonna have to find an answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. And again, the carry pick has just not been shining recently, right? Even though that Sunshine was able to pick it up, it just I didn't feel like it played a crucial role. And I think that again, Banana just kind of upsetting Fireflux's team comp. All of the squishies in the back line, Banana was like, "Yep, that's me. I'm there." And RQ just did a fantastic job. And then you got to give it up to Skylar too, right? Like, we didn't see him in too many fights. He was just constantly farming, constantly applying split pressure alongside Banana, and it takes them to a 1-0 against Fireflux.
But here's the thing too, is because Skylar was able to scale like that, Alien eventually was not a threat to him. The one hero on the side of Fireflux who was meant to kind of dive into the back line, they were unable to deal with it. And maybe the reality is that they were targeting the wrong person all along. Maybe Skylar wasn't the real issue. Maybe the real issue was Banana. Now, we do have a player versus player stats here. Skylar up against Rosa, the Thorn Queen, some like to call him. 2-1 kills, both players doing well, but in the end, RQ comes out on top. Now, I think it was an amazing game, G. We're going to be jumping to a video very soon. Any final words about the game?
Вы, наверное, хотите спросить: Аймурат, куда ты едешь, куда ты так стремишься? Все очень просто. Сегодня 1/2 финала. И давайте выясним, кто же сегодня станет сильнейшим. Скажи, пожалуйста, за кого сегодня болеем на MLBB?
Всегда болею за хорошую игру, но в данном случае болею за Оников.
За Оников. А именно вот на текущей игре за Бren.
Да.
Ну что, я вот болею за RRQ Хоши, поэтому давай попробуем так сделаем. Смотри, если сегодня выигрывает RRQ Хоши, ты поцелуешь моего оператора в щечку.
Ладно.
Ладно. А если выигрывает Бren?
Да.
Если побеждает Bren, то я 10 раз отжимаюсь.
А я буду сидеть на спине.
Давай. Я не думаю, что ты много весишь.
Давай, забились.
Забились.
Давай.
Все, круто, отлично. Попался ваншотер, попался. Это что у нас, фанатки?
Нет.
Это твои бодигарды, да, которые защищают от таких, как я, назойливых?
Да, мое секьюрити.
Понятно. Ваншот, скажи, пожалуйста, кто сегодня победит? Кто сегодня выйдет в финал?
Если Ират так и будут танков пикать, то, скорее всего, Брена заберут.
Брены?
Да.
И? Ну, кто в финал выйдет? Две команды?
Брен и Оники, повторение М5 финала.
Конечно, я болею за RRQ, потому что...
Я тоже за RRQ, я тоже.
Пипи Брена, они все-таки, сильнее, это очевидно. Но надеюсь, что RRQ что-то противостоять смогут откомбычить хотя бы одну игру.
Я думаю, наша с тобой энергия сегодня им поможет. Я зашел, мы с тобой как Double Dragon сейчас соединимся и просто пустим энергию, и они ее почувствуют и разнесут всех. me please about your feelings, about your emotions. What do you feel?
I feel good.
That's all?
Yeah.
Where's your smile? Where's your emotion? Oh yeah!
We still have one game tomorrow.
Oh, and you are focused, right?
Yeah, focus.
And maybe you change some strategy or the same?
I think just the same.
The same?
Yeah.
And you nervous?
No.
No. Did you make any mistakes on this game?
I think so. I think a lot.
So you're gonna work out of them today?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do today?
I will sleep.
Just sleep at all?
Yeah.
And relax.
Yes.
Башня упала на карте. Лорд повержен скиллом. В душе моей мир. Но грядет битва, грядет финал.
All right, we're back at it, G. Once again, RRQ takes a big win, 1-0, and because it's just a best of 3, it's a match point already. Fireflux has to turn things around here.
Yeah, now, my main question that I have is, since RRQ's up 1, are they going to keep this serious aspect that they've done in this very first game? And I mean, this is against Fireflux. We've seen that Fireflux was actually doing a little bit of opposite of what I suspected them to do. And they were controlling that early game, right? They were, what you were kind of saying, trying to steamroll RRQ, keep them essentially pushed back against the wall. But RRQ being able to read the situation a little bit better with that mobility that they had on the team. I want to know, like, are we gonna see some spicy picks here? Like, are we gonna see the formidable Layla?
Well, that would be RQ. I don't know if we're gonna see that. Maybe just as a final snub, they're like, hey, yo, let's. And it's funny because before this whole thing started, you know, I was talking to some other casters, you know, globally, some Indonesian people, and they were talking about, you know, one of the things a lot of people see on Skylar is that his Claude is amazing. His Claude is one of the things he's known for, but sometimes the rest of his hero pool can lack. So a lot of us were wondering, you know, what is he going to bring out? Does he have something new up his sleeve? And I think the last thing we all expected was a Layla pick, but hey, they made it work once. Weren't able to make it work the second time, you know. So he's on match point with Layla right now. You know, he's 1-1. Maybe he does pull it out just to tip the odds in his favor. I mean, RQ Hoshi's feeling pretty comfortable right now. I think they could throw Skylar on whatever, but honestly, the real people that Fireflux has to watch out for are going to be most likely Banana again, and then also Irad. Irad right now in the Lord Pit is just outclassing TNZ. In the early phase, he's able to secure those turtles, even when it's not in his favor. He's able to secure those lords, even when it's not in his favor. So they have to find a way to zone him away, and they have to be able to do that without getting flanked by Banana at the same time.
And I think that, like, Fireflux would have won that game if that was the case, right? If they were able to zone out Irad in the Lord Pit, I feel like they definitely would have had full control over, and they would have kept that steamroll going. And I just think it was just, I don't know if they felt pressured by the split pushes, or again, that's just what causes teams to fall apart, is when they have to make major decisions like that, right? When they have to decide if they want to send someone to stop that split push or respond to it. And then the moment that they didn't send anybody, Banana just took advantage of it. They're like, well, you know, like, I'm going to just wait back here until Rosa comes back and I'm going to just take him out, right? And that happened multiple times. And I feel like that's what Fireflux has to really do here, is to maybe not dial back, because I felt like they were doing excellent in that first game. I feel like they need to figure out how to control RRQ's mobility.
Banana in general. Do they ban out something like the Benedetta here, right? Like, do they start to focus on it? Or do they pick a composition where you don't have so many loose ends? Because Novaria is always going to kind of hang out very far in the back, away from the team. And that's where the Benedetta was just such a great answer to what Fireflux was bringing there. Because you want, like, you kind of need Apex 47 to hang out with the team and maybe help out that back line, but you also need Apex 47 to make those plays in the front side. And because Apex 47 was trying to zone away a Rad, everyone else on the side of RQ, if they wanted, had full access to the back line. So great answer. This time Fireflux is going to ban out the Navaria, meaning they don't really want to go for it this time, but they also don't want to give it up.
True. And I kind of want to know if Fireflux has that fear factor. So far, doesn't seem like it. I think they might be trying to bait maybe them being able to pick up the Guinevere, but RQ might respond with that being banned out. We'll see. Maybe they bait something else that's a little bit more enticing. I don't know if there would be anything else more enticing than a Matilda, than a Guinevere. So we're probably going to be seeing the Guinevere ban. A lot of teams don't want to see that on the playing field at this point. Now, Fireflux, what do they do to respond to this? It just looks like we're going straight back into the same bans besides the Navaria here. They could, I mean, the Nana was available last time. Like, I felt like, I don't know. I mean, the Navaria, yes, it was good, but I think RQ countered it really well in the draft phase. So it comes down to it that I feel like Nana would be a safer pick at this point for Fireflux.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that can stay with the team. And if that's if they want to go for more of the, Ube-esque strategy where everyone's grouped up, yes, you definitely want a mage who's going to hang out with the team. They do go for the Joy ban this time, so they are going to put on the map, even though it wasn't picked at all last game without being banned, but still kind of foreseen. And they don't want to ban out the Gwynny because they want the Gwynny here. So now we're putting RQ in this position of having to choose, right? What do we want to take out? I think Gwyn is definitely very viable. Last time RQ did ban out the support, I'm having a total mind blank right now, did ban out the Angela and the Brats along with the Arlot. So do they want to ban that again or switch it up?
Yeah, I mean, I can't particularly say that I've seen Fireflux pick up an Angela, so I'm not quite sure what why they wanted to get rid of that last time. I guess it could have been played into something, but they're gonna opt to go for the Ruby. Okay.
So Fireflux did pick up the Angela against Onic yesterday. They lost with it. They did lose with it. They played the Angela Joy combo, but there goes the Guinevere for the side of Fireflux. RQ now got to respond.
Yeah, I mean, so 2 picks. You get 2 solid picks. Minnow is still open. I feel like Minnow was such a clutch.
Minnow's always good.
Like, I mean, as a roam, it's there. You've already got rid of the Arlot. You've already gotten rid of the Ruby. So, like, the roam position is very secured, I would say, for RQ. And then they could respond with the Claude again. Like you were saying, Skylar's all about the Claude. If they're going serious here, I would just pick up the Minnow and the Claude once again. But they're going to go the Minnow and the Nana.
The Nana.
The Nana.
I like it. I mean, I think the Minnow right now is very similar, in a very similar position as the Guinevere. It's been picked a lot, and it has a great win rate in playoffs right now. It is probably the most used and highest win rate roam in Games of Future right now. It is not just picked for no reason. But here goes Rosa's signature pick, the Lilia. Whenever Fireflux gets pushed up against the wall, there's one thing they like to do is, all right, let's get back to comfort, boys. Let's do what we know best. Now, here's the problem. Last time we saw Rosa on the Lilia. Oh! The Rad Fanny.
Spicy.
That is very spicy. Could be why we saw the Ruby ban here from the side of RQ Hoshi. That's kind of scary, and that's a pick that makes you completely have to switch gears. That is a pick that makes you like, oh man, now we have to draft something in for this Fanny. They could go for something like the Cho. They could go for the Kufra. They could go for Franco, Kaja. They have some options to deal with it. Fermis is also still open, but they already have the Lilia, so it would have to be something like a Roam Fermis, which, isn't as viable right now. Some options for an answer, but it's still kind of tough.
What I want to know is what RQ is going to pick up for the Marksman. Right now, it's looking a little dicey, They're going to get rid of the Nathan. That's good. I like it. They also got rid of the Tig on the side of RRQ in their ban phase, which, again, from Fireflux, I feel like they're either going to go a little utility, and because they're going to need a little bit more CC other than TNZ. So Apex, we could see, I mean, the R lots out of there. They've just been utility. They don't want to see any utility picked up for RQ. And again, they're kind of doing that split push play that we're going to probably be seeing again.
Fireflux could ban out the Benedetta here.
Yeah,
could ban out the Benedetta. I don't really think at this with a Fanny on the field, it's like Skylar can pick whatever marksman he wants, really, man. Like, because Irad can be down to that gold lane in a matter of seconds at any time. I think the real pressure is gonna be on on Fireflux's gold lane. So we'll see. They do ban out the Harith though, so they do kind of keep it a little bit simple. I'm still wondering what's the answer to this Fanny. I think they gotta go for something like the Kaja.
I feel it. It's in my bones.
It's in your bones. That's what you want.
It's in my bones.
You just want to cast the Layla game. That's all that is. That's all that is. Give me the Layla.
Manifestation is the key, man. Fireflux, though, they still have, again, they could still go EXP, I think. CC is still available. They did really well with the CC last time, but I also believe what you said. They could still pick up the Benedetta. I mean, it was clutch. It worked out. Okay. RQ, we can officially say they're being serious right now.
Yeah.
They're not
unless they go EXP lane Layla, right? No.
You left me speechless, I'll tell you that. But it could happen. It could be, it could be freaking EXP Fanny. Who knows? Nah.
I do feel like they might want something. They have tons of damage. They could go for something a bit bulkier here for their EXP laner. They don't have to go for something too quick moving. They have plenty of movement on the map. Fireflux, though, is gonna pick up the Hilda. Okay, so they've opted for like plan B against the Fanny, right? We don't have lockdown. That's not something we really have here. Yes, they do have the penalty zone from Terizla. They do have the knockup from Guinevere, but that is a hard hit on a Fanny. Like if Arad is moving the way we know Arad likes moving, then it's gonna be a little bit tough. What they're gonna go for is more of harass, like you just said. We're gonna invade. We're gonna send Apex 47 in there time and time again. No matter how many times he dies in the enemy jungle, he will be right in front of Fanny.
Yeah, and I feel like that right now is what they want to opt to go for, right? Harass as much as possible on the side of Fireflux. RQ, they have to really respond to that. So we're probably gonna be seeing the Minnow definitely rotate around the Fanny, because I feel like right now the Bruno and the Fanny are kind of the ones that are in trouble at this point, especially with a Hilda on the playing field and a Terizla. So we'll see. I love the minions taking themselves out there in the mid lane there.
No, they both just take each other out. Tie game.
I love these animations. Send us off, Shreks.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping in to the land of Dawn for match point on Rex Regum Kaon. Fireflux backs against the wall once again. Can they prove to the world that they are a force to be reckoned with? Can they claim third place?
We'll find out in this game, kind of setting the stage here. Right now, to be honest, I feel like Fireflux is going to be winning the mid lane in the early stage, right? Because the Lilia just does, I feel like it's a great counter to the Nana. So I like it. We'll see. Fireflux is, but look at the lane clear there with the duo. And the pressure already onto Apex. Okay, I like it. RRQ responding really well. This is what they have to keep up, though. So they can't lose focus. They're going to have to rely on the left and the right lane to carry their own while they're able to take care of Apex harassment right now.
I mean, one of the problems, you meant normally, yes, Fireflux would have great wave clear, but going to be using Apex 47 as that harasser. So Rosa's going to be alone most of the time in the mid lane. Rosa's going to kind of have to be able to compete by themselves. Rosa now, Arad now locking on to Rosa there. Rosa doesn't have black shoes yet, so gonna have to be careful, but we're already seeing the aggression come from the side of RQ.
Ooh, I love the tenacity that Apex is going.
Ooh.
But Skylar!
Purify, Skylar goes down. Even after using the Purify, doesn't get knocked up, but there's no escape from Tienzi and Sunshine.
See, this is the problem that I believe that they were going to have, right? Like, they're going to have to kind of let up on the left and right lanes and kind of going to get cut off here. Ooh.
Brad does get level 4 there, but he's at the wrong side of the map. He's not going to be able to do enough damage onto Apex or Alien. Fireflux doing a good job. We got to wait for the power spike to happen, though. RQ Hope at some point will pop off. They have the damage from Nana. They have the damage from Arad that eventually is going to come in. Skylar taking that death, though, this early on in the game could be huge for Fireflux.
Yeah, I mean, Bruno definitely not wanting to die first. You can already see that they want to invade this blue buff. Penalty zone possibly could be coming out. Banana low as well. I love the zonage on this turtle. Like, there's no way Arad's going to be able to get in there. And look at the pressure by Apex.
Ooh, big knockup does come from Tienzi. Able to get the Violent Requiem. Passive does proc for Octa. Octa able to get away. Arad flying through, but Alien still looking for the kill. The damage from level 4 Rosa right now is just insane. Able to zone away Alien during the turtle pit. Wait a second, Banana in trouble. Banana trying to fight back.
Whoa.
Apex 47 might go down, but here comes the Alien. Banana able to jump away. Still no kill on the map for RQ.
Just the micro plays there alone was so impressive. So again, Banana not one to give up, wants to keep that lane clear. And again, right now, Fireflux controlling a decent bit of the map. They're going to have to keep the pressure up, though, Trex. They're going to have to keep this going, and we can see it that they have it. Now, this is just the early stage, though. If RRQ can make it into the late stage, Hilda's going to start falling off and not being so harassable.
Oh, my God, that's a lot of damage onto Arad. Arad going to have to go back to base. Tienzi in the midst at the orange pit. Doing some damage on Octa, but Brusco to knock up on 2 members, but Skylar still unable to unload, but Tienzi finally does drop. Skylar picks up the kill. Blazing Duet into the backside. Skylar taking a bit of damage, but Apex 47 has gone down. Skylar gets found from Rosa. It's a 2 for 2. Fireflux Esports still coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, being able to take out Skylar once again is going to be a problem for RQ. Definitely want gold lane to scale, and we can kind of see 2,400 gold to 27, so not too much of a difference. Skylar does have the Hawes Claws, so has that sustainability, so we should see him staying a little bit more into the battles here, probably winning a bit against Sunshine now. As we can see, they know RQ's like, we got to help Skylar out now.
Yeah, they gotta send someone up there. 2 deaths on a Bruno. You definitely want to be able to scale on the Bruno. You want to be able to output the damage. And with that, it's going to give Fireflux a little bit of an advantage. They're about 1,000 gold up. They're going to take another turtle here, most likely. The Fanny still unable to pop off. And normally, you'll want to be able to ball with the composition that RQ Hoshi has. And they're getting majorly slowed down.
Yeah, but at least they're not taking a death. Erad hasn't taken a death just yet. Apex still giving great vision over the map, but again, gonna have to watch out for some of these key plays.
Oh, Apex 47, a little bit of trouble, taking some damage. Arad uses the cutthroat, but unable to find him. Octa has finally locked in the Genius Wand. We're gonna start seeing a punch come from her. RQ Hoshi still unable to make a big play, though.
Blazing Duet not doing anything right now. Banana!
Oh, Banana goes down. Tienzi is everywhere on this Guinevere, and this is why the Gwynny has been so contested. It is almost, it's crazy to say, it's more active right now than the Fanny. It is more all over the map right now than the Fanny.
Yeah, ooh, Octa.
Another one into the mid side. Octa will be safe, though.
Oh my God. RQ is
Braz
just
is
having
getting
a
denied.
tough time staying alive. Blue buff probably about to be taken. This is rough for RQ. A little bit of a spicy play, picking up the Fanny, and Fireflux making them pay. Again, I think it's going to come down to the split pushing potential that Erad's going to bring to the playing field. We do see a conceal play here.
Oh, conceal play to the top side. Sunshine and Rosa there behind Apex 47. Skylar takes a bit of damage, dashes to the left, able to get another free hit onto Rosa. The black shoes are popped. Fireflux still okay. Bananas rotated up to the top side as well as Arad clears the bot wave. Nothing major happening just yet. 12 seconds, the turtle comes.
Yeah. And again, I mean, if they could control this turtle pit, they could get something here, but maybe they're able to take Apex.
I mean, Apex goes down, but that's his job at this point. It's like, yes, they keep catching him. He's 2 deaths down, but it doesn't make a huge difference. They do get it before the turtle right now, which could be big, but Arad is hanging out on the bot lane, cutting wave, gonna get some minions to push onto that tier 3 in the bot side. Is he gonna be able to make it up to turtle in time? Is that even part of the plan?
I don't know if it is part of the plan. I feel like they're trying to take turrets because ultimately I feel like turrets are the better neutral objective here at this point because it's what you utilize to get away.
A lot of damage onto Alien. Brusco, Octa, but wait, no, Alien putting out the damage.
Oh my God.
Skylar in trouble. Brusco, you gotta slow down Alien. Skylar can't even get away. Tienzi now onto Banana, able to get another kill. Tienzi 3-1-1 right now. And now the Turkish Delight collapses onto members of RRQ. You take our bottom tower, we're gonna come for your top.
Oh no.
Oh my God, Tienzi is just everywhere, man. This guy is on fire. Apex 47 going to delay the rest of the team, but that's okay. We're going to take your purple buff, and now Rosa's going to collapse with Apex 47. Sunshine there with the Blazing Duet, doing a lot of damage. The Minoan's Fury unable to target anybody. Sunshine might be in a little bit of trouble, but Tienzi every time with the knock-up followed up by the Violent Requiem. RRQ can't seem to escape this man.
They can't, and look, oh my God, they're just everywhere. Fireflux pushing RRQ back against the wall. RRQ, again, they've done pretty good at split pushing. Like, the towers are even, but the problem is that they've lost every single turtle, and they've lost a couple of lives, right? Like, again, Octa is going to be the saving grace at this point. The Nana just 3-0-1. If Fireflux is able to catch a kill on them, I feel like that could be what they really need to take full control over RRQ. Now, for the side of Fireflux, or for the side of RRQ, they got to get these split plays. But in the top lane,
up in the top lane, TNZ doing the 1v2 right now, and he's not going to leave yet. He wants Banana as well, but on the bot side, Apex 47 taking a little bit of damage. Blazing Duet onto Skylar and takes him out, but Rosa does fall for that take. Alien a little bit of trouble as well. They're trying to lock onto Octa here, but Apex 47's with him. A lot of damage onto Octa. Brusco might just be next. Brusco is going to look for the heal, but no! Sunshine flickers in and finds the kill with the BMI. And up on the top side, Banana gets shut down onto TNZ. Fireflux maybe finally biting off a bit more than they can chew.
yeah, and not only the shutdown, the TPs on the body was also happening. So Banana, a little spicy here. Oh man,
Red
they should have
sees no
forced
purple
that.
buff, man. Red sees no purple buff for this game.
What, 5100 versus what, 59? So the jungle's not too far apart. I think the big difference that we're seeing here is the Bruno versus Claude, right? Like, the Claude's already picked up the Demon Hunter, so the damage is going to be coming out onto Brusco, which is literally their saving grace in some of these team fights. Though I do like the split play action happening here.
Yeah, I mean, Lord.
Ooh, look at Apex
Getting shipped down. Apex 47 in the boss side, gonna harass onto Rad. Rad's got to make it way to the Lord Pit. Does RQ not want to try to fight this out? They're not too far behind, 4K deficit. We've seen teams take fights with lower gold leads.
Oh,
now, Rosa, though, the zonage from Rosa. This is the great thing with the Lilia. Rosa plays Lilia like it's an EXP laner, man. In your face, and there's the Violent Requiem on a Banana. Arad now trying to come in, but the Nolan's Fury gets the double knockup on a Tienzi, on Apex 47. Tienzi goes down, but Sunshine's here to clean him up with a amazing duet. Skylar gonna be next, a triple kill. Make it a maniac. Keep on going, boy. The sunshine don't shine down here for RRQ. The Lord is going to be taken by Fireflux. I don't think RRQ is going to be able to do anything. It's nothing but Octa on the map right now. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, Sunshine was the saving grace right here. The Minnows Rage came out and knocked up quite a bit of Fireflux, but look at that three-person blazing duet into a maniac Skylar. I think he was just, I don't know what it was. He was there, no escape. Just give it to him.
Lee Sunshine has come online 5-0-3. Silent but deadly. We haven't seen too much through him from the game, but that's that early in the early phase when they were able to get those kills onto Skylar. When they were able to let Sunshine just free farm and do what he wants. Now we're seeing it really start to pay off, and the damage is getting out of this world, out of control as Fireflux encroaches onto these inhibitors right now. Irad gets a little bit of poke damage onto Apex 47. The Lord does not get the crash. It is not enhanced. They should be able to chip this down and maybe not lose a single inhibitor. Alien holding down the front line. Fireflux don't have to push their limits.
Again, this is what RRQ wants to do, right? They want to make it to the late game. Securing and keeping your tier 3 inhibitors is where you need to be. Again, I think they're going to lose their second tier here. So, yeah, I mean, this is the safest position that RRQ could be in. It's just to keep it like this. They could, at this point, they have 102 seconds. Maybe Ered needs to start split pushing, kind of utilizing that. Fireflux at this point probably should just freeze lanes, kind of clear up all of the jungle, keep that gold lead going, and we can kind of take a look at some of the items. The Gwyn's building full defense at this point, just allowing Sunshine to scale and be the one to deal the damage here. Ooh, he was feeling it out. He had a feeling that something was about to go down there. Again, I do think that Fireflux keep them at bay. You can see they've already controlled the map. RRQ looking for some play, maybe to try to get the purple buff. Could be a bait, though.
Oh, my God. And it's not only Sunshine. Did he get it? Did Irad finally get it?
I think.
Oh, no, Rosa. No, I mean, Rosa's got a purple. Rosa's got a purple.
Yeah.
Nope.
So,
no, Irad gets it. Irad gets it.
Yeah.
Irad gets it. Finally. It's been 13 minutes of hell for Irad, and the purple has finally been secured.
I mean, that's huge. This could be a
big win.
Pick play
That's a
that they
big
want to go
win.
for, right? Look at it. Okay. Look, he's the bait.
Tienzi, though, was ready for that, man, and Irad knew it. The fact that Tienzi, and you could see, like, the positioning he went for that, if Irad fully committed there, Tienzi would have caught him, and Irad knows it. Both of these junglers, I'm talking about ultra instinct on both of them right now.
Ooh, is he overstaying his welcome? Look at the collapse possibly going to happen. It's easy. Fanny can do that.
All right, so RQ sits back about 8,000 gold right now. Enhanced Lord about to come in, 14 minutes up. What do they do here?
I mean, essentially, they just need to keep the split push plays up. You can see Apex kind of up there. Right now, RQ really needs to bait and reset this Lord. Watch out for TNZ. Banana definitely avoiding it right now. Looks like they, again, I feel like Irad should be split pushing at this point just because they don't seem to want the Lord they want to pick. But RQ, maybe big play here.
They get the black shoes out of Rosa there, but Apex 47 in the backside. Alien with a big flicker penalty zone.
Oh
It's
my
Sunshine
God.
shredding them down once again. Skylar, there's no escape. Brusco gonna be next with Sunshine able to be a mile away. Apex 47 able to pick up the kill. Banana drops next. Fireflux taking out 3 from RRQ. They're going to try to end this. They're not even going to go for the Lord. Irad zoning down. He's going to look for waves, try to cut down the blood loss. But Fireflux isn't waiting. They don't care. All they need is one tank minion. They're going to move on to the top inhibitor. Lord, back up. Irad here, but wait a second. A lot of damage on several members. Alien getting chipped down. Irad almost able to save the day, but not today. Fireflux Esports still dominating. The Blazing Duet comes out to clear it up, and RQ pushed Fireflux, while Fireflux pushed back.
Oh, man. man. What a play by Fireflux there. Look at him. To be honest, I think they got the crowd buff. I could, during that whole match, I heard cheers galore every time Fireflux was pushing. So it kind of seems like there might be some a ton of Fireflux fans out in the crowd. But again, huge plays. The harassment by Fireflux was the key winning factor for Fireflux, and you can kind of see while we dive into some of these highlights that they just had full control and harassment over the map of RRQ. They just kept them at bay. TNZ just everywhere. Not too many responses that RRQ could utilize here. Again, a spicy Fanny play, but again, Fireflux reading the situations, creating the moments that they needed to take down RRQ into game 2. And we can kind of see that Skylar, the damage, just look at it. A blazing duet into the back line of RRQ is not what you want, even in the front line. Sunshine just shining in Fireflux.
Yeah, you could really see the trend. And one of the things that Fireflux did so great in this game is in the beginning, TNZ was kind of the big damage dealer. He was the huge threat. And then right around that last fight and this fight here, we'll see the transition happening of Sunshine becoming the monster. Sunshine becoming the threat right after 10 minutes, getting that Maniac. And from there, RRQ Hoshi knew that there was a much bigger problem than just TNZ, a much bigger problem than just Rosa. Sunshine was the natural born killer here, and he was the downfall of RRQ in game number 2.
Definitely. And again, I mean, we did see Octa try to be the saving grace for RRQ, but the Lilia, Rosa picking it up is just too much for RRQ. And of course, we can see the MVP here. Sunshine, 606, 24% damage dealt. The absolute menace in the game that also secured a Maniac. Just a monster.
I mean, definitely very well played from him, knowing exactly when to hit his moment in stride. But you also have to give it up to the rest of his teammates as well, kind of hovering around that top side, making sure they got that early kill onto Skylar, giving Skylar just a very rough game, ending off with 2, 5, and 3, never even being able to finish out his items. And that just goes with the pressure that Fireflux caused, using Apex 47 on this Hilda, using once Rosa was able to move around a bit more after the laning phase, and then TNZ as well. As long as that mid concoction there was able to disrupt the rotation of RQ Hoshi, it was a guarantee that Sunshine was going to eventually pop off.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen that. That's how Claude scales so fast. And I mean, 13,000 gold on his team. Pretty much all the turret damage pushes and almost one of the highest team fight participations on Fireflux. So again, just the mobility that Sunshine had in that game, I think is ultimately attributed to their overall aggression and just harassment. And I feel like they executed this game really well against RRQ. And now it is a 1-to-1 match point.
All right, the final day of Games of Future is not disappointing. Taking a quick look at the kills, Fireflux finished it off with 17-9, a 10,000 gold lead. Only lost 1 tower in that game. Let's take another quick matchup here. Skylar up against Rosa. Now, last time we saw Skylar be just a great player, not getting any deaths in the previous game, but this time Rosa showing that I am still a dominant player in the Land of Dawn.
100%. And then again, I think it was just the overall comp that Fireflux brought, right? Like it's wild because they had such a tactical play against the Fanny, being a spicy pick. Like, we don't normally get to see assassins. We're normally seeing, of course, I mean, Guinevere is kind of that assassin route as well, but being able to secure the Gwen and being able to secure the Claude, I think were like huge drafting win factors. And then not only that, just the last phase pick on the Hilda was just like the turning point, the wild factor, because you've seen RRQ banned the Kufra, so they were anticipating that they wanted the Kufra pick, but in the back pocket, the Turkish delight, the Hilda.
I mean, there's a reason why the Guinevere is just doing so well right now, right? Because in early game, even if you start building tanky, you still have very decent damage in the laning phase in the first 5 minutes, 6 minutes or so. And you have insane movement. You have the surprise factor. I mean, Tienzi there was out-rotating a Fanny, essentially. And yes, Fanny did have Apex 47 in his face the whole time, but still, it just goes to show that I don't think that Guinevere is going to slip through the cracks again. Most likely, RQ will have first pick, so Fireflux will most likely be the ones banning it out, but there is a reason why it's so contested. It's just such a decent pick right now from early game aggression, mid game control, and then even neutral objectives, helping secure Turtle, helping secure Lord. You can almost, if you can guarantee the knock-up on the enemy jungler, it makes it so much, I mean, you pretty much guarantee yourself a free retribution.
Yeah. I think a spicy play from RRQ could, I mean, they had something planned, right? They essentially wanted to utilize the Fanny to kind of, again, have that mobility for them. But I think what ultimately, like, they already picked up the Lilia, or no, they actually went Nana, the Nana on the second pick. So they didn't anticipate the Lilia. So again, I think they should have picked up the Claude, right? Like I'm not quite sure why they allowed the Gwen and the Claude to slip through the cracks. Because I feel like, again, the Bruno could have been the answer to it, but I think ultimately it just came down to execution of that Fireflux brought, right? They had to harass the Fanny, left the left and right lanes alone, and then they were able to just collapse on them while Apex harassed, and it was just an overall tough situation for RQ to deal with. And every chance, I thought they were going to win at that Lord fight, but then Sunshine, that Blazing Duet definitely turned the tides into Fireflux's favor, and then the snowball started to happen, and RQ just couldn't stop it.
You know, Claude, it's insane to think how Claude has just stuck around in the gold lane meta for so long, and he's never really been touched. He doesn't get too many nerfs or buffs, and every time before a major tournament, I think everyone always thinks, oh, this is going to be the great marksman. Oh, no, it's going to be this marksman. Oh, no, it's going to be this marksman. But somehow Claude always just ends up as one of the most picked marksmen. And it normally, because in the beginning of this tournament, in group stage, even then, he wasn't like the most... He wasn't the most picked. He wasn't the most prioed gold laner. But now as we're encroaching onto the grand finals, we're in top 3, top 4, top 6. He is that marksman once again, and it's just the mobility, the ability, especially in such a high CC meta, because he already has the BMI, the flicker pretty much built into his kit. You can opt out for the Purify, and it just works so well. And he's not only shredding down tanks, he's doing insane damage onto everybody. I mean, there's just no escape from this hero right now. I definitely agree with you. I think if he's on the field, you need to pick him up, and that was maybe the downfall. That was maybe one of the huge losses for RQ there.
Yeah, I definitely felt like that was the little bit of a drafting problem right there, is that, like, ultimately, to be honest, I'd rather deal with a Ruby than a Guinevere or even a Claude. So yeah, again, kind of letting that utility out might have, and it could have been that them banning it was one of the like the decision factors by Fireflux to pick up the Hilda. If they would have maybe banned out like the Claude or even the Guinevere, it could have forced them to go the Ruby route instead of the Hilda. And then the Fanny, again, the Ruby is still such a clutch pick because it can interrupt those assassin dashes and dives and what Fanny has to offer. But again, I think it was just ultimately there's just so many great heroes right now in the meta that it's hard to predict and ban everything. And again, it just goes to show that this is, I want to say, to be honest, like one of the most diverse metas we've seen. You don't know what a team is going to pick or play, and when they do it, they have a mindset and just something ready.
I mean, they definitely need something ready now. It's match point for both teams, and I still give it, I mean, RQ controlled game number 1 so well. Even though Fireflux was kind of winning a little bit in the laning phase, RQ still had map control. They still had macro. They still felt like they just had their hands on the wheel the whole game. We come into game 2, and Fireflux seemed to do the same exact thing to RRQ. So I think it's everything from draft to in-game to all of it. Draft is definitely going to be important, and it might not be the time to get spicy here, right? It might not be the time for anything too crazy. It might be the time to keep it basic. Don't let anything too crazy through. Don't let the Guinevere through. You know, some of these very powerhouse picks right now, and just try to beat them with the same way that RQ beat them in game 1. Maybe put a very quick moving EXP laner in, put Banana on something he's very comfortable with, and just try to control the map.
Yeah. And again, I believe RRQ is really good at coming back from something like this. So again, even though that they are down, they had this draft wasn't the best, and Fireflux was able to counter the draft that they picked. They are going to be the ones that are going to be first picking this time around. So again, I feel like this is the time that they'll be able to, you know, reflect on what happened last match and kind of come up with a plan of action to control Fireflux. Fireflux, to be honest, like, they could just keep doing what they're doing, right? Like that, you kind of said that, you know, RRQ was, you know, controlling a little bit of the first match, but I think, you know, Fireflux was doing a good job at fighting back and, you know, just slinging punches as well, you know? So I think Fireflux could just keep what they're doing. If there's an assassin hero into play, keep up the harassment, maybe fight mobility. Again, Bennett, there was just so many options that could have been a factor and could have been played that it's really hard to ultimately break it down, just because it was just such a clutch game there by both sides. Both drafts were definitely grand finals worthy, you know, even though it's the third place.
I mean, so with that being said, I know in the beginning you felt like RQ was the favorite. Who do you got on game number 3?
I still think RRQ would be the favorite, and it looks like they're not first pick this time around. I don't know if it's something they get to decide, but it looks like they are second pick again. So
I know in a lot of internationals, the loser gets to pick a lot of the time.
To decide.
I don't know if it's I don't know the exact format on this.
It's been a little
we
while,
do normally see them switch, but I think so. Either every team has been favoring blue, and that's why they've been switching nonstop.
Yeah.
Or maybe it has been loser picks, and this time RQ is like, no, we want second pick. They do ban out the Guinevere.
The
they're
Claude?
banning pretty quick.
Okay.
Hopefully this is
going to be a whole different game.
We're going to play it real. Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be a whole different game this time around. I mean, the Matilda is still available. They still have the Arlot, the Ruby. So, again, one of those are probably going to be sneaking through the go here. So, we might see maybe they bait the Matilda out for Fireflux, force them into that first pick, so then they could utilize something a little bit different on the RRQ comp, or they could vice versa. You never know. I mean, they could be banning out the Lilia instead. I mean, they definitely didn't like that on the field, and it was such a great counter to the Nana. But Fireflux going for the Joy ban. We've been seeing the Joy ban quite a bit. We didn't see it in the first match, but definitely the second and now the third. And this is match point.
Yeah, I mean, everything's on the line here. I think it's 120 grand on the line right here. So even though it's just a third place match, quote unquote, it's still a big thing for both of these teams, especially a team like Fireflux, who hasn't, has never gotten this far in an international event. Even in previous years, they've gone from top 8 to top 5, things like that, but never been able to really push the limits, and that's where they're at right now. RQ is not going to ban out the Ruby this time as their third ban. Opted for that Gwynny and still keeping the Matilda and Barat, so Apex 47 going to quickly yoink that up. RQ Hoshi now, quick to response. Last time, what was their last first 2 picks? It was the Nana and the Minotaur. They could honestly still go for something like that. I think it could fit here.
Yeah. I mean, they pick up the minnow quite a bit. Maybe, again, the R lot is still on the field, so I'm not quite sure how comfortable they are with utilizing the R lot, but could be a good thing. Picking up the Nate, and I did feel like that they need to load Skylar up first because he just seemed like he was having a little bit of a difficult time. There's the R lot, so I like it. I like this is a very tactical approach. Again, has the sustainability to work with, depending on if because it's flex hero too. It could either go roam or it could go EXP. So, I mean, and it is in Banana's hands, but could still be swapped around. So I feel like that's something we got to keep on our mind.
Yeah, it's definitely possible it could be a roam. It's definitely possible it could be an EXP. And we know RQ Hoshi thinks very highly of this R lot. They've banned it the past 2 games. And it's been a solid pick so far in games of future. And with the range that it has with the final slash, you can kind of displace this Ruby if you need to, right? Without getting close. And a lot of heroes have trouble with that, right? A lot of heroes have trouble getting CC onto Ruby because Ruby's so good at just stopping that. But Tienzi gonna pick up the Nolan here. So we're looking at early game aggression from Tienzi. Tienzi, we saw it last time on the Gwenny, but this time you're not going to build tanky on a Nolan. You're going to commit from beginning of the game to the very end.
And I feel like you need an assassin type hero like that to be able to possibly catch Skylar, right? And again, we could be seeing some type of EXP being picked up maybe by Fireflex. Could be a CC. Again, RRQ could flex this R lot into the roam slot and pick up CC to be able to have that front line. I do feel like they need to build that front line for the Nathan. And that's why Sunshine picked up the carry, right? Right away, the Phoveus, though.
Oh.
Is that
insta pick?
Mid lane EXP? I mean,
mid lane EXP, anywhere. Roam, wherever you want to put him, wherever you want. I think he could actually. You might want to. I mean, I think roam or mid might actually be pretty viable, just because you really want him to be on Tienzi as soon as possible. You want him to be involved as soon as possible. The only problem is if you put him in mid and you put him up against Rosa with something that's going to have insane wave clear, could be dangerous. EXP lane might be the best slot for him, but either way, I mean, they have. So R-Lot roam, Phoveus, EXP, either one. Get real crazy, R-Lot roam, Phoveus mid. Just
oh God. That's a wild.
They have the magic damage. They have the magic damage with the Natan in the gold lane. So really, not picking up an insane burst mage, even a big loss.
Yeah, I mean, they could either, again, go Aurora, or they could go Vexana. So could Fireflux, though. I mean, both of those options are still available for both sides. They do need a little bit of crowd control on the side of Fireflux because the Ruby's there, but I feel like it's like slight displacement and slow instead of full CC. Though the I'm Offended can definitely be utilized to catch maybe some of the team of RRQ, but again, they're going to be sustainable. RRQ is looking to sustain in fights, and I feel like that's what they need, and they were lacking in some of these other team fights that Fireflux was coming with.
The last time Fireflux picked up this Nolan, they had a very similar enemy. They went up against Burn X Flash. They went up against the Phoveus. They picked up the X-Borg, which is a good answer to the Phoveus, especially if it ends up being EXP lane versus EXP lane, because X-Borg just chips. He never has to dash. He constantly just moves and kites. And it's just a solid answer overall, especially if RQ Hoshi decide to go on something bulkier in the jungle here. So that's definitely something we could be seeing from the side of Fireflux here. With Vexana banned out now, we still need mage. You said it earlier, Roar is still open. Other than that, man, we're running out of ideas for mid lane. I think RQ Hoshi might have to put Phoveus on mid at this point. Oh my God, I was right. Wait. Roam Arlot.
Mid Phoveus.
Mid Phoveus, or maybe it's gonna be jungle Phoveus.
Could. I mean, that's
Could be
wild.
Jungle Fove or Jungle Natan. I have no clue.
It could be Jungle anything.
Spicy. They're all over the place right now. You got 3 fighters and Natan on the field right now. Jungle Fovius could happen. I just think it's kind of slow. Spicy. Fireflux needs 2 picks now. I think Xborg might be the way to go here.
Xborg? Yeah. I mean, Xborg could be a good EXP here. I mean, they could even rock the Charizla again. They just need something a little bit tankier. Again, Rosa picking up the Aurora. I mean, that's CC that they needed, right? Like, paired that with the Ruby, and then
Ruby EXP.
they go, yeah, so great flex. I like that. You were saying this on previous games. Be available to flex that Ruby if need be. So baiting the Tigreal until the end. Wow.
Because here's the thing, where did they lose last time when they picked up the Benedetta? The problem was that when Ruby was the roam for Fireflux, Ruby was not able to peel or protect Sunshine or Rosa. This time, Alien's going to be able to hold Apex 47 is going to be able to hold the front line with that Tig, and Ruby can kind of play the mid of her team a bit more, kind of rotate from the front line to the back line and be able to stop them. But they're 4 fighters. They finally locked in a Martis for the side of RQ. This looks like a Knights of Fate from like NACT. This looks like a Knights of Fate composition from NACT like last season or 2 seasons ago. 4 fighters and a marksman. RRQ risking it all at match point. Definitely not the most down-to-earth composition. They do have counters. They do have answers. But is this, this abnormal draft going to really work? Is it going to be glued enough together enough?
I would hope, and I feel like this is what we're going to have to figure out coming into this match. Again, I think it's another wild draft by RRQ and a little bit more of a straightforward one by Fireflux. So, again, do they get out draft because of this wild pick? Maybe meta setters. I mean, 4 fighters is quite wild into this comp. Again, Fireflux, I mean, they're looking good from my opinion, and I kind of was rocking the RQ, but I think right now I'm going to go back to textbook and I'm going to just say Fireflux is kind of winning this one right now.
Fireflux's draft is definitely the more normality, right? It's textbook. Yeah. It's simple. We did not get crazy for match point. We did not get crazy for 120 grand. RQ, I think RQ, all right, if they want to do this, we're going to have to try to beat them down with something a little bit different. They do have rotation. They do have the surprise factor here. They have aggression. You have the Benedetta to be able to get to the back line. You have a lot of answers. The question is are those answers going to mesh well together? There's a reason why you have a mage. There's a reason why you have a marksman. There's a reason why you have a roam and all of these different heroes meant for their roles. But RQ trying to break the boundary, and that was a new entrance to the Land of Dawn there. We haven't seen that one yet. Coming in from the top of the chessboard, RQ up against Fireflux Esports. One match to rule them all, and Brusco all ready to get an aggressive.
Ooh, did he get it or not? Apex, though, also with the aggression.
Ooh. Gonna walk right into Brusco there. Brusco able to get the first blood.
That's huge. That's huge. Now, kind of breaking some things down. We see the Arlots on the roam. Fovius is in the mid. And, I mean, again, could be a good play here. I feel like RQ, what they really need to do is do what they're doing right now. Just keep the harass up. Harass TNZ. Do exactly what Fireflux did to you, RQ. Now, the side of Fireflux, they got to keep RQ at bay at this point. They have the mobility. They have the Martis. So RQ's looking for that early game, the snowball. So Fireflux, if they can stop that, keep them at bay, I think that's their win conditions here in the early stage.
I do want to say that when it comes to first turtle, RRQ might have the advantage here. With so many fighters, fighters are going to kind of have a nice early game punch. They're going to have a nice early game spike. You have the smartest. You have plenty of CC on the side of RRQ. Fireflux might want to fight elsewhere unless TNZ wants to go for kind of a cheeky steal here. Rosa still hasn't hit level 4 yet. May not have it for the first turtle.
Yeah. The biggest thing that I am seeing here is we have a lot of purifies picked up by RRQ, right? So they're looking to get out of Rosa's sets. They're looking to get out of Apex's sets. Same with Alien. I mean, there's just so many opportunities that they could get caught. RRQ looking to take this first turtle, though. Able to secure it with no problem. Apex in trouble.
TNZ doesn't even go for it. Knows that it's, nope, we're not even going to try that. They got 4 big boys sitting around the turtle right now. Yeah, and I think it's a smart play. I think Fireflux needs to focus on the off lanes right now.
Ooh.
Wait a second. Apex 47 get in trouble once again, and Skylar flickers in, picks up the kill there. Right back to base. How did he do that? The man is a mad Cole. Ends up in gold lane in a matter of seconds, but comes in just quick enough to find that kill.
Rosa's reaction speed is just too much. Flickering out of that, being able to dodge 2 of RRQ is huge. Again, I think they do need to put some pressure onto Rosa. I like the lane clear. TNZ able to steal the lethal wander there. That's huge. Again, we need to see the scaling by Erad. So next turtle might be falling into there. Skylar, I think he's doing pretty well in his lane, right? He's already 1-0-0. He's got a little bit of an advantage on Sunshine, but again, that goes to show that the carry is that late game hero in the marksman lane. So we're looking at early stage snowballing by RRQ and a little bit of a late game for Fireflux. I feel like that's what they're going to be aiming for.
Yeah, Fireflux needs to find some momentum, though. I think if Skylar is able to just farm freely here, then a ton is going to be a problem. This is like funneling at its best. It's like old school fighter off lane. You know, they're just going to pocket around Skylar here. You're going to have 4 fighters sitting around Skylar as he sits in the middle of this team, just causing mayhem, and Fireflux is going to have trouble finding a way to break through. Apex 47 able to land the implosion and get the knock up onto Arad and Brusco. Rosa looking for the Glacier, able to get the freeze on Brusco, and TNZ picks up the kill, but now Apex in trouble. Target locked from Octa with the demonic force, able to find Apex 47 there. Another turtle should go over the side of RRQ, but Alien doesn't want to let it happen. TNZ also making his way in with the dash, looking for the damage. A nice stun, and TNZ able to find it. Now TNZ on to the next target. RQ forced to back off.
This is the aggression that we needed to see from Fireflux, right? Like, you were looking for it, and they wanted still more.
Whoa! Erad able to just get away, but TNZ takes the purple. That's what I like to see from Fireflux. Like you said, finally answering back and evening the gold.
All I can say is that Fireflux, they always seem to somehow gain control over the jungle and keep them at bay. Kind of looking at some items, we see penetration being picked up by Rosa, so going to be dealing a decent bit of damage here. We also do see TNZ picking up the Blade of Hep there, and that is the early game pressure, but look at this!
The pushback from Apex 47. Brusco in trouble, gonna get taken out. Sunshine picking up the kill. Now matching Skylar 1-0-1. Fireflux finding momentum at 5 minutes. Everyone's got their first items locked in, and that's when they knew they could strike.
I'm so surprised that they didn't attempt to engage in that, but hey, again, just take it slow is what it seems like RRQ's plan, even though I feel like they need to maybe engage a little bit more and take some riskier plays here. They do have a Martis on their hands, so we'll see. It might be all up to Skylar at this point.
Ooh, you can tell Apex is searching right now. He's hunting for that implosion. He's protecting Sunshine here. He knows what RQ's trying to do. Sunshine playing it safe as well. I think Fireflux knows this. As long as we don't fall really behind here, we're kind of winning. Because eventually this 4-man fighter comp could fall off. Rosa in a little bit of trouble though. Rad gonna be able to pick up the kill there. One more hit. No! Rosa gets away. Apex saves the day. Octa gonna move on to him, and even if he goes down, but no, Arad still finds it. 2 kills, a double for Arad. Tienzi should be able to get him as well. Coming back, but now Tienzi in trouble. Brusco and Banana on the hunt, but Tienzi gets back to base safely. Speedy Light Wheel comes out from Sunshine. Banana gonna be able to walk out of the jungle safely, but RQ Hoshi crack the mid-tier 3.
They crack that and the bottom tier, so they took two turrets and were able to secure 2 kills there. They did lose 1 on their side, so I think that's a win on their part. Taking out that mid turret, and look, they're already engaging onto the blue buff onto TNZ, while also the turtle is here. My guess is that looks like Skylar was able to take that blue buff. So again, neutral objective securing on RRQ side is just insane right now.
Ooh, Rad able to get the turtle.
There it is.
Brusco, though, dashes in. The rest of RQ trying to enclose onto him. Alien in trouble as well, dashing away the Onic Force, keeps on finding him. Another shot. Octa looking for one more. RQ Hoshi, though, decides to back off, not going to overcommit. They got the turtle, putting on more pressure, and able to secure it.
I thought Sunshine was maybe going to have a little bit of a flank play, but
Ooh.
Skylar!
Tienzi finally catches him lacking in the bot lane. Brusco gonna try to come in. Tienzi might be lacking himself here. Octa wants to lock on. Tienzi scared to use a dash. Octa doesn't have the demonic force, though. Tienzi knows it now. He knows he's going to be able to get away safely. Alien here to help out. Rosa coming in, but up at the top side. Sunshine finds Banana. Brusco going to get frozen. Alien causing some mayhem. But here comes Arad. It's a slugfest, boys and girls, and they're ready to fight, put on a show for us. Alien taking a little bit of damage. Octa with the demonic force. Apex waiting, sidestep, step, looking for a possible strike here, but Alien going to go down. Apex 47 doesn't have the implosion to fight there.
I mean, this is just blows by blows from both sides at this point. Right now, Fireflux definitely fighting back, taking picks where they can. If RQ really needs to focus on Sunshine at this point, like the scaling on the carry is going to be dangerous paired with Apex. Apex is just coming clutch. And so is Alien. To be honest, like TNZ has been able to escape situations that he normally shouldn't be able to. The final slash by Brusco going wide sometimes. So again, these little mistakes are playing into Fireflux's favor.
Most definitely. I mean, Fireflux, yeah, and as long as RQ is not extremely ahead of them, I still feel like Fireflux has the better late game here. They have answers to RQ just like RQ's answers to them. And the thing about RQ's composition here is with all of these fighters, with the way that Skylar kind of wants to play, RQ Hoshi is going to be forced to kind of group up here and there. And that's going to give advantage to Apex 47. It's going to advantage. Oh my God!
Oh.
TNZ! Time after time, he's pulling a banana right now, hanging out on the backside. It's okay if he goes down, but he wants to sidestep. He goes down to the decimation. Arad able to pick up the kill with no retribution. That could be bad for Fireflux, though. Lord is still on the map. The rest of Fireflux gonna have to pick up the pieces that Tienzi left for them. Sunshine able to get some huge freeze and outplays. Gets the play. Oh. 3 members down on the side of RQ Hoshi. Arad now going up against Alien, but he's not going to be able to get away. Rosa comes in and takes him out. That's 4 down for RQ. Skylar finally back on the map, but Fireflux taking control.
Fireflux is looking just like AP Bren at this point. Every time the first Lord's coming up, they're just gaining so much ground. And being able to secure this first Lord and taking 4 of RQ is going to be troublesome for RQ. Again, you got to give it up to Apex. Apex paired with Rosa with that Frigid Glacier and the implosion was just too much for RQ to take.
The Ultra instinct is real right now for Rosa. Brusco now in trouble as well. Rosa put another kill into the pocket. Fireflux relentlessly advancing right now. Not looking to give RQ any time to breathe.
Yeah, this is rough. RQ really needed that snowball early on to be able to scale. Again, Octa doesn't have a death. It's kind of looking like just like last match. Octa's going to have to start popping off as well. TNZ just keeps finding Skylar. So I feel like if RQ wants to stay in this game, Skylar is going to have to stop getting caught by TNZ.
Yeah, but Fireflux, man, they're going to take all tier 2s. Lord won't get the crash, but we're looking very similar to game number 2. Fireflux breaks it down to nothing but inhibitors on the first Lord. RQ Hoshi, man. Whew. It's like, who do they even go for? Because they got to worry about TNZ. They got to worry about Sunshine now. They have to worry about Rosa. It's a tough call, and they have the players that can kind of pick people off, but if they split up too much, they get taken down. And if they group up too much, they have to worry about the implosion and the I'm offended and the glacier.
Yeah, right now I feel like RQ really just needs to. They have the Benedetta. I like what their approach is now. Do some split pushing. Where's that tactical, positioning that we seen from Banana in the first game? I feel like with that, with baiting out utility from Fireflux before full frontal engages, RQ could turn this around, but they have to do that. They keep running into every ultimate that Fireflux has face first and they just think they're not going to have any repercussions.
Yeah, I will say this is the difference. One of the differences between the time that we saw Banana able to do that was exactly what we said when we saw the draft is this time they have the Tigreal on Apex 47 and they have Alien in the back line and they have Rosa also kind of protecting Sunshine here. So it's very tough for Banana to find any kind of angle here. This time, Fireflux are the hunters, man. I think they just have that card. Banana's not going to be able to do what he did last time.
I feel like the communication right now from Fireflux, they've kind of read the map at this point. They know that Banana's just kind of, they don't know where he's at, but they have an anticipation that he's in this bush, and Apex is watching it with a passion, and they found it. This is going to be a little tough situation here. Do they go for it? Conceal play.
The conceal play comes in. But not today, Banana. Not today. Taken out. That's going to be a big advantage for this Lord. But RQ isn't going to let it stop him. Alien, TNZ, Sunshine chipping away as Alien tries to zone out a Rad. Just keep him backed up. Fireflux going to change pace. TNZ moving position. Taking a lock onto the purple buff. Back to Lord now. Waiting for the rest of the team to come in. A nice reset to buy the team some time so that they can make it a 5v4. Look at the damage on off to Sunshine. Speedy light wheel. Deletes him down. Skylar force the entropy back instead of forward. RQ got to go running back to the bases. Fireflux takes another Lord.
Man, the passion that they've had from last game, bringing it into this game, RQ definitely seems to be down in the dumps, and Fireflux are just, they are roaring and ready and on fire at this point. Another Lord going to be barreling down RQ's lane. Kind of taking a look at some of the items again. I mean, Nathan's almost online, but Sunshine is just overall controlling the damage at this point, fully built for this next Lord push. I think RQ, they can defend it. All of them are alive. They still have all of their tier 3s, but again, this is going to be an enhanced Lord. It will crash into a tower, and the base will be broken open, and Fireflux looking to take as much as they possibly can here, Trex.
All right, let's see how they do this. Lord going to be a little delayed on the bot side as Fireflux pushes in on the mid and top. Waiting for that connection. Fireflux going to continue to chip things away. RQ Hoshi position themselves behind the bottom inhibitor. They're going to try to chip down the Lord. Lord's taking a step backward, forced to go after that minion. A slight mishap. Not able to get the full push in. Skylar able to melt it down. Fireflux have broken one. Look at for Alien coming around the backside for the I'm offended. Rad goes down. The Glacier falls onto 2. Fireflux looking for more damage. Rosa does fall though as Fireflux continues to look for more members. Brusco gonna be the next one. Skylar keeping a nice range and doing good chip damage, keeping Fireflux out of the base. It's a 2-for-1 plus an inhibitor over to the side of Fireflux.
Fireflux once again coming out on top. A lot of like immortalities were baited out of Fireflux, so RQ possibly looking for some type of an advantage. I like it. I mean, they're attempting to maybe make a play on the left lane. Again, I mean, they're having a tough time here. If they're able to shut down Sunshine and maybe keep TNZ at bay, that could be their win conditions, but you can already see he's feeling out the zone. RQ pushed back against the wall. Will they become the predator or will they become the prey?
Definitely the question on all of our minds. With the 8,000 gold lead, it's going to be very, very tough for RQ to withstand this. They had a composition that kind of needed to snowball, that in my eyes would eventually fall off. I felt like RQ might have had the early game, and then eventually there would be this tipping scale by not having a huge bursting mage, by not having, you know, a bursty jungle or even actually a utility jungle. Because the thing about Artis is it's utility and it has this great early game snowball effect, but it is not super viable at 20, 21, 22 minutes in. And that's the territory we're getting to right now. And Fireflux has already reached the point that they need to.
Sunshine.
Conceal play though.
No!
Rad Octa not able to find anything. Sunshine able to sidestep and get away. All RQ is able to do is reset the Lord of Tienzi. Gets the I'm offended onto Brusco there. RQ still holding the distance. They are bulky enough to take some shots to the face. Does look like they're gonna send Banana back to the bottom lane, clear the wave. RQ not giving up just yet. I think they know this is their chance. Arad has to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. Has to do something crazy if they want to survive.
Yeah, and they know that they're not going to engage here. TNZ now stacking up the red and the purple. They've just baited out a decent amount from RRQ Hoshi. They just don't have the conceal play. Skylar's ultimate's down. And again, I mean, just a little bit of this bait is what they need. Apex is just so good at finding everyone. He just can read the map so well against RRQ.
And keep our eyes on TNZ as well, hiding out in this bush. He's going to go clear the waves. Banana finally looking for a position into the backside. No eyes on Banana just yet. Going to come down to, does RQ even want to really, I feel like you mentioned earlier, they need to try to find an angle, and they're just coming at Fireflux head on. Maybe looking for a bait, maybe looking for someone to overstep, but Fireflux is not taking that risk. They're not taking that step at all. They're going to start chunking in onto this Lord now. Rad still kind of playing the fiddle here. Back and forth. Fireflux not fully committing either. We're about 2 minutes in onto this Lord dance. Alien finally gets a lock on onto Arad. Arad still able to back up. Back and forth they go, G.
Yeah, they're burning the Lord now. Keep them at bay. Can Erad get in there? They can't.
No.
A conceal play.
Oh, but Bruce going to the backside with a final slash. A huge implosion, though, onto two members. Sunshine taking a lot of damage. Banana trying to lock on, and in comes Octa. Pops that immortality onto Sunshine. Still looking for a finish. Skylar flickers in and finds the kill. RQ finally doing something major here. Find a kill. Arad, though, taking a little bit too much. Fireflux response by finding the jungler from RQ Hoshi. RQ back to base now. It's 4 against 4. They lost the Lord, they find Sunshine, and they lose Arad. Do you think it's a good trade for RRQ?
I mean, I think so, right? This is a little bit of the breathing room they needed. I mean, 21 seconds until Sunshine comes back. Again, not having your marksman for a Lord push is going to be rough. They have TNZ, so they still have damage, but I think they're lacking just a little bit, and I think RQ can breathe once again.
TNZ in trouble. TNZ in trouble. Demonic Force locked on. They're trying to slow him down.
Ooh.
The sidestep. TNZ with the flare, the flicker, the dash, the moves and the grooves. Octa, not today, sir. But RQ does do that perfectly. We still got to give it to him. They're able to melt down the Lord and survive another one, and the freeze comes on to Octa. Shut down for Sunshine. I love it. This is what we came here for. It's match point still, and you can't tell exactly who's going to win.
TNZ was dancing on Octa right there. That was such a good play by TNZ, able to dodge every single play.
Whoa.
But another one happening.
Alien comes in with a big I'm offended on Brusco. Apex 47 taking a bit too much damage. The Glacier comes down, the freeze, the frozen, eradicated. Now Apex 47 goes down. Skylar able to unload. A big suppression on TNZ. TNZ still on the map, but Skylar finally finds him. Skylar goes down. No, Skylar's still up. Brusco drops 3 for 2. Alien melted down. The damage from Skylar is finally there. We're 21 minutes in, and Fireflux finally has to be careful about how they intrude on RRQ's base.
Man, this is definitely a do or die situation for both teams. Match point, kind of look at some of these plays that happened here. We've seen Brewski go into the back line. Immortality popped, but does fall to Alien. And we see that Skylar with the triple kill, able to take out all 3 of Fireflux to secure that triple kill. Huge for RRQ. Again, they were able to properly defend that Lord, take quite a bit from Fireflux, and now have that late game control. Even though Octa was, I feel like the play that Octa did was kind of just to give RRQ more breathing room, right? Again, I like it. TNZ wasn't able to, push the Lord. Now RRQ looking to take the Lord.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time at Apex with the conceal play, looking for a Rad here, just trying to zone him back. He gets the implosion. Damage still not there. TNZ in trouble. Brusco's locked onto him. Petrify onto Sunshine. Sunshine forced to run away. Banana might be able to catch him here. Eye for an eye. Sunshine back and forth, looking for the outplay here. Banana goes down, still has the immortality. RQ forced to go back to base because minions are closing in. Alien look the lockdown onto Brusco here. Brusco looking for the outplay himself. The man is gone though. Alien finds the kill. 2 members of RQ Hoshi down. Fireflux could take a free Lord.
Yeah, great play by the Sentry there. Definitely shows quite a bit of Fireflux out. Oh no!
Nice freeze, lands onto a Rat. If they get a Rat out here, that's it. Immortality pops.
Jeez.
1 more hit and no retribution for the side of RRQ. It's a 60-second death counter. We're 23 minutes in where every second counts. But Skylar finds Rosa. The damage from Skylar right now, he is their only hope. Can they defend 1 more Lord push? Can they turn the tables?
I mean, they definitely need Rosa at this point, and you can kind of see they're baiting the Lord, trying to allow the time to tick down onto Rosa. They need a full team push to go here. I still don't know if Rosa is going to be there. I think they were waiting for that wave, the wave of minions to come out, so the Lord didn't come out with the minions, and that does give them a little bit of time. If they're able to hold this out, this could be the final push. RQ looking to hold on. This is such a tough play. We got to say that Skylar definitely has the damage. No boots are available. Sold everything there. So as well as on Sunshine. Whoo! RQ. Yep. Are you going to become the Predator?
We'll see. Can the King of Kings take down Fireflux here? Fireflux looking to make a name for themselves, continuing to build the hype around Turkey. But look at the melting onto Skylar there. Are we going to go another Lord? Alien getting chipped away. Fireflux cannot enter the house of RRQ right now. They're going to need to find a play elsewhere. The chokehold is too much to deal with. The damage of Skylar is unleashed right now. Fireflux backing off.
I mean, this is kind of leading into RRQ's position. I do like the play that Fireflux is trying to do. Get RRQ out of the base. We need to make plays, and mortalities are there. You have 3 of them picked up by Fireflux. They just need 1 key play. If they're able to capture Skylar, that is going to be the fall of RRQ. But man, what a defense that they are playing, and I am offended not able to utilize. The retry comes out onto Alien, but again, just not enough. They're trying to get something here.
Yeah, they want Irad, man. Irad has to be more careful. If he gets taken out, they need that retribution, right? And Irad has a wonderful retribution. As long as he can gain position, he can compete for the 50-50, right? He can definitely compete for it and come out on top of it a lot. The problem is he hasn't been able to step into the Lord pit. But now we're at a point where RQ Hoshi has scaled. I'll swallow my words because right now they have a decent late game. It's still tough for them, though, to find the right positions. And if Irad gets caught off, they're not going to be able to compete for Lords.
It is true. And I feel like and it's kind of hard for RRQ right now to make a backdoor play, right? Just because the turrets are there, but if they're able to get a team wipe, I feel like that could be a play, right? The turrets won't even matter this far into the game. We're looking at somewhere around like 70-second death penalties. So that is why so many immortalities are being picked up by both sides. And I feel like they're trying to bait it out so that they all have immortalities. Rosa picking up rapid boots, by the way. Keep an eye on that. They want to be quick. They want to be able to rotate. I feel like they're just there to CC at this point because they're going to allow Sunshine to scale here. TNZ kind of controlling a little bit of the right of the map. Now, the biggest thing that RRQ is facing is that the minions are just so much stronger for Fire Flux, and that just goes to show that having all of your inhibitors down is a tough play, a tough thing to deal with.
Oh, Rad's about to walk into Apex. That's a lot of damage.
Oh,
no, not like this.
Oh, God.
Immortality drops. Arad will not be able to escape this one. Wait, maybe he will. He's back into it. One more hit. No, Alien finds him. Brusco going to be the next to drop. Does still have an immortality up. Able to back up Skylar. Looking for an escape here. They're trying to collapse onto him. Fireflux looking for the next target. Octa drops next. RQ Hoshi losing members by the second. Immortality pops for Banana. Fireflux now finally on top of this game. Skylar's still up though. There's still damage to be reckoned with. Can he make the miracle play here? Fireflux looking to claim a victory here. They moved on to the base, and that is it. A new era for Turkey. A new team on top of the pendulum. Fireflux looking to make a name for themselves, and today they have done it.
Turkey, man, what a game. They showed that they've come to play, taking out Blacklist International and now taking out RRQ. That is a region you don't want to just throw under the bus. They are here to fight. Again, able to secure that third place spot, but what a battle it was.
You know, it's kind of bittersweet, right? We take a look at Rosa and the team members. I mean, they have to be happy to win, but also there's still the salt of yesterday's loss in their veins right now. You know, it's like, yeah, we got third place, but we wanted more from that. It just shows how hungry this team is to be a champion, but still a third place win at an international event with some of the greatest teams in the world is huge for Fireflux. I don't think we can take anything away from them here. They have slowly gone up and up and up on the tier list, earning respect from everyone around.
Yeah, and again, it was such a well-played match. RRQ not wanting to give up. There could have been moments where the tide was definitely turned into their favor, but Fireflux just pushing a high-tier team back against the wall non-stop. Again, I felt like their draft, their overall plays are very textbook, and it goes to show that if you remember the foundations, you'll be able to win. And Fireflux just, whew, third place, but hey, you came to fight in a huge tournament, the Phygital Games of the future. Wow.
Great game. Let's take a look at these highlights though, G. Take us through them.
Yeah, I mean, just in the early stages, I mean, we're already at the 9-minute mark highlights, and the implosions were just coming out. Paired with Rosa. Rosa just was, man, you just couldn't stop Rosa at this point. Paired with Sunshine as well. You can kind of see the conceal plays. They were not allowing Banana to do what they did in the first match, and they've come to fight. We can kind of see Fireflux just sieging RRQ left and right, taking lives as much as they could. The micro plays by Fireflux came out on top. RRQ, they did clap back a little bit though. Fireflux, again, they just had towers and positioning that was key for them. And RRQ just kept frontal facing and taking everything Fireflux had to the face, and I felt like that was a little bit of a rough play for him, and Fireflux just kept the pressure up.
And this was a moment that Skylar finally kind of came online here. This is when a little bit of fear came into the blood of Fireflux. Skylar was able to bide enough time and almost take control of this game again. But I think the real people we got to keep our eyes on here for Fireflux is Alien and Apex 47. Just did such a great job stopping all the dives from RQ, completely protecting Sunshine and Rosa, able to let them do what they needed to do. Anytime Brusco, anytime Banana, anytime anyone, anywhere tried to get to the back line, Apex and Alien were there to slow them down, to push them out of the way, to stall for just enough time. And this was the final nail in the coffin here. Fireflux catches a rad first, and then the rest of RQ falls one by one.
Yeah, and again, Fireflux, they're third place, but they are so happy. Like, this is an achievement, right? Like, you weren't able to get first, you weren't able to get second, but you were essentially the dark horse in the digital games of the future, and you've shown that you came here with the fire and the passion to take out top teams in the C region, in the international stage, and it is good to see Sunshine shining once again into the third match point here. 818, 21% damage. We've constantly said that the carry was a rough play, but in the hands of the right person and scaling like Fireflux did, they've come out on the top.
Yep, even Sunshine shines on a carry every other day. I mean, definitely just did well here. Overall, an amazing play. MVP for Sunshine there, 8-1-8. The whole team, I feel like this is a game where everyone on Fireflux did their job, and it was the same thing on game 2. When Fireflux gets that momentum, when they're able to all work together and everyone kind of achieve their major role on the team, they play so well. And RQ takes the risk in game number 3, putting together a composition that was pretty questionable overall, and ended up the Fireflux gets the win because of it.
Man, I feel like RQ took 2 risks. I mean, that was a lot of fighters. The Fanny was a slight risk. And I mean, Fireflux just, they made RQ make mistakes, and they just took advantage of it. And 2-1, Fireflux taking third place. This was huge for them. And I mean, kind of taking a look at some of the stats here, 13 kills versus 25, 56 assists. And look at the goal difference. My God.
Monstrous. And one last matchup between Skylar and Rosa. 5 to 6 kills, 3 to 2 deaths. Assists, though. Assists by Rosa, 16. And though Skylar was eventually able to output the gold, like get enough gold in to really just fuel himself, it was far a little too late, not enough for the side of RQ. So Fireflux will be our third place holders for the games of future. And the series did not disappoint at all. It went the whole way. The farther and farther we've got into this bracket, the games have got more and more exciting. And I mean, if that's just any kind of a foretell of what's to come, then we are gonna have one hell of a grand finals.
Everybody is definitely waiting for the grand finals. And I mean, it's the grand finals of the digital games, but it's also a rematch in the making. This is definitely going to be insane. We'll toss you guys to a video here. This is a really cool background, though. We'll see you guys in a second.
Выгрызли себе эту победу.
Первая карта достается коллективу Onic. 17-0. 17-0.
since like 4 years since I joined to Onic, and we built our team together with my friends.
I worked really hard to play so I could fulfill one of my dreams to entering pro scene of MLBB.
My team strength is discipline, trust, and aggression.
Our greatest strength as a team is our chemistry and our bonding.
In playoff stage, we just have one life. There is no low bracket. It's the hardest part.
The hardest thing for us is adjusting in the weather and food. And every match is an obstacle for us.
Брен очень синергичны и очень понимают, куда им двигаться и что им делать по карте.
Оник с своей стороны, да, посмотрели, методично начали захватывать пространство.
И тут уже без шансов, ребят. И тут уже, конечно, Ират подставился конкретно. И AP Bren сделали все очень-очень грамотно.
Our only enemy is ourselves.
Оники проходят гранд-финал.
Это повторение гранд-финала чемпионата мира. Две топовые команды подтверждают свой статус на нашем крупнейшем турнире.
We never split up and we just keep on improving. That's why we are here now. Good luck and have fun at the grand finals.
All right, after an amazing third place match, we are back. If you're just joining in, my name's Trex, and this is G the Ico. We're here awaiting the grand finals of Phygital Games of Future Mobile Legends. We're gonna have AP Bren going up against Onic. Now, both of these teams have had quite the journey, and we can take it all the way back to M5, where they win a full 7 games with AP Bren taking the final game and taking the World Championship. But it seems fate would have something in plans, because here they are again at the largest prize pool Mobile Legends has ever seen, in the heart of Russia, in Kazan, on stage, ready to duke it out, go blow for blow. And I'm hoping that we see all 5 games. Gee, I'm just trying to lay down the groundwork. If you're new here, if you don't know who these teams are, this game is gonna be hype. Well, at least it better be hype if it's gonna meet up to everyone's expectations, G.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think it is going to be a hyped game, right? Like, this current meta that is going on is just insane. It's anybody's game. People can come back from such a deficit, and they can keep the game just held on. So, again, RQ Hoshi just faced Fireflux, and Fireflux moves on to the third place spot. And then our next game's AP Bren versus Onic. Like you were setting the stage, one of the most anticipated matches of the century here. And that is, it's going to be a revenge match, right? Like, this is the second time that they're going to be meeting once again. Can Onic take it to AP Bren? If anybody can do it, it's Onic.
And as something to kind of reminisce on, both teams have had pretty flawless runs through this bracket. They were slotted on opposite sides. AP Bren start off their run against Ho Boys with a 2-0 sweep. The only match that AP Bren has lost so far is up against RQ Hoshi, match 2, and then come back to dominate match 3, and that's where they secure themselves into the grand finals. On the lower side, Onic starts off their run against RCC, and that's where they find their only loss in the bracket. RC was a team that we have to kind of show some respect to, because they had a long run, and no one expected them to be able to get a win off Onic. But Onic still ends up getting the dub in the same fashion that AP Bren won against RQ Hoshi, then move forward to face against Fireflux, and they decimate them. And this is the team that we just saw give the works to RRQ. it's kind of a tough call to say who had some of the tougher matchups, who had some of the bigger matchups, who's really earned their slot here. Homeboys was a team a lot of us had our eyes on, and AP Bren was able to make quick work of them. Fireflux was a great team, and Onic was able to make quick work of them. I mean, this is a tough call. AP Bren, we were talking about it earlier. They're just a team that it feels like they haven't even broken a sweat yet, G.
Yeah, and again, I think if there's a team that is going to make them break a sweat, it's going to be Onic, right? Like they just have that tenacity and that grit and what it takes to face a team like AP Bren. Now, I would say like the biggest thing is that the meta has kind of shifted a bit. So there is quite the possibility that we see, again, either team. I would say it's going to be like a 50-50. We went all full 7 matches back at M5, and I can only imagine that they want to go this far again. Just for the sake that it's going to be great entertainment. And I don't know. I mean, who do you statistically? I feel like they're equal, right? Like I feel like it's a 50-50 chance. Like AP Bren, like you said, lost to RRQ, but Onic also losing to RCC. Could have been that RCC is kind of like unfamiliar, so they didn't have a lot of planning that they could have done around them. The meta was still fresh. It's the first international tournament of the year. They're still kind of getting the feel of it. Could have been, you know, the time zone difference could have got to them. Who knows? We could make up excuses for days. But statistically, I think they're about equal, and we'll go to see. I mean, we know AP Bren has that overall take on games where they essentially just they feel out the game early, and then they just flip a switch right there at the first Lord and make you make mistakes and take it, right? So I want to see what Onic is going to do to respond to that, and we'll see. What's your take on that?
I mean, AP Bren, I would have to say, statistically, numbers-wise, AP Bren is slightly the favor here. I don't think it's anything huge. I wouldn't like say it's like 80-20, 70-30. I think AP Bren sits ahead a little bit, maybe like 60-40, 55-40, mainly just because they are currently the world champions. Not to mention as well, this is the same exact team we're looking at from World Championships, to where here's kind of the wild card on Onic. There's no CW. We have Albert in the gold lane, and yes, he's done well, but there's also been some questions there, right? And yes, is it going to be the huge deciding factor? I don't want it. I mean, if Onic loses, I don't think we should all point fingers and just be like, it's Albert's fault, you know? Like, even though fans like to do crazy things, I don't think that's the case here. But I do think it is something we have to look at. Is the full synergy there? Is the team, without CW, without the 5-man that was playing together for a very long time, is Onic going to be able to compete against what AP Bren brings? There's always, I mean, I think any team going against AP Bren in this day and age, there's always the worry in my eyes that, like, this could be a sweep. Like, I don't care what, even Onic, I don't care what team you are right now. AP Bren is just that dominant. If they catch momentum and you are unable to break it, it is bad. One of the ways that Onic was really able to turn the tables certain times is they're losing and Keyboy gets a huge play, right? Like the huge implosion play that we saw in M5. Just things like that. You have to find that singular moment to break the flow of AP Bren. And if you can do that, then you can start to maybe secure some wins.
Yeah, and I feel like what you really have to do to beat AP Bren as well is just, it seems like the only time they've ever lost is when they absolutely got stampeded. So you're just going to have full control over the map. It's just going to be kind of rough, but kind of looking at how the Digital games have played out here in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, you can kind of see RRQ Hoshi versus Burmese Ghouls. RRQ taking that, moving on to AP Bren into the semifinals. Again, this is where we were speaking, right? RRQ was able to take one on the AP Bren, but they were still able to move on. And then the same thing for Onic, right? They did take a loss to RCC, which again, one of the teams that kind of just came out of nowhere and showed that they had the grit to compete into the higher levels of this tournament. But coming into the versus Fireflux, which a team we see that is very disciplined, Onic was able to 2-0 them. This is just, again, an overall feel of how the tournament's rolled out, and it's just been a great time, to be honest, for all these teams. I think this is a great learning experience for them, and it's interesting to see how the meta has just been changed from you know, the winter time.
Something that's big to talk about with AP Bren too is overall the depth of their hero pool on everybody on the map, right? If we look at their game against RQ Hoshi, there was a lot of outlander picks such as the Clint. They picked Grok in roam position against RQ. Did lose that game, but still it shows that they're willing to kind of switch things up. Their gold laner played 3 different marksmans from Beatrix to Brody to Clint up against RQ. Their EXP laner, we got Paquito, Lapu, and Xborg. They never feel locked down into one singular thing, and they always make anything work. And even when they pick some of these more outlandish picks, they don't get too crazy. They don't try to break down too many walls like what RQ did in the last game against Fireflux. They still keep it simple, but kind of, they're never scared to pick something that maybe isn't exactly meta, but still could be a counter pick.
Right. I will say one thing that's kind of sticking out to me is that they either, like, in the ban phase, and I mean, we could go a little bit more depth in this later, but they do not like Joy. They have banned out Joy every single time that they've been in a match against someone, and I mean, that just goes to show that if they let the Joy go through, they might attempt to pick the Joy. So I think that's something to kind of look forward to, is to see how they reply to that. But again, they have just grinded their way up from the group stages to the quarterfinals, controlling the semifinals. And I think it's going to ultimately come down to which teams adapt the most, right? Like, has Onic learned the meta, and the coaches have just, you know, drafted up such a plan that it could just set AP Bren off, or it could be vice versa, right? So I think it's like the things to kind of keep an eye out for, is to see if Onic, you know, if they're prepared. Are they studying as much as they possibly can? Are they coming up with strategies that could, you know, set the foundation to the grand finals?
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely a great question. I just want to, while we have time, I'm guessing we have a decent amount of time. Onic, I want to kind of match up some heroes and just some of the differences between Onic and AP Bren and some of the other teams, because as we've seen, like Arla, like there's been some of these meta picks that teams seem to always go for, but Onic and AP Bren both have a few heroes that kind of differ from the rest, whereas Boots and Flapteasy both have been rocking this Lapu in an era where we don't see a lot of teams playing the Lapu, but it just goes to show the mastery of these two players and how well they're able to get onto the back line, how well they're able to play heroes that not everyone else is running currently in a CC and Ruby meta, you know. They're still playing things like the Paquito. They're still playing some of these bursty EXP laners, and both of them are hyper aggressive. Flapteasy was the MVP for World Championships in M5, and he was kind of the game changer for AP Bren. Boots wasn't able to show up in that grand finals as much as a lot of people wanted him to, but so far in the games of future, at least in the games that I've casted and the games I've seen, he has been playing impeccably. And Onic versus RRC, when he was on the Lapu, me and you were casting that game, remember, he would just appear out of nowhere with the bravest fighter, literally be all the way on the top line. He was very proactive, he was all over the map, and I think that's gonna be critical. And if we take anything from what we saw in RQ Hoshi versus Fireflux, the EXP laners are going to play a major part in this upcoming series.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just like the grit that the EXP lanes bring nowadays, is that it feels like the team with the first EXP to be able to rotate and to be the most proactive is going to be the team that normally controls like the shifts of the battles, right? So again, AP Bren has that aggression that it takes and kind of just does unorthodox things, right? Like how the Lapu was able to roam so quick into the early. And again, I think that goes to show that AP Bren is ready. They're kind of just steamrolling through the digital games, and I think they got their mind on that money.
Got the money on the mind and the mind. How's that one go?
I think you said it about right, I would say.
Got my mind and my money and my money and my... Anyways.
Rapper Rex.
Now, there are... If we want to go a bit more, one thing we will say from both teams is, surprisingly on Kyrie, we haven't seen as many... he's really kind of shifted over to the utility side, and that's just because that's what's kind of focusing right now. If he can get his hands on the Guinevere, it's still a pretty mechanical hero. We do see some great things from it. He was able to play it twice against RCC, and those were both of the games that they won. Against Fireflux, we got to see him pick out the Nolan, also extremely dominating on that. And I think those are probably going to be big focus bans from AP Bren. The Joy, the Gwen, and the Nolan, I think it's very possible that they don't let that through. Now, if they do, you mentioned that they don't like to ban the Joy. They have let it through one time against Homeboys, and they came in with the Hilda. They came in with the Basha, with something very similar to what we saw Fireflux do against RQ Hoshi's Fanny. They came in very aggressive. So Onic's gonna have to be careful for those baiting strategies if that's what AP Bren, like if AP Bren leaves something like that open, Onic needs to kind of use some future sight and be prepared if AP Bren wants to go for something to switch it up.
True. And I was kind of looking back on how things folded out in M5, and you can definitely tell that it was either Claude or Wanwan being picked up by Onic, right? But again, we're seeing two different gold laners being taken. CW is not there anymore. It's Albert, right? So it is, and I just building off of what you said earlier, is that I think maybe that might be a decision factor, and we might possibly see the Wanwan or the Claude come out on the side of AP Brim. Ultimately, it does seem like Onic likes a little bit more of the sustainable mages versus AP Brin. So a little bit more of the peels. So I want to see, I definitely can't wait to see when they play. Looks like their match is around like 15 minutes out. So we definitely still have quite a bit of time until their match starts. And I just kind of want to know, like, what is their, what are they thinking? Like, what is your strategic approach to take down AP Bren? You got a different gold laner. Could that actually be the wild card Onic needs to, kind of throw something at AP Bren a little differently? And then I think AP Bren, I think they're just going to constantly control. I mean, they haven't sweat it so hard throughout the whole tournament. And I think if there is one team that could possibly, have that magic trick that could just, flip the whole tournament over on its head, it could be AP Bren.
Most definitely. A lot of possibilities. You mentioned what is Onic thinking to take down AP Bren? And I think honestly, like when it comes to draft, when it comes to, some of those basics, the teams are pretty well matched. I don't think there's going to be some huge draft choice. I don't think there's going to be some huge secret in the pocket precisely. Like what I think, and when we look at M5, it came down to more of decisions in games. Like the final play that was the nail in the coffin for Onic was Kyrie checking a bush and just getting taken out right before Lord, and that was it. AP Bren capitalized on that singular moment and took game number 7. And that's what I think a lot of this is going to come down to. Who makes the wrong move at the wrong time? Who makes the right move at the wrong time? And that sounds so simple. It sounds like a cop-out for me as a caster to say, but that's kind of the reality of the situation between these two teams. I think they both have great coaches behind them. They both draft very well. Even if they draft slightly different from the rest of the teams, they're still normally able to pull off those strategies, because here's the thing, when you look at the way these two teams are drafting, they have picks that are far different than the rest of the teams in this bracket. They're one of the only two teams that are playing the Clint. Onic is one of the only teams that's picked up the Wanwan. They're one of the only teams that are playing the Lapu. They're one of the, if you look at their games, like they're constantly switching things around. X-Borg, like they have a very different pool, and maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe they know a little bit more than the other teams, or maybe they're just able to pull those picks off. We looked at the win rates of heroes like Carrie and heroes like Ruby But if either of these two teams picked one of those heroes, I think they could make it work very well, right? They would show that it is still very meta, even though the other teams are whiffing with it right now.
Yeah, and that just goes to show that their hero pool is just crazy, right? And one thing that we are seeing, to be honest, kind of just going over some of these hero statistics, is that based off of the few games that just happened, we're looking, she's at 91%. Like, she is a monster. So probably going into this game, I mean, we might be seeing like a Minnow, we might be seeing Guinevere. These are just heroes that are just excelling in this current meta. Though, like we were building upon, like the Clint still is a good thing in the hands of AP Bren. The Axborg that we're not seeing too much of, but they are pulling out, is something that works for them. It works for their comp, their aggressive turret takes. AP Bren just has that capability. Now, and they're gonna have to reply to that, right? Like it's gonna come down to CC sets. There's just so much that is on the line for these two teams.
I'm also wondering who's gonna get first pick here. I'm guessing AP Bren because they're on top side of the bracket. I think that's how it's been going. Top side of the bracket gets first and then it swaps around. Because that's going to also play a major role here. I think some of the heroes that we know will most likely be on the ban list are going to be the Joy, the Nolan, the Gwen, and the Matilda. Those are like, I think, some of the definites, right? And if those things slip through, first pick and second pick are going to be crucial. We know both of these teams are willing to let things, like are willing to have an open first ban phase sometimes, like willing to let 2 or 3 of those powerhouses through and look for the trades. So that's something else I'm kind of excited for, especially teams of this caliber. You get to see some of those hot picks a lot more, especially in a best of 5 after game 1, game 2, game 3. You know, if we get to a game 4, that's when bans really start to get crazy and it becomes a bit more targety. It's like, oh, wait, maybe we don't want to let him on this Clint. Maybe we ban that out. Maybe we don't want to see Albert's Wan. Maybe we ban that out in first phase. And that's when things start to get real crazy in the draft, you know? And so hopefully we get to a game 5. It's not going to be a best of 7, so it's very possible things could get cut short, but I'm hoping we go the long haul here.
So kind of building off of that, what would be your predictions here? What do you got? Like, you know, I'll give mine. I'm gonna go with AP Bren. We'll do like ooh, I don't know. This one's a tough one. I would say probably a 3-2. I want a 3-2.
AP Bren. Okay. I'm not giving a prediction. I got too
Why
many
not?
eyes on Trex right now. You know, I'm good. No, it's a hot match. I give the old X. No curses.
X?
No, I give the old X.
Come on, you're not
no
Mirko.
curses. Nothing.
There's no Trex curse.
Hey man. Every time I show up, somehow Malaysia loses. So I don't know.
Well, Malaysia's not here, so we're safe.
Oh man, I'm staying out of this one. No, like I said, AP Bren is definitely the favorite.
Yeah.
I think they are the favorite here. Like I said, I've already kind of explained it. I think AP Bren is definitely the favorite for multiple reasons. They're the World Championships. Philippines still holds on to be the strongest region in the world, whether anyone likes to deny it or not. But today, I don't really want to talk about reasons. I want to talk about orgs. And AP Bren has been a very strong esports club. They've been a very strong organization. After a lot of times you take the beginning of the year to kind of switch up rosters, to maybe try out some new players in the MPL, things like that. But 2 huge tournaments were announced, right? You have Games of Future with $1 million prize pool, and you have MSC with a huge prize pool as well. And I think a lot of teams now kind of have to, we're locking up our rosters. We're jumping right back into boot camp. You see no breaks. We're waking up at 12 p.m. every day. We're boot camping, we're scrimming, and it's right back to work for these players, these coaches, and these organizations. And I think AP Bren must have a wonderful team behind them, behind the scenes, to keep them playing the way they are, to staying healthy the way they are, to be able to compete at this level so consistently for the past 6 months or so. I mean, even before that, a lot of people, I mean, they were the favorites in the season before last MSC, before Echo and Blacklist were able to kind of squeeze in there. A lot of people expected them to be first place that season, and they were just cut a little bit short, but they were dominating throughout the whole season. So they have been a powerhouse for well over a year now.
Yeah, and it goes to show, I mean, they have like titles and accolades that kind of set them apart from other teams, right? Like, so again, AP Bren was the first Filipino team to win both MSC and the M series. So kind of just looking at some of the statistics, they were also the first team to win 2 M titles. So that's huge. I mean, these are like things that are setting them apart from the competition. And it kind of, I don't think I wasn't in MLBB when AP Bren like was around. Like when I first got into MLBB, it was more of like Onic and Blacklist and like RQ and stuff like that. So seeing them just come out of nowhere, is it kind of because they picked up some recent players? Like what really caused them to jump up into this like top tier spot just out of nowhere, you know?
I think it just took some time. I think it took some getting back to it. You have several of them 2 times world champions, right? Who are still part of the team before and who are now back. I think everybody kind of getting back into the groove of things. And a lot of times after you win a world championships, right, the team, you see it a lot. A lot of teams kind of have a rough year after that or kind of flake off. Maybe the egos get there, maybe overconfidence, whatever you want to call it. Some of your players start getting poached from other orgs and other sports clubs. Maybe a player or two gets a little too out there and they have to drop him. Things happen, but AP Bren has always been an org still to be reckoned with, has consistently, over the past year has been a top 1, top 2 finisher. Same thing in 2023, consistently top 3 in multiple events from IESF, first place in 2023, SEA Games, Snapdragon. Just IESF again in just consecutively doing an amazing job. So I think they came back with a vengeance. It took them a little bit of time to get their gears going again, but once they've been in this groove, they haven't broke a sweat, man. They haven't stopped a second. And then we take a look at Onic, who hasn't been able to secure a world championship yet, has for the past 2 years. People have been debating them as the best team, have been like, for the past 2 years, it's been like, oh yeah, Onic's going to take this one, and then they fall short. Oh yeah, Onic's going to take this one, and then they fall short. When are they finally going to get that huge win under their belt? Yes, this is an M series, but I think winning this right here would be a huge statement for them, mainly because of just the prize size, the teams that were involved. I think whether we like it or not, Games of Future is a pretty huge event to the scale of even M series. So them winning this is definitely just speaks volumes, and I think it's a very good notch in the belt.
Yeah, and I want to see both teams succeed, ultimately, as a caster, we try to stay on everybody's side, right? Though we could definitely take some hot picks at sometimes. It's crazy. It just blows my mind because, just kind of diving into the international stage, I just remember Onic was just a menace. Kind of looking at their record, they just have first places everywhere, and then just AP Bren comes out of nowhere, becomes a titan, a monster, and forces Onic out of that first place spot. So I think this is a real grudge match right now, a real revenge match for Onic, to possibly turn things around and to re-secure that first place spot. And what better place to do it than in such a big tournament like the Games of the Future?
Definitely, I think it's going to be huge for both of these teams. the clock is whittling down right now. I think everybody's on their edge of the seats. Everybody's waiting right now. And now with I mean, just about exhausting every single talking point I have, Onic and AP Bren, you know, we're just kind of waiting for these teams to get ready and get started. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a great match. I think I'm really hoping, I don't know, there's something in my gut that kind of gives me the vibe of like, oh, this could be a sweep. Like, just for some reason, I have this bad feeling in my gut that like, that it could kind of end up being one-sided or something.
See, I like that he says it's a sweep, but who knows? But kind of taking a look at some of the rosters that we see here, everybody should know AP Bren, and it looks like we're diving into something here. AP Bren's most picks and most bans. We can see probably the most bans are probably what we want to take a look at, right? Gwen, Joy, Ruby, and Faramis, Matilda. That's what I was saying, like the Guinevere and the Joy. I can understand the Guinevere because we've just seen it perform like a king, a queen on the field, a Land of Dawn. It's crazy. So that's something, if it is slipped through the cracks, it's probably something that AP Bren's planning. So I want to see what they do here. Kind of looks like we're phasing into something as we see the minions fighting here in the animations. This is a pretty cool little Land of the Dawn. Now diving into Onic, right? And we can see that we got Albert, Keyboy, Sans, Boots, Kyrie, an absolutely loaded team that is ready to retake their crown to be the kings once again.
Definitely. I like this. Did you notice that in the stage? You see like the little names pop above the robots. I think those are chat viewers, maybe. I think those are people in the chat where like they're like showing names above the bots who are watching. We'll take a bit more looks at some of the stats, and this is what I was talking about. The Lapu and Ruby as most picks, and it just goes to show how much Onic has been favoring Boots and putting him in this position, and no other team, other than probably AP Bren, has been favoring the Lapu like this. It's just been honestly insane.
Yeah, and also I did see that names were like popping up on some of the crowds, and it'd be a little crazy. So, well, without further ado, let's jump into a little video so we can actually rest our voice for the grand finals. We'll see you guys here soon.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
All right, G, we're finally back. This time we got the real backdrop. We got the land of dawn behind us. And it's a vibe. If you guys are staying up late over in the SEA area, I hope it's going to be worth your while. This is AP Bren that's going to be going up against Onic. Now, we talked a lot about it, and these teams are finally ready. Onic will be taking the stage. We got the one, the only Key Boy in the Rome position. I like it. The confidence feeling good. And instead of CW, we've got, oh, I thought they keep throwing me off, G. Kyrie gonna be coming in as well. I'm not even gonna say Sans because this one's Albert. Albert in the gold lane. Sans, Gilad Sans in the mid lane, the Maniac, CW, who's not going to be competing. A lot of us wanted to see him, but he's not going to be showing up on the roster. Boots in the EXP, who in my opinion has just showed up to such an extent. This is Onic Esports.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Definitely an entry. Look at him. It's always lovely to see like the fans just bringing the you know, just the atmosphere. And look at this, man. Look, there's so many people there right now. And
now they're actually playing for the trophy. They actually feel good about looking at the trophy. You know? Look at Kyrie. Saying. He's like, yo, hello, Russia. Like, he's got his hands up. The fans are feeling him right now. I mean, most of the time, international events, Yeah, and that's the point. Like, most time international events have always been held in Southeast Asia for Mobile Legends, but this time we're in the heart of Russia right now, and the fans are showing up. They're giving great support. It seems like AP Bren has already taken the stage as well. The teams are going to be loading up into the draft soon. I'm hyped for it. The vibe is there. I'm excited. Now, you said you were going to give this 3-2 to AP Bren.
Yep.
Who do you think first game? How about that? Do we think it's going to be back and forth? Do we think it's going to be nail biting? Are we going to have some 30-minute games here? What's the lowdown, G? Let me see that crystal ball of yours.
The first turtle.
No betting in Mobile Legends, sir. You know the rules.
Hey, we can just guesstimate and guess. I don't know, man. We'll see. I think again, AP Bren. I have the feeling that they're here to play. Like, even though a lot of people say that Onic is going to be the team that makes them sweat, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like AP Bren is just a different team from what I've seen before. So the way they've just like steamrolled through the semifinals and the quarterfinals was just different than I've seen any other team, right? Even when we watched and cast Onic's game, it seemed like Onic was just a little bit on the back foot on sometimes, and they just didn't know how to make some of the key plays. But again, that's just, you can live and learn from those types of situations. So I'm hoping that that's the case right now. What do you think? Like, I mean, do you think, again, I mean, you're not going to give us your prediction, but I mean, I personally feel like AP Bren just is smooth right now. Uh-oh.
Yeah. I mean, if time would tell, AP Bren is known for kind of taking the first game here. I think if Onic can get game number 1, I think it's huge. Like, I think game 1 is going to be a major tone setter for this series, and game 1 could maybe even tell us the future of who's going to win it all. If Onic can come in strong and immediately put AP Bren off pace, like immediately kind of mess with AP Bren's mental and build themselves the momentum, I think it could maybe be the win for Onic overall. But both of these teams, we've seen them come back after taking a loss, after taking 2 losses. We've seen them pull themselves up out of the gutter and still secure a series. We've seen them be thousands of gold in deficit and still secure a game. So it's a tough call. Both teams are known for pushing the boundaries of Mobile Legends. Both teams have extremely star players on them. I mean, if there's any 2 teams we guessed were going to be here, it was these 2 teams.
Yeah, and the one thing that I can say is that Onic made it out to the stage first. I mean, that's kind of a win in my book already, so I like that. I mean, just the overall presence.
AP Bren was already on stage. No, AP Bren was already on stage.
Did we miss it?
We missed the walk-in.
Okay, so it's the opposite. I didn't even catch them. I didn't even catch that.
They were already out there.
Huh.
They were sitting at their chairs ready to go.
They said, we don't even need an introduction. Put us in the game.
We don't need an introduction. They know who we are. We're the World Championships, baby.
We don't even got to look at it because it's coming home with us. It is. Again, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I do think, again, I feel like Onyx definitely going to bring something to the playing field. They didn't make it this far to not show me something, right? That's how I feel it. And that's why I still give Onyx some games, you know, and who knows? I mean, they might flip the script and friggin' steamroll AP again. I think it just comes down to who has essentially learned the meta and learned how to, you know, bait the drafts. And if there's teams that can do it, that can just, you know, create that solid foundation for them to scale and to succeed, it'd be one of these teams, right? So again, I hope it's going all the way. I think at a grand finals, we always hope that, but I don't know. We'll find out. Who do you think who do you think, based, I mean, you've cast it for these teams, who do you think comes up with a better strategy?
I think, again, I think both teams will come with something. Like, I think draft, I don't know if draft is going to be the decider here exactly. I really don't. Like I said, I really don't think draft, like, I think both teams have great minds behind them. I think both teams can even have a draft that's slightly losing and pull off a win. I don't think we're going to get to a point where it's like, yo, what is this team doing? And even if they pick something crazy, I think there's a plan behind it. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into draft number 1 in a best of 5 at the Games of Future Mobile Legends Grand Finals. AP Bren up against Onic, and they are quick with it. The Joy ban and the Ruby ban from AP Bren, and the Matilda ban from Onic.
Yeah, and okay, the Phoveus ban, interesting. One thing that we just want to keep an eye out for, right, is that if AP Bren doesn't ban the Guinevere, but and Onic lets it go through, then AP Bren is trying to build the Guinevere into this current setup. So I feel like that's the biggest thing to keep an eye out for, is that in the draft or in the ban phase, AP Bren does plan out to bait. And I love that. I love that from a team. I feel like that is what we should see. And they definitely take their time on deciding. I mean, right now they could decide to ban the Guinevere and not even go for it. So there it is.
Onic
they did.
Bans the Nolan.
Yeah.
Onic bans
Possibly.
the Phoveus got changed. It's actually a Fermis ban. They changed the they changed the ban on it.
I was like, huh?
Must have. I mean, Fermis, Phoveus. I could see the mess up, right? Like, it's like you hear something. It's like they banned this. I think with the Guinevere being banned now, Onic probably goes for the Nolan band. Maybe they leave it open, and that could be the start of, we were talking about baits and everything. Definitely a possibility there. Go for something where you let them have it, and then we pick up the Hilda or something very aggressive to enter your jungle with. So yeah, a lot of things. I was actually wondering, would AP... no, the Phoveus does end up getting banned here, which is kind of funny. Is that another mess up, or was that like future sight? What's going on? AP Bren is going to lock in the Nolan immediately. Did Onic not think that, like, they ban out the Phoveus and give them the Nolan? Do they lock in the Wan up front here? I'm wondering, what's the plan here?
It could be any situation here, right? I mean, there's plenty of heroes that could be available for that. I mean, again, first pick into a Nolan. I feel like they should go some type of I was about to say like a utility, a tankier hero, because you definitely don't want to be that one person that gets one tapped by the Nolan. So, I think the Wan would be one of those heroes that would get one tapped by the Nolan. So I like it. Okay, the Navaria could, I mean, again, you're gonna definitely have to overextend to be able to meet and reach the Navaria. And then Arlott, I like Arlott as well. A very utility type hero, allows you to scale, allows you to set the team. So it gives Onic the potential to, scale and control some of the team fights. But AP Bren clapping back with the Minnow, which I like as well. They definitely picked that up a few times, and the Minnow does have a really good win rate right now.
And the Harith into the gold lane there.
Oh, God.
I mean, there's like the small possibility that it could be flexed. But still, this is what I meant, man. We're already seeing, it's such a different draft than what you would see from any other teams in the bracket. Onic gonna lock in the Fredrin here. So it looks like they are gonna go the utility route. Something to deal with the Nolan. The Phoveus was banned out, so I'm still kind of predicting maybe we see Albert on the Wan. You do have range. You do have something that can kind of still poke lanes and kind of deal with the range of the Harith, because one of the problems with the Harith is he has great poke. He has good wave clear in the early game to deal with a lot of marksmen. So that's, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, when I see the Phoveus ban, I got to think their plan was to pick something dashy here, unless they were just anticipating or testing the waters to see if AP Bren would go for the Noland. It's like, we're going to make that pick look so juicy for you. We're going to ban the Phoveus and leave Noland open. It's like, there has to be a plan here for like an idea here to either be aggressive, get into their jungle, something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, the Claude is still a viable pick as well. The Wan could definitely scale as well. But again, I feel like we could see a Claude pop up here, right? And then not only that, I mean, we've seen AP Bren pull out a Beatrix. I mean, to be honest, like the marksman route is just so flexible when it comes to AP Bren. It could just be anything, right? Right now, I think we should kind of focus on the EXP, right? Like, what could they possibly go that would be a decent EXP? And I mean, you still have the CC available, which is great sustain, as well as you still, I mean, we could see a Benedetta. I mean, we could still see a Paquito. I feel like something that's going to get into that back line to reach the Navaria.
They take a lot away from Flat Easy here. No Xborg, no Phoveus, no Thamus. They pick up the R-Lot. The Lapu is still open. Clint ban comes from AP Bren. I think Lapu could we know that AP Bren has kind of fallen to that pick before. It's definitely something we could see Flap TZ pick up here. The Paquito is also still open. So definitely still plenty of options for AP Bren. And both of those picks kind of give what you were talking about, getting into the back line, ways to target down onto Sans, who's going to be on this Novaria most likely.
Yeah. So seeing what Onic going to pick up here, the CC. Okay. All right. I like it.
It's going to be a Roam R-Lot. Roam R-Lot.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, the R-Lot in the roam position is probably the key right now. And again, but I think AP Bren's kind of got that in the bag. It's gonna definitely be, it's gonna come down to strategic positioning here, right? We're gonna have to see the R-Lot just be in those key places to be able to catch the Nolan, to catch the Harith, right? And what?
Glue. Glue boy.
First time in the tournament?
First time. So here's a pocket pick. Is it something that they think can deal with the CC here? How's it going to be able to handle it? It's another one that can also kind of get to the back line, cause mayhem. I'm not completely against it. I'm kind of a fan of the glue. I'm kind of sad that it fell off the meta. I think it's an interesting pick. And now there's your Claude. Going to be locked in for Onic. Vexana for the side of AP Bren. It's only game one and the draft is already interesting, and we thought nothing less of these two teams who are never scared to pick something a little bit outside of the meta.
This is awesome, right? This is what I was saying. Like, the teams probably had that, like, the rabbit in the hat, and maybe it's glue. Maybe it's like no one's ever tried him. Maybe he's gonna absolutely dominate in the Land of Dawn, and if anybody can do it, it's gonna be AP Bren, right? Again, we're going to be getting into it. I'll let you lead the way, Trex.
All right, Games of Future Grand Finals for Mobile Legends is about to begin. We're about to hop through the portal into the Land of Dawn to start off the rematch, the revenge match, the grudge match between AP Bren and Onic Esports.
Right, kind of getting into this, the nitty and gritty here. I really want to focus on this glue pick, right? Like, what is it going to really establish here? And I think what it's going to do is really, like, kind of like what you were saying, being able to split, get into that back line, and be able to displace some of Onic at this point. Now, Onic, I love the early aggression, kind of keeping Super Marco at bay. But again, I mean, that's just them poking and propping at this point. One thing also at the very end, AP picked up this Vexana. Could be a key factor into, you know, the solid CC that they needed. It does seem like AP Bren wants to control quite a bit of the team fights. Now, coming from on the side of Onic, right? Like, again, just building off of what I said in the draft phase, I feel like the R-Lot's going to have to really rely on key positioning in order to, you know, make plays for Onic, because it's going to be a little difficult as the team is just they're quick people. You got the Nolan, you got the Harith. Like, you're gonna have to catch them off guard.
I think it's definitely going to be a battle of wills here. I'm excited to see this EXP lane as well, man. Like, how is Boots? I think, obviously, CC, one of the most dominant EXP laners in the game, should kind of get the better hand of Flapteezy in the beginning. But if Flapteezy can scale, even though Glue is kind of an out-of-meta hero right now, one of the reasons being is it takes a little bit too much time to get on the map. Kyle Teasy as well on this Nolan. Once it gets the first item locked in, if he goes for something like the Blade of Hepates, we're going to see some big damage. So Albert's going to have to be careful. The rest of the team is going to have to be careful. And oh, look at the damage. A big Terrify Keyboy in a little bit of trouble here. Able to dash back. They're unable to find the kill. But we're already seeing the possibilities from Few and Ogwyn.
Yeah, and again, right now, it's everybody's game, right? I mean, the first turtle is not going to make or break a team, but it does look like both teams want to fight for it.
Hassan's going to get involved here. Kyle Teasy starting up on the lore, but a big stun onto Keyboy and Kyrie. Kyrie unable to make it in. The grab, the slam, and Flapteezy already causing mayhem in the back line. That's the first turtle. Kyle Teasy will be able to secure it. Kyrie, a little bit too much damage. Flapteezy might be too deep. Nice immobilized onto two members. Boots trying to steer him away, but now Kyle Teasy making the move onto the purple buff and going to steal that away.
You know, I wasn't really even thinking about this, right? Like, they're going to collapse on Boots, though.
Boots in trouble, getting knocked up, taken out. Flapteezy picking up the kill.
All right, back to my thought, right? So the glue, what AP Bren is utilizing the glue for right now is to control the neutral, the split and jump onto Kyrie, and if they can control Kyrie, they can control the game. I feel like that is their ultimate strategic plan right now, and we'll see if they'll be able to bring it to fruition.
Oh, and not to mention they really a lot of damage on Boots there. Boots gonna go down. AP Bren leading 3-0 right now. 2,000 gold lead, almost a 3,000 gold lead at this point. AP Bren is stomping in the land of Dawn. We've seen Onic in this position before, though. But what they're going to need to try to turn things around is some big sets, some big plays. Albert still in the game, hasn't gone down, but with AP Bren taking away that tier 3 this early, Flapteezy's going to be able to move around the map so much more.
Yeah, the CC is having such a tough time with the glue, the sustainability that he brings. They've already taken all the gold plating and the tower, which is what really is scaling them right now. If AP is able to keep this up, Onic is gonna have to find a response. And I feel like, again, the response is gonna come down to Keyboy's positioning, and we can already see the burn from Kyle Teasy.
No. Woo. That's disgusting, bro. This is looking a little rough. It's 4-0, 4,000 gold lead, 4.5 minutes in. That's about 1,000 gold a minute right now for AP Bren. Onic unable to even get close to him.
Ogwyn, just look at the micro steps that he's doing here. They're gonna roam up and they're gonna take all of the gold plating off this tower and probably the tower itself. This is huge for AP Bren. Onic, they have to find responses somewhere, and there's no jungle left. Man, again, it could be anybody's game, but the snowball effect is definitely in place for AP Bren.
Yeah, this is the Bren effect at its prime right now.
The Bren effect, huh?
The Bren effect, man. And they're just, I mean, it's like, because here's the thing, they can always switch it up, man. They can either completely dominate you in laning phase, or they can take a slow approach. They are the best of both worlds. They have the discipline of the Philippines, but the aggression of several other hungry regions out there. They're willing to take things slow if they need to, or they're willing to be in your face at all times, and you just never know what AP Bren you're gonna get.
It is true. It is true. I mean, they definitely bring out the difference in a game. We can kind of take a look at some of the items. A Hunter Strike already secured by Kyle Teasy, looking for that speed, just controlling the overall jungle. And you can see that he was looking for that purple buff, but looking for a kill. Did he get it? He did.
Yeah, no purple for Kyrie.
Oh man, this is just going downhill for Onic. I think it's they're gonna have to find some type of breathing room, but will AP Bren give them that breathing room? And it doesn't look like it right now.
I mean, one good thing going for Onic right now is Albert and Sans have not taken a death yet. Yes, there's 2 kills on the boots. Not huge. We've seen CC still scale, even with a few deaths on it. And 2 on to Keyboy. So Kyrie, Albert, or Sans, if they can keep up this pace, they can kind of slow play this and look for an opening later on. But it's going to be a little while until we see Sans or Albert really get the items they need in.
Yeah, and I mean, that snowball effect is just in place now. AP Bren are staying together. So again, I think Onic's going to have to just kind of give up some of these neutral objectives. And if they don't, then they're going to give up their life. So we'll see. Again, building off of what you were saying, Albert not dying is still a good thing. You got 4,600 gold versus 5,600 gold, 1,000 gold difference between the gold lanes, and the Hearth is just only going to scale from this point onwards. You only can see a corrosive scythe being picked up by Albert, and to be honest, everybody is lacking items. Everybody's just got like pieces right now on the side of Onic. They're
getting what they can right now. That's about it.
That's what I'm saying. They're just, it's like a puzzle piece. They're trying to put something together, but we'll have to wait until about the 10 to 11 minute mark for it to finally come together.
I mean, Booth had to take a slower pace, went for the Dreadnought first, got the breastplate in, just got the War Axe in. Albert looking like he's going to finish the DHS soon, so that's good. He'll have the Corrosion, he'll have the DHS, then it's just on your way to the Wand. He could maybe switch up and go for Wand first, but I think he's going to lock in DHS before that. We'll see. He had the Vampiric Mallet or whatever it is in. So both, I mean, they're definitely on the slow pace. Sans has the book in. Not going to really give damage yet. They definitely need another item in. And by the time they get that item in, AP Bren will already have their 3rd in. So, I mean, it's a little bit of trouble, but Ogwin taking a little bit of damage, going to get pushed back. Flapteezy unable to make the advance. Everybody locking on. Albert able to get a couple free shots in. Flapteezy still gets away, but look at Kyle Teasy on to Boots. Boots able to just survive. AP Bren not able to cause the damage they wanted to. Onic able to turtle up very well.
Definitely. And the first Lord coming down. I feel like this could be a turning point that if they could possibly do something, but Onyx utilized quite a bit of their utility right now. San's the only one that really doesn't have an ultimate at this point, and they might just try to bait it here. You can already see the discipline coming from AP Bren. They're controlling the lanes before attempting to take the Lord. Trying to get vision here. Onic might attempt to try. We'll see Keyboy trying to keep them at bay. Lord just smoothly falling into AP's hands.
Oh my God, Keyboy in a little bit of trouble. Gonna get grab, and slam down. Kyle Teasy able to pick up another kill. 3-0 in 1. Nolan's on fire right now. AP Bren takes the Lord. Onic just biding time at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough, right? Onic, what do they really need to do? I feel like they have the ability, they have the heroes needed to mount up a defense here, and I feel like that is what they need to do. Again, they're playing passive, not losing the key. Claude's not going down. Albert staying alive. Kyrie staying alive. Again, the only person that's fallen has been Boots. But again, they're going to have to get some type of kill here as it's 5-0 and the gold lead is just going up from here.
Yeah, good call by Sans there. Sends a Meteor to check that bush and finds Kyle Teasy, forcing him back a little bit. Flapteezy under the towers, though, taking a lot of hits to the face. Okay. A lot of damage on Ogwin as well. Onic not to defense of the Appraiser's Wrath. Finally puts a kill on the map for Onic. Albert into the back line with a blazing duet, looking for Super Marco. Super Marco drops him on Force, able to also get some more poke off, but Onic does defend without losing an inhibitor.
This is what I was saying, right? Like Onic, they have the heroes needed to defend, right? They're just really late game. They have the Claude late game, Navaria late game. So again, they just got to keep the pressure up, but not get too overzealous, right? Don't Don't be diving. You can already see that Albert's got 3 items now. The glowing, the golden staff, the corrosive scythe, and the demon hunter. So gonna be destroying some of the tankiness that AP Bren brings. And then look again, Sans just hitting shots left and right. Super Marco falling a little bit low, but again, AP Bren just has the sustainability to just be there. Makes a major factor into play.
The real problem is definitely going to be Keyboy here. He's very behind. About 30.
Oh. All right. So kind of looking at what's going on here, we can kind of see that AP Bren again wants just feeling Onic out, seeing if Onic can keep up with them. They know that they have the damage at this point. We'll see. They want the red buff. Could be a little bit of a go here. Albert trying to possibly get it. Kyrie able to steal the red buff here. AP now actively backing up.
Yeah, nice plays from over the side onto Onic here. Like I said, Keyboy is very behind on items. He's not able to hold the front line like the rest of the team, but Onic still mounting a good defense. But wait, Ogwin into the backside, causing a lot of damage. Super Marco as well, drops some Mons for Sans, able to find one. Kyrie drops Ogwin as well. Boots gonna be the next on the chopping block. We'll see if they can do it. This is gonna give Lord over to the side of AP Bren. Onic, without a retribution on the field, will not be able to contest this.
They're just melting this Lord at this point. AP Bren going to utilize this Lord to siege once again. But, I mean, we are getting into the 14-minute mark. We can see a Wind of Nature being picked up by Albert. Could be a saving grace at this point. Navaria has the burn, has the damage, and we can kind of see CC picking up the War Axe as well. So they are gearing up. They are getting the equipment that they need to counter AP Bren. So it's just a matter of that AP Bren has just put so much pressure onto Onic. Can they keep this defense up? Can they keep their castle alive?
I mean, if any team can defend with a 12,000 gold deficit, it's definitely Onic. But I don't think AP Bren wants to let it happen. Keyboy falls. Kyrie might just be the next Kyle Teasy, able to pick up the kill. Albert with a Blazing Duet, able to lock on a little bit of damage, clear the waves with the Lord still coming on the top side. AP Bren gonna try to mount the attack to a different angle. Flap Teasy taking a couple shots to the face, but he's okay. Kyle Teasy onto the backside. Lord finally connects. Boots immediately destroyed along with the rest of the team, and AP Bren takes game number 1.
Definitely quite the game. I can't believe they just ended with that one siege, though. AP Bren taking game 1. We see this again. AP Bren was very disciplined and controlled a bit of the map there, Trex. A bit, the whole map.
I think, I mean, I have to say that I think Onic has to think twice about letting the Nolan through. I think, and Onic is known to kind of test the waters game 1, but I think this is not the time to do it. This is not a best of 7. This is not a huge thing. They banned out the Phobius. They let the Nolan through, and they just had no answer to it. Kyle Teasy was a monster on it. I mean, just completely tearing them apart. And with the pace that AP Bren brought, Onic was unable to do anything about it. Most definitely. I mean, just overall, they did a great job. Onic taking a look at some of these replays. AP Bren completely controlling the pace. And even at around 10 minutes, when Onic did start to put up some fights here and there, it still was not enough. They needed definitely another 10 minutes or more to be able to compete here. They needed a lot more time to be able to even make it, G.
Definitely. And I mean, we could just see Onic trying to hold on with every grasp that they possibly could into this game. Well, I just feel like the major factor was that the glue just came in clutch so much for AP Bren. And you can just see Again, the R-Lot, Keyboy did try to make some key plays, but it just wasn't there as AP Bren was just scaling and snowballing. This was another take right here. They were just not allowing Kyrie to get the buffs that he was needed. And then look, the split, just too much for Onic at this point. And then this would have been the final siege, if I'm not mistaken. God, look at that.
The layers of CC there, the layers of crowd control there, with Few bringing in the Guardian, getting the big knockup, then Ogwin getting the Minoan's Fury. Onic did not have an answer to all that, and because they fell behind, it was just far too much. They did a valiant effort at defending it, but AP Bren, the Bren effect strikes, and there just wasn't a way in. It's nighttime now in the digital arena, but the bots are still watching. If you guys are out there at all watching, big shout out to all of you. Let's take a look at the MVP. Flap TZ 1-0-9 on a glue.
Hey, again, 47% of his team damage, or the damage taken, which is crazy. So not only was he the DPS, he was also the tank. So he was just, again, the glue just came in clutch. I mean, it kind of countered the CC. Like the CC, it split the damage between a lot of the minions. It was just overall such a wild pick, but actually came into clutch. Could have been something they were just planning. Like I said, if there's any moment, the grand finals is the moment you pull out all the stops. There's a lot of money on the line. Flap TZ going ham.
Yeah, I mean, and it works similar to what the Ruby brings in a sense. It's not like it's not like a hard backline diver, but it can hold the front. And something like with Kyrie on this Fredrin, something like that wants to walk in, it makes it very tough. And we saw it at the very first turtle. Kyrie was not able to get an angle. He was over by the tri-bush. Flap TZ's there waiting for him, getting the stun, then the grab, and just completely denied Kyrie from being able to get into range of even using a retribution.
Yeah, and I mean, this just goes to show that just Flap TZ is just so diverse. I mean, we can see some of the kills. It was like 12-2. Just Onic was just not able to get too much. We can kind of look at Super Marco and Sans here, 2-0-7 versus 0-4-1, and the gold lead was just astronomical. It was just Super Marco was on the rise, and I felt like that they just got so many key picks after the glue. I don't know if they knew what to do.
I mean, there's definitely a lot to do there, a lot to change. And mark my words, I said it wasn't going to have anything to do with the draft. Well, that game, it had a lot to do with the draft. Come on, Onic. But definitely, I mean, I think it's all started with letting the Nolan through. Then it moved on to more things, into the nature of you banned out the Phoveus before you let the Nolan through. And then lastly, the glue was just kind of the nail in the coffin, and it was just something that AP Bren had ready to play, had ready to pull out, and it worked very well. So now it's back to the drawing board for Onic. They have to come differently. Now, do I think they're going to draft like that again? No, we saw something similar in previous matches between Onic and AP Bren. On game 1 back at M5, they let Kyrie play Benedetta jungle, which a lot of people were like hyping up because people were seeing Kyrie run it on stream. So a lot of people were like, is this thing gonna work? And it just got demolished. Like, it did not work at all. So what I'm saying is Onic has been known to be like, all right, we're gonna try something in game 1. We're gonna see if we can use this to get some momentum here. And it seems like when they do that, it doesn't always work in their favor. So I think it's kind of back to the basics. You know, that's kind of been the rule of thumb tonight between a lot of these teams. Same thing with Fireflux versus RQ Hoshi. Sometimes you just got to get back to the basics, man. Hello,
got
Kat.
Like a third caster trying to come on the desk.
Guest star on the stream.
I'm telling you.
Who do you think's gonna win?
No, Kat, what do you think? I think she said AP Bren, you know.
Oh, nice. Fan of the bees.
I'm joking. Yeah, no, she's all white, so, you know. I think that she'd probably like an Onic, you know. Onic would probably be a better suit. It's an animal, you know. I'm not... AP Bren is...
Bees are animals?
Like
AP Bren are the bees, man. They're the bees.
I guess
Buzz.
the bees, yeah.
Yeah, they're the bees.
Cats don't like flying things though, so
that's fair.
We'll
that's fair.
We also
All
got
right, so coming into game number 2. You got a whole zoo over there.
I got a farm over here.
Who left the door open? Who left the door open, man? What happened?
It is what it is. But hey, kind of looking at AP, Bren, and Onic, right? The last game that kind of went down, the biggest thing that I seen that happened was that really it kind of came down to the draft, but I think it also just came down to that the lanes were just very countered, right? Like we seen that the glue is just such a great counter to the CC, and we just noticed that like it was just overall a good pick, right? And I think that ultimately turned Onic on its back, and they just didn't know what to do. Again, kind of building onto the Nolan. The Nolan was nice too. Just it was fast, it was quick, it was constantly invading Kyrie, and just it just was too much for him. I like the Arlot pick. Like I felt like it was a good option. It just the scaling wasn't on Onic's side.
I mean, there was just a lot. I think there was scaling on Onic's side. They just weren't able to catch the wave, right? They just weren't able to. They got completely denied in the early game, and AP Bren were just. I mean, they took their composition, they ran with it perfectly, right? They completely denied Onic of even getting to a point where they could do the damage. Even when Albert got the 3 items in, this was our worry, right? We said, yeah, they'll get 3 items in, but then AP Bren will have 4 or 5. Not to mention Keyboy gets caught off early, who's their roam. He was sitting at, he had like an item and a half locked in when everyone else had 3. So he couldn't even hold the front side. It pretty much came down to Kyrie being the tank for the team, and it just wasn't enough. AP Bren was able to shatter through that. So Onic gets back to the basics in game number 2. Most likely they'll be on the blue side. First pick, first ban, hopefully. They're going to need to take some time to think about it, like what the plan is next, because they have to be able to match that pace. If AP Bren keeps on that type of pace, keeps the aggressive, like not the patient AP Bren, but the we're going to destroy you AP Bren, they have to be able to read that. And they have to understand that AP Bren is the full package, like I said. They want to play utility. If they want to really hover down onto their gold in like golden mage, they can do that. If they want to put Kyle Teasy on an aggressive jungler, they can do that. They have a full book of strategies in their hands right now.
Yeah, and I think that's the hardest part, right? Like it's like the only thing that I believe like that Onic could do is that they need to bait something in the draft phase. Maybe they have a strategic plan to go against a Matilda. Maybe they have a strategic plan to go against a Guinevere or something like that. Bait out something that they can actually counter and utilize is something that maybe Onic needs to kind of think about. But yeah, I mean, from what we've seen in that last game, AP's Bren's pace was just, it was like calculated. It was smooth. There was just like, there wasn't any mistakes being made. Like when they came to play, they came to play. And I ultimately do think it came down to some of the counters just because Onic was just losing lanes left and right. I mean, we seen the EXP lane fall first and then the gold lane, and that was before the 5-minute mark, right? Like the gold platings weren't even gone. So I think more of like being defensive might be the best approach, especially if AP is going to be attacking so heavily like they did now. Do you think maybe that's a good strategic approach that they can take?
Yeah, I mean, definitely they could be defensive. They definitely have to not let AP Bren get a composition that's going to allow them to be that aggressive, or they need to play the aggressive route themselves and have something that can compete with that. I think a lot of that's going to come down to, some of those picks. I think I'm wondering, how was the Keyboy pick on the R-Lot and everything? It kind of lacked a little bit. There was just a few things. I think they just got caught off guard. I think from the beginning, they just didn't plan maybe for AP Bren to pick up the Nolan first pick. And then after that, they didn't plan for AP Bren to just be in their face so fast and so immediately. So whether they go defensive, whether they get aggressive, they now at least have feel for AP Bren, and there's kind of no excuses. They're going to have to change things up coming into game number 2.
And I feel like that's how it happened last time at M5, right? Like it seemed like AP Bren was able to take that first game, but then the next 2 games went to Onic. So again, they do seem to have a bounce back aspect to them. But I feel like this meta is just so wild right now that any hero is viable as long as someone knows how to play it. And it seems like they're not sticking with the meta, so I feel like that's the hardest thing to predict, right? Like if I was Onic, like you need to really take the steps lightly, and if you have the chance to choose first or second pick, it might be an advantage to take that first pick and maybe try to secure something that just is overall even a Nana, right? Like being able to displace, to stun, to stop a frontal assault, to kind of slow them down. I feel like that's what the Navaria was for, but it just again was a late game mage paired with a late game gold lane, and it just AP Bren was like, we're not going to the late game.
Yeah, you see none. You see none at all. And with the amount of CC they had, it was insane. So nextly, it's like if AP Bren is gonna pick things like that, like they're also one of the only teams that have like gone for the Vexana. We've seen Onic pick up the Vexana once. We also saw Onic pick up the Odette before. Like maybe we could even counter all this and say Onic maybe should think a little more outside the box. Maybe not in the sense of like not giving. I definitely don't think you can give up some of the powerhouses right now. I think like the Guinevere, if you're gonna give up the Nolan, you need to be ready to, you better get something very valuable in hand. I think there's a few heroes right now on the block. Quinny, Matilda, Nolan, and Joy. Those are some of the picks that you cannot let through unless you're getting one of the other ones. But enough talk about hypotheticals, theories, and whatnot.
We're already
this
in
is
there.
Onic up against AP Bren, and the bans are starting quickly. Onic gonna open up with the Fermi's Minotaur. They're gonna force AP Bren to get gritty here.
Yeah, and I mean, we can already kind of see the foundation you were laying, Trex, is that the Nolan, right? The Nolan, the Joy is out of here. Possibly still have the Guinevere. And again, this could be, instead of Onic baiting AP could be baiting Onic at this point, right? Like, get the Guinevere. We can steamroll you and be a little bit faster than you.
If Onic doesn't ban the Matilda here, like if Onic bans the Matilda, AP Bren bans the Gwynny most likely. If Onic, so I think at this, if they weren't to build the Matilda, ban the Matilda, then AP Bren could leave the Gwynny open for the trade. But I think with that ban on the Matilda, AP Bren has to take out the Gwynny here. I don't think I want to go against Kyrie with the Gwynny. It's also just gives so much flexibility. Keyboy could take Gwynny.
True.
I think it's just too solid of a blue side pick. It's too solid of a first pick up front with nothing to trade for. But who knows? I mean, we saw Onic give up the Nolan last time. AP Bren are a game up. They feel good. They just stomped out Onic downright. They might go for it.
Yeah, I mean, and it just goes to show that it's like, it's anybody's game. It's any strategic advantage or approach that you can possibly take is what you'll want to go for here. And again, there's the Navaria. I felt this. I feel like they are leaving it open because they have an answer to it. I feel, you know, as crazy as it could be, I feel like that so many teams have first picked this Guinevere that they could have a plan to counter it. Again, could be a double-edged sword though, right? Like it could be a bad play for the side of AP Bren. But getting rid of the Navaria, I didn't feel like the Navaria was too big of a problem, but I guess they don't want to give a Gwyn and a Navaria depending on their comp here. So the AP Bren could go for more of a strategic comp here, do a little bit more like, you know, bush camping, kind of taking care of someone. To get rid of that Navaria is I feel like Navaria is just, again, late game, very strategical on, you know, showing positions. I'm guessing they didn't want to deal with it with a Vexana. So Vexana first pick, second pick though. I mean, Arlott, okay.
For Flap TZ or Ogwyn, honestly, I think
it's so flexible.
Yeah, and the R-Lot, Flapteezy's a monster in the R-Lot, man. There was times in M5 where he would make some flicker final slash plays that were just out of this world. It is definitely a scary hero in his hands, and it's also a scary hero in Ogwen's hands. Onic now forced to respond here. The Ruby's still open, definitely a possibility. Claude's still open, definitely a possibility. There goes the Ruby pick. Do they just put Albert on the Claude again and kind of play it safe here? Do they go for a mage now, something like the Nana? There it is.
Yeah. I mean, the Nana is definitely a good play here. It just, again, it's going to slow AP Bren down, which that's what we essentially, so not only the Guinevere, but also the Ruby and the Nana at this point is just it's gonna keep them at bay, stop that aggressive approach. That's why I think AP Bren's going for more of the tactical approach. And of course we'll get to see that in game, but I feel like they're going for more of like, we're going to catch you off guard and take you out, or, you know, something like that. Of course, they pick up the Claude, which again, I feel like is a really good play into this, but it's going to be a very, like, you're going to have to be super precise with the Claude with dealing with a Nana, a Ruby, and a Guinevere at this point. This is wild.
And now into the second phase of bans, AP Bren going to take out the Clint. Onic, on the other hand, they need to focus in on to junglers, maybe roamers, maybe EXP laners. It's a bit more open and on the field. I think junglers could be the route to go. Trying to think of what can give problems to the Guinevere. And again, it's like, it's tough because AP Bren could literally pick anything, and I wouldn't be like, I don't know about that. They're going to ban out the X-Borg. They ban out something like the Fred? Do they ban out something like the Akai? Do they ban out something like the Basha, you know? A lot of possibilities. Maybe they ban out the Tigreal.
I felt like the Tigreal would have been like a really good go for Onic last time. Like even though they picked the R-Lot early, again, they still could flex the R-Lot on AP Bren. I just felt like a good solid CC tank is almost better than a Ruby or an R-Lot, right?
True, very true. They're gonna ban out the Bruno. Do we see the Albert? You think we're gonna see the Albert? Wan here.
The Wan?
I mean, there's the Fred rune ban from the side of Onic. With no Clint, no Bruno, he could go Brody, he could go Wan, he could go Ixia. I mean, there's still tons of marksmans out there. He could pick up the Harith. We've seen Albert on the Harith before, I'm pretty sure. So, and that's what AP Bren went last time, so I wouldn't completely count it off the books. The thing is, they already have a lot of magic damage, so I would like to see something a bit more physical. A lot roam.
Yeah. I mean, they could possibly go for, of course, there's quite a few options. I mean, you're going to have to deal with this Claude some way. So some type of dive hero. I mean, if Onic feels comfortable taking a Lapu, there it is. And then running into a carry. I mean, carry's a little wild. I mean, it's going to be pretty good against the R-Lot. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're going to have the front line. They have the control and the CC. It could scale really well here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this time they definitely have the wall to protect carry. They have tons of CC. They have a package. Literally 4 out of 5 of their heroes all have some sort of heavy CC that can hit multiple people at once. Here's the big scary thing for AP Bren. I guess no, they already have EXP and Roam locked in. I was gonna say, like, what if they pick something like there goes the Akai.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, they needed something for that front line between Harlot and the Kai.
And help with retributions, help with those neutral objectives. It's a nice answer. It can help deal with literally. It's not, when he's in heavy spin, nothing that Onic has right now is going to slow him down.
Nah, it's an overall good comp. I like both sides. I can't say that I pick one over the other, but Trax, send us into the land of Dawn.
We're going. Yes, sir. We're going to go into the land of Dawn now. This is going to be Onic trying to redeem themselves after a very rough game number 1. AP just trying to keep the pace. It's 1-0 right now in a best of 5 at the grand finals of Games of Future. Gee, do we think with the draft that Onic has brought, can they handle this? Can they turn the tides right here?
Oh, this is a cool intro. I think so.
Oh, yeah, we're switching it up.
What a new intro. We got chess piece on the board here. I like it. This is... Okay, now we're in the Lanton. Does Onic have what it takes to stop the aggression of AP Bren? We will find out on this this episode as we see. Stop laughing.
Tell me about the win conditions, G.
All right, Onic here. What we have, right, the Guinevere, I feel like if they're able to utilize the Guinevere's just mobility and out-farm the side of Kaltizi, I think this could be the great option that they need. We can already see, again, Flaptizi is just absolutely insane on the EXP. That could be just the response that they need is maybe stopping Flaptizi from controlling that EXP. Maybe show some pressure up there instead of the gold lane, as we don't see it being a major problem in the gold. Last time we seen the EXP fall first, and it looked like that's what might happen again as the pressure is being applied up there by the side of AP Bren. Again, I think if they just keep up the aggression, keep up the farm, keep it going, that they have the claw to secure the late game. They have a solid CC with the heavy spin combined with the Vexana. Just control the overall team fights. Don't get caught off guard, though, because Onic has the CC and the control to stop AP Bren's aggression. Kyrie missing that, though. That's a little rough right there. That's a mistake you don't want to make.
It still sends few back. It still does a little bit something there. So, I mean, we're definitely seeing the possibilities from the side of Onic, and it definitely doesn't feel as stompy as AP Bren was.
Yeah. And again, I think it just comes down to the overall control that Onic is now exerting. They're able to control and just put a little bit more pressure onto AP so that they're just not as dominating as they were. We can already see that the EXP is not too bad. You can see Sans rotating up there. It's the turtles here. We'll see. Yep. Ooh, the damage, though.
Big knockup. Wait a second. Boots in the backside, taking out few. Kyrie in a little bit of trouble, but they do get the transformation onto Flaptizi. Kyrie thinking twice before he moves in. Keyboy finds a kill onto Flaptizi. Onic coming out on top in the turtle fight, but Kaltizi still takes the turtle. It's 2-0, but a turtle over to the side of AP Bren. Onic with a lead in gold. Ogwin gonna be next. A lot of damage, and Sans finds the kill.
Okay. Look at Onic coming out on top. The Kings looking really good this time around. They have found answers to take on AP Bren. Again, that's just the early game control that a Guinevere brings. And then look at the CC and the control. Now, the biggest thing that we'll want to watch out for here is that Kaltizi picking up the Kai. The Nana definitely counters that heavy spin. So Sans could be waiting to throw out the Melina to be able to stop Kaltizi. Now, it's just going to come down to Onic. Like, yeah, you secured kills, but now you're going to have to start working on neutral objectives. We can already see the carry picking up the Thunder Belt, so building a little bit defensive. So it looks like kind of like the tank carries coming out on the side here. A heavy spin on the Keyboy.
Uh-oh, big pin onto Keyboy here. Kyrie going to try to come and help out. Keyboy still alive, able to dodge the final slash, and they will get away. Onic feeling much more comfortable in game number 2.
Definitely, and again, that's the kill lead, but they ain't gonna let up.
Hold on, the Melina blitz, and the kill on to Ogwin. Sans putting another one in the book there. 2-0-1. He's playing such a cleaner game than last time. I think this is going to be critical, making sure, and this is what we meant, back to the basics, man. We all know this little girl Nana is meta. We all know that Vex is meta. We know these things, and AP Bren is not forgetting it. Onic needs to get back to the roots of that, and we're seeing that in game number 2, and it's already working very well.
I like it. I mean, but Onic, they don't get tunnel vision, right? You are facing AP Bren. The gold lead's not crazy, even though it's 4-0. Keep the eye on the prize, secure neutral objectives, keep controlling them, keep their speed down, and Onic can keep controlling this game like this. Now, we are seeing the next turtle take coming in. Do we see AP Bren make this? Or does Onic finally take a turtle here? A lot of utility available.
Oh, wait a second, but a big pin does land on a Keyboy, but he's able to just get away. AP Brennan, look at Boots into the backside with Bravest Spider. Gonna get hit by the heavy spin. Kyle Teasy looking for an angle, trying to get in. Kyle Teasy takes the turtle once again. Onic unable to secure a big neutral objective just yet. Still holding a small lead in gold, but AP Bren is keeping up.
Yeah, I mean, they saw that turtle. They came and they conquered that turtle. AP Bren coming out on top in that go around, but still Onic not letting up on the pressure. You can kind of see
Albert in a little bit of trouble. Ogwin trying to dash in, gets final slash, picks up the kill. Keyboy looking for something, looking for an angle onto Ogwin. Gonna get the I'm offended onto him. Kyrie coming in to help out, dashes in. Looking for another hit. Ogwin may be able to get away from this. Kyrie still trying, but out comes Kyle Teasy from the bush. Kyrie knows he can't get it. He's got to back off.
Up, left, down, right. Ogwin not getting caught here as AP Bren just holding their own. Again, Onic now kind of being pressured. And I feel like this is where they need to find the momentum to re-pressure AP Bren. You can kind of already see Boots on the Lapu putting on a lot of pressure on the Flapteezy. And again, this goes to show that the EXPs are kind of equal at this point. We're not seeing too much of an early rotation. Turtle now going down to the bottom lane. I feel like the biggest problem Onic just ran into is that Albert fell right into the little bit of the early game. A tank carry, that's not what you want.
That's definitely not what you want. He's already a level behind Super Marco right now. Super Marco getting the gold from mid and the bot there. Albert does get some shots onto that tower, but it's still nothing major here. I think Onic needs to understand that he's going to be a critical part of their team. Sans has been able to scale a little bit, 2-0-1, feeling pretty good, hasn't taken a death. Few has taken a death, so mid lane, Onic is feeling good, but they need to start focusing onto this gold.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not able to stop Super Marco, it could be a little bit of a problem because the Claw's the hardest person to lock down. Now, what I really need to see from the side of Onic is Sans, man. We need to see that Melina Blitz just absolutely devastate AP, but an engage possibly happening as the Turtle rubber band match is engaged.
We'll see what happens here. Kyrie keeping his angle. Boots with the Bravest Spider into the backside onto Few once again. Target locked. Target secured, but no kill. Flapteezy able to take the turtle. Now Boots too deep, unable to find anyone, and Albert comes in with a blazing Albert comes in with a speedy light wheel. Super Marco with a blazing duo. Members of Onic are falling. Kyrie, Boots, Sans, Keyboy might just be next. Popsy, I'm offended, trying to hide under the tower, but AP Bren is closing the distance. Albert as well. They found you out, no hiding today. It's a full 5-man wipe. AP Bren taking the wheel.
Such great positioning by Super Marco. This is what I was saying. Kind of keep an eye on him. He's staying out in the far right. The heavy spin, though Flapteezy was able to secure the turtle, the retries didn't even matter at that point. But look at the Vaxana Lord paired with the blazing duet that just pierced the back line of Onic there, and it was just 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 down on Onic for AP Bren.
I mean, they're going to have to think this Vexana has been hiding under the blanket for a while now. A lot of teams haven't been focusing her, but AP Bren picks her up every time for a reason. The damage is there, the CC's there. You get an extra hero on the map, and now Keyboy in trouble. The damage is locking on. Kyrie jumps in, looking for the Violent Requiem, looking for Super Marco, but unable to find him, denied, and taken out from Ogwin. The decimation is coming from AP Bren. They're closing in. Boots looking for something, and Onic seems to be panicking. AP Bren back on the aggressive route, back onto what we saw in game 1. Once they smell blood, once they take a bit of oxygen, there's nothing left. Boots is the next to fall. Super Marco looking for the 1v1. Let's bring it, Albert. AP Bren feeling good about themselves right now. Sans next. They're everywhere. They're glued to him. Onic falling down, crumbling right now.
And this is where I feel like AP Bren always just flicks the switch, right? They just flick of the switch, right? And now they're going to be able to take this Lord. Flick of the switch. And they're going to be able to get this Lord probably uncontested. Now, this time around, I don't know if they have that tanky front line that they are going to need to be able to stop a great siege, though I don't think this Lord's going to make it or break it. It's not enhanced, but again, they don't want to trade their life for measly little towers.
The Bren effect is real, and it is definitely a switch. Whether it comes at 20 seconds in the game, whether it comes at 7 minutes in the game, 10 minutes in the game, you know at some point, AP Bren is going to make their move. And once they do, it's like they immediately just go from chill to hyper-aggressive and just all over. And then once they get to that, it is so hard for any team to break that momentum. You talked about momentum before this series started, G. You said that Onic could be the team to maybe do that against AP Bren. No one else has been able to do it yet, but right now having a little bit of trouble. AP Bren closing in its grips.
What is Sans doing?
Final flash! On a Keyboy, few though in a little bit of trouble, gonna get knocked up with a violent requiem. Finally, Sans finds one, but now Kyrie pinned against the wall, taken off the map. Boots with the bravest fighter, but Super Marco and a blazing duet helped to zone them away from Boots as the rest of the team chips onto him. Sans throws out Molina, trying to clear the way, but AP Bren still not giving up. Harassing a Lord, still marching down the top side, and it's 10 seconds until Kyrie is back into the land of Dawn. Lord will finally go down. AP Bren still not withholding their assault. Super Marco gonna get one last shot in onto the inhibitor, and AP Bren lets them breathe for a second.
Yeah, and I mean, we can't count Onic out just yet, because I mean, they have the damage. The gold lead, though, it's not 10K like it was last time. They still seem to have the tenacity that it takes to fight back. The defense is there. What we, again, like I said, we really need to see the Molina be utilized to stop Kaltizi's heavy spin, and I'm not quite sure why it's not being used, to be honest. Like, I'm seeing so many heavy spins just come out, and Nana's just so good at countering that. Now, we can kind of take a look at some items. Kyrie has one items, mixing bits of multiple other items. A conceal play, though.
He'll play on Keyboy. Ogwin looking for the final slash once again to bring him into the team. Keyboy goes down. The recalls come out. The taunts are there. When AP Bren gets in this fight, man, we saw it the other day in the winning clip. Flapteezy was just screaming, man. The man was yelling. He was talking smack. He was feeling himself. And that's, once again, it's the Bren effect. AP Bren moving in. The Molina Blitz comes out, but it's not stopping them today. AP Bren takes an inhibitor. They back off. It's guerrilla warfare out here.
It is, and I mean, AP Bren is just taking it to Onic at this point. You can see a complete control. They're gonna probably have the Lord Pit here, but wait.
Flapteezy. He's dipping and diving. He's not. Oh, but Boots finds the kill. But is it for not or not? The Molina Blitz comes out. Onic now looking for the play. Kaltizi able to get the pin on two members. Ogwin with the final slash once again. The Guardian comes out, and destruction still reigns. Super Marco trying to get some health out. Trying to get some health back.
Keyboy, you got it?
Onic looking for something. Keyboy 1v1, and the Guardian might be losing to that one. A bulky boy right there, not someone you want to go up against. Few getting back onto the map now. Lord is delayed Onic by some time.
The discipline there by Super Marco to not take that kill. I mean, he is 5-0-6. Doesn't want to allow the shutdown. Might as well work on securing his stacks. Looks like they might trade and give him the blue buff. I thought I just heard a conceal play, but nothing really comes out of it just yet. Again, looks like AP Bren might be just utilizing this Lord as a bait. No, they've zoned him out. Onic just gives it up. What in the world? Yeah. What is going on?
Man. No, it's death as they go in that pit. It's a 10,000 gold deficit. We're very similar to game one where it's like, okay, we need a little bit more time. We need a little bit more time. And this time, we can't make the mistake. We can't let them in. We can't get cut off. They have to watch out for those big plays that AP Bren likes to bring. Last time, it was the combo between Vexana and Minotaur. This time, it's going to be Kaltizi, the final slash from Ogwin, and still the Vexana getting the big knock-up. As long as they can watch out for some of those hits, they can definitely survive this, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, this is a good utilization of the Magic Sentry there. I think they're just going to take as many tier 3s as they possibly can. Just open up the base a little bit more. Super Marco so low. That is a win for the side of Onic. That's going to allow them to have a little bit of breathing room as he needs to heal up. So an engage probably not going to be happening here by AP Bren. Though he is full HP. We might see an engage now.
Boots into the backside once again. Boots is like, listen, you guys tell me I'm going, bro. You guys want me to do it? I'm going. Boots has no fear. And I've heard Mirko talk about it before. Like, Boots is the XP laner who's just willing to do it. He's willing to die for the team. And whether you think it's a bad play or not, his plays have been helping Onic out. The last fight that they almost won, Boots was the starter of it, almost able to take out Few. Again, Onic just needs a little bit more time that when Boots makes those plays happen, the rest of the team can capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, give it up to Onic, though. I mean, they were able to hold that so well, and the Melina Blitz was just constantly taking Super Marco down to like 10% HP. Boots is able to do something.
But he's getting chipped away by Marco. Oh, Kyle Teasy goes down finally. A Bravest Fighter lands on a Super Marco. Albert now with Speedy Lightwheel, looking for a target, looking for someone to lock onto. AP Bren knows that with Kyle Teasy being gone, they've lost some of their front line. It's time to back off. Onic buys more time.
I mean, that's all they can do at this point, right? Is just keep buying time, maybe secure some of the neutral objectives that are still standing. Like we can kind of see pushing the minions to do a tower takedown here. Ooh, Kyrie.
He's okay.
Not able to do too much. I was hoping he was going to make a good pick.
No. I think that's one of the downfalls of the Gwen is like, if you're by yourself, like once you go in, you're sitting there, man. And if you don't hit Super Marco, you're dead. If he doesn't get Few or Super Marco, like you're dead, man. You're just gonna stand there in Violent Requiem and get out damaged, you know?
I was hoping for it. You never know, man. There's always these big plays that can definitely be the turning tides. But again, it comes down to the patience of the team. Sans in the mid lane, kind of taking a look at some of the items here. I mean, Albert's online, Super Marco's online. I feel like the difference here is that Kyle Teasy's 15 and Kyrie's not, having a little bit of trouble in the jungle. Might have
they don't have Albert up here yet either. They might want to try to take this slow. I think Onic is trying to delay. They look for the play on a Flap Teasy, but he is able to use the Purify and get away there. Flap Teasy still taking some damage. Back home, Boots taking too much. Albert trying to lock on to Ogwin. Going to be able to flicker back. It's still a battle for the Lord Pit. Onic maybe knows they're outmatched here. They're gonna have to back off once again. Unable to get a kill. They get Few down so low every time, but can't get the finishing hit.
You have to capitalize on some of them, man. That's like, I've seen Super Marco low twice. Now Flap Teasy and Pew. Like it's rough. Like if they were able to just kill one of them, this would be even more breathing room. But now a full team comp of AP Bren sieging down Onic once again. 10K gold lead. Can they survive?
I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. Luckily, they do have 2 inhibitors. Sans able to clear the ways, throw them in Lena Blitz. Albert going to chip away at the Lord. They're going to be able to take it down. Unless a huge mistake comes in, they should be able to survive another push here. Boots looking for an angle. Kyle Teasy making his way in base. Watch for the final splash, and there it is. Ogwin every time does it. Kyrie forced to go back onto the tower just to get some health back. Ogwin a little bit of trouble though, taken out. Boots able to defend, put the people at bay, keep AP Bren away, but they still are relentless. Super Marco BMI's away, able to dodge Kyrie. AP Bren still looking for a possible play here. Few ready for the set, ready for the team. Sans throwing out the Melina. Kyle Teasy maybe finally decided to back off with the rest of the team. Onic lives to see another Lord.
I mean, they're holding their own, but what do they have to do here to be able to possibly take a Lord Pit, right? And I think it's going to come down to that. You can see that they have the damage, but it's still a little rough. Maybe if they're able to get a kill on the Kyle Teasy, maybe if we see some of them split apart, we'll have to find out. But my God,
oh, God.
Look at that! Look at that pressure. That is insane.
They need what, like 4 more minutes? They need like 4 more minutes because we're at AP Bren's at 60K. They're about maxed out on items. Onic needs to get to that 62K mark where all the items are matched out, and then it's just a battle of skill, right? Where they're not at a 10,000 gold deficit. Taking a look at some of the items, Albert, at least the damage dealers for the side of Onic are essentially maxed out. Albert's got everything in. We're waiting for Sans to finish that last item. Kyrie sitting pretty far behind right now at only 8,600. He is down 2 items right now, so he still has a while to go before where he needs to be.
Yeah, he was down 3, but was able to pick up that Athena shield. And I think that could attribute to that Pew is just doing so much damage in CC that he's not able to survive. And if they're able to just stay alive long enough, maybe they'll be able to get a set onto Super Marco. That's the only thing I can possibly think would be a saving grace right now for Onic.
Pew with the pew. Pew with the pew.
I'm telling you.
All right, next Lord gonna be coming up. The clock is running. Onic made it up to 54K gold. Still about 8,000 till everybody's maxed out, maybe even more because Kyrie's 2 items behind. But Onic knows this might be their chance. They got to go for something here. They're coming at it straight on. Nobody finding an angle just yet. Kyrie finally make it. Oh, Keyboy misses the I'm offended. That's 1 utility down. Flapteasy and Few also don't have an ultimate anymore, but here comes a concealed play from Ogwin. Ogwin maybe going the wrong way. He's trying to zone away Sans here. Does do his job, though. Kyrie still able to find a way in. Kyle Teasy just making work of the Lord. Kyrie not going to go for it. They got to back off. Flapteasy getting the chip damage. Ogwin comes in. Doesn't have the final slash. Way to use it. Gets 1. Keyboy able to get knocked back. Still nobody goes down, but Super Marco with the Blazing Duet. Kyrie misses. He's under fire, but he's okay. Onic still backing off. Flapteasy able to keep them in the base. Stay in your spot. Don't worry. AP Bren's coming soon.
That was a lot of utility baited out right there by the side of Onic. I mean, they could possibly survive the Lord if they're able to keep it at bay, which I think is going to come down to the combination of Boots being able to zone the back line and Keyboy just keeping the Lord in place. Oh!
A lot of damage on a Flapteasy there. Mortality pops. He's the winner, Truncheon, but he buys enough time. And the double pin from Kyle Teasy. It's going to let the Lord get a little bit closer. Look at the damage on the Keyboy. Hold on, Kyrie able to find Super Marco finally. Once and for all, and Super Marco goes down, but the base is too low. They had a valiant effort, but it's still not enough. AP Bren takes it to match point.
My God, AP Bren is so disciplined. Being able to just push Onic against the wall. And I mean, you gotta AP Bren being able to bring it to match point, but Onic just put up such a great fight. It was just, I mean, it was anybody's game into the early match, and we'll kind of probably jump into some of the highlights and see some of the turning points that definitely caused Onic to just fall back a little bit. But man, what a game.
Definitely an amazing game. And here's the thing, man. Onic is doing everything they can. I feel like Onic is playing the best they can right now. The best any team can play right now. But the Bren effect is just too much, man. Because, I mean, it's not, I mean, Onic is literally thousands of gold behind, and they're still putting up such a great fight, but it's just not enough. This is when AP Bren really started to just push in more and more. And Onic, every time, Boots in the back line, getting huge stuns like that, getting huge plays like that. But still, it's nothing right now in the face of AP Bren.
Yeah, I mean, they just really couldn't find a moment to be able to take a lot from AP. And like you were saying earlier, even though Boots goes into the back line and dives in a lot, you could just see the combinations and the strategic plays AP Bren brings. Super Marco's patient. Like, look, he could have took out Keyboy right here, but he's not sure who's all under that bush, right? And Albert's there, so could have been a little bit of a rough play for him, but the patience was one with Super Marco. And again, there's Boots diving into the back line, trying to make progress, and the Molina Blitz able to burst down Kyle Teasy. But again, AP Bren still not being like, they just, Onyx not able to take advantage of those key spots. though this was almost a really good play. They split AP Bren apart, but they're, again, Booth's all alone trying to keep them at bay, and Onic not really responding or even able to find a response. And then, oh my God, one shot right there. And this looks like this was the one of the last pushes.
Yeah,
second to last
push.
Yeah, so
nice. I mean, even here, Onic able to defend, able to do well. AP Bren, you know, never really pushing the envelope. They never force it, right? They
right.
Like we always say, they always feel in control. And even here, Kyle Teasy able to put them both pinned. Kyrie finds Super Marco, but by then it's just too little, too late. The night's getting darker, and the night might be getting darker for Onic as well, but AP Bren is feeling on fire. Super Marco gonna take the MVP on this Claude. 7, 1 and 8, 28% team damage, and 820 gold per minute. Taking a look at his items, he got the trio in, then goes for the Malik Roar on top of it, picks up the immortality, and by then he's just comfortable, especially once he has the Athena shield to deal with any possible burst damage coming from the Nana.
Yeah, I mean, it was well executed. Super Marco's patience was amazing. AP Bren just knowing when to strategically utilize their kits. And I mean, we can just see it in the whole comp. There's golds all day. And I mean, Kyle Teasy did so well on the Kai, and to just, there was multiple times that he had multiple targets pressed against the wall and nothing Onic could do. Now, I mean, I felt like Onic had the ability that they could have came back, but I think it just ultimately, they just didn't have that frontal line, that wall that they needed. You can kind of see that damage taken was Boots and Keyboy, but still a rough time for Onic. It is now 2-0 match point for Onic.
No, I don't know. I have to kind of differ. I think Onic did have the front line. I think the draft was really good for Onic. I think AP Bren is just playing better tonight, man. I think AP Bren is just right now in a class of their own.
Passion.
And Onic is, Onic just can't keep up tonight, man. I mean, Onic is an amazing team. I got to give it up to them. But right now, AP Bren just feels better.
Yeah, their tempo right now is just high. Like there's even with a comp that Onic just had to kind of like CC control slow, it still wasn't enough to stop the tempo of AP Bren.
All right, well, after that, we're gonna let the teams rest up for just a second. We're gonna grab a quick water, grab some popcorn, take a break, use the bathroom. We're gonna be right back to the possible match point for AP Bren.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
All right, G, we are back. It's match point for AP
Grand
Bren.
finals.
Grand finals. Whole lot of money on the line. Whole lot of pride, ego, and everything on the line right here. And AP Bren is trying to make quick work of it. They're trying to get out the cold. They're trying to go back home fast. Onic trying to delay the process here. At this point, the only way out for Onic is a clean reverse sweep. They got to win 3 games in a row, and it doesn't feel very good in their favor. I'm hoping that they can at least take 1 here, maybe take 2, maybe try to take 3, just for the sake of Mobile Legends esports, for the sake of the hype of these games. But right now, AP Bren just looks good. And, you know, there's something I want to talk about. AP Bren last year did something that, you know, some people would call, like, the golden road. Right? Like, Onic was looking for the Grand Slam. They were looking for MPL season. They were looking for MSC, and they were looking for Worlds. Whereas when we looked at Onic, they had taken ISF, they had taken SEA Games, and then they took Worlds. And now they're over in Russia, trying to take another one, just really cementing their legacy overall. They got rent paid at their boot camp for a very long time right now.
Who, Onic or AP, huh?
AP.
It is true. It is true. I mean, what we're seeing is that just AP is just on a whole nother level right now. And they were able to take the crown from the Kings, right? And I feel like this is, again, if we see it, they're going to have to... Onic's just going to have to break that tempo, right? Like, they're going to have to come up with some type of strategic comp to break it. But at this point, like, AP's just singing a tune, a whole different tune, and Onic just can't get on that frequency. It's a hard time for him.
I'm losing G for a second. He's like... I love your facial expression.
It's the digital taking over me.
It's the digital. It's the digital. He's turning into a game of future.
I need my physical back. There we go.
We're back. We're back. All right, let's cut to the chase. Do we think AP Bren clean sweeps this?
I mean, from the tempo that I've seen, yeah. I mean, they can pull out anything, and it seems like they're just countering every avenue that Onic has and anything they attempt to try to take, right? Like they've done try to do, you know, like a little bit of the defensive approach, have a little bit of strategicness to it, and it didn't work. They just attempt to try to do, of course, like a slow approach to try to control AP Bren. And of course, again, they just at certain moments, the flick of the switch, and they just become like monster Bren or something. I don't know. You can't stop them once they're on that stride.
It's true. I mean, right now they're just continuously getting the better of Onic, man. Like we were wondering, oh man, they're giving up the Guinevere, and they were ready for it. At this point, I don't feel like it matters what Onic picks. They just have to not let that switch get hit, man. And when the switch does get hit, they can't let it hurt them. And when the switch happened was AP Bren got like a full team wipeout, and Onic had the lead in the laning phase. They were feeling really good about themselves, but then it happened, right? Like you like to say, the switch was flipped. AP Bren gets a full team wipeout, and from there on, AP Bren was everywhere. Once they find that moment, they are all over them, not giving them any time to breathe, and it was just a repeat of game number 1. So Onic, I'm almost wondering, it's like maybe last Valiant efforts just take things really slow, man. Just don't even try to force fights in the beginning. I don't know. They got to figure something out here, because this could be the end. This could be the end of the grand finals for them.
Yeah, match point. I mean, The only thing I can possibly think of is that Onic just needs to stop making those micro mistakes that they are, because the moment they do, that's how the team wipe occurred, right? Like they attempted to try to break and split AP, but then they also split themselves in the last game, which caused a little bit of a downward spiral for Onic at that point. So I think it's just coming down to the fundamentals, like just keep it going. Don't, again, like you said, take it a little bit slower if you're not able to, you know, handle such a fast pace at this point, because AP Bren is aggressive. They are hungry, and again, I don't know if they got like spy glasses or something, but the moment a mistake is made, they are engaged.
Very, very fair. Do we think that, so the way that Boots is playing right now, like so aggressive, do we think he needs to tone that down a bit as well? Like I understand where he's coming from. He's looking for the trades, right? Because when you're behind 5,000 in gold, a trade is a trade. And if you just lose Boots, but you're able to find Few or you're able to find Super Marco, it is worth it, right? It is like a 1-1 when you're behind in gold is a pretty decent, it's kind of a win, right? Especially when you're that far behind. But I think at some point they have to know when to kind of like put on the chill. And I'm wondering if Boots maybe also needs to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Boots definitely was diving into the back line multiple, like I could count like 3 times that they were attempting to try to just make a play. And I think maybe that could have caused, you know, a little bit of a disruptance on Onic's half. Like they done lost their EXP lane, and again, that's one of the frontal lines that they had, right? So they with the Arlot, or not the Arlot, the Lapu just going down, it just left Onic wide open. So I felt like it was good, but maybe not as well calculated as I'd like to see. So coming into the next series, maybe not being so aggressive, maybe diving into the front line instead of back line could be a little bit of a better approach. That way you have your team behind you. I feel like those are what we need to take a look at. Now, I think the slow approach is probably what we want to go for, but I also think like a slow approach with some control like they did last game, because I felt like they got baited into the Guinevere, and I said this like that, but it looks like I might be lagging a little bit again.
Just a little bit. It's all right. We still love you, G. You still look great, I promise. And and yeah, we're gonna be waiting on this draft. So 2-0. I want to take a look at some of the picks since we have some time. If I can get them to load up real quick. With the way things have gone, we've seen the Nolan get let up. My guess is most likely AP Bren will be on blue side this time. Maybe I'm wrong. If it was decided that the loser get to pick their side, then maybe Onic will take blue side again. There's a pick that's really been throwing me for a loop, and it's that Vexana pick. I think it's been one of the major things causing Onic issues, man. Honestly, every time they try to come in, they're just able to stop the engage with the CC. They get terrified, they get knocked up, whatever it is. Either way, it always ends up kind of being a problem. And I'm wondering, like, is there a possible thought of throwing that off? Because Few's just playing it so well, from the zoning capabilities of it in the laning phase, able to make sure that Keyboy's not able to get too aggressive, not able to move too much in. Is that something that maybe Onic want to throw in their bans? Maybe just do a bit more targeting in game 3 and leave some more things open, because at this point it's like, we know, all right, it doesn't matter whether they have Nolan or they don't have Nolan. It doesn't matter whether you have Gwen or you don't have Guinevere. You haven't been able to win, and it's kind of sad that it's just a best of 5 and we're already at match point, because you don't have. If it was a best of 7, you could maybe risk one more game, right, and then try to pull something off. But you're kind of on the line here, so. That's been a pick that's really been kind of standing out to me. AP Bren has been focusing that Vexana pick for a while now throughout this bracket, and I think AP Bren believes it's really strong, or else they wouldn't pick it every single time. So I think we're at a point where maybe Onic wants to look at that. It's the only pick that's been completely consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Vexana is definitely one of those mage, like she has Terrifies, she has CCs, the Undead Knight that she drops is just, it's like adding an additional person on the playing field. So I do think that it would probably be a good option to definitely throw it in the ban phase. But again, I think it just comes down to what you were stating earlier, is that the overall just the hero pool of AP Bren is just hard to match. Like, even if you're gonna ban the Vexana, they're just gonna pick something else out, right? I mean, you'll have the Lilia, you'll have the Nana, you'll have, there's just so many good mages. Fairmiss, I mean, I think we've seen Fairmiss banned almost every time, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, again, so I think it's just more that it's really hard to ban out a team like AP Bren. So I think if you're not coming with a plan to immediately toss and throw AP Bren around, like you're just ultimately going to have a hard time, from what I'm seeing at least, right? And again, I think it just comes down to that you just have to just be better. You have to control the lanes.
Get good, kids.
That's what I'm saying, right? And sometimes it could just come down to maybe coming together. Stop focusing on the turtles, right? Like, give the turtles to AP Bren. Focus on taking towers, because in every game we've seen, Onic had like maybe one tower. In the last game, I don't think Onic had any towers taken down. So it just goes to show that you got to focus on maybe like trade things. You know, I feel like that's the biggest thing that you have to look at here. And I mean, do you agree?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I think there's a lot of variables, and in the end, yeah, I mean, in the end, Onic, because that's what AP Bren is doing. Like, they're not too, like, yes, they're drafting wonderfully, but they're definitely also just kind of getting the outplays. Even when they're behind, they're winning out on fights and stuff. So Onic's got to find an answer to it. A lot of eyes really on this game right now.
I feel like they're really strategizing right now. Like, this is do or die. Like, what do we pull out of our sleeves to just, like, you know, knock the socks off of AP Bren? Like, I feel like that's the ultimate decision Onic has to make here, is do we go risky? Do we just take it textbook? What are our options? We've been pushed back against the wall. We've fought back, and it's just been a little tough for him. Unless,
fair. I mean, if G the Ico was in the coaching position, right, he'd just be like, "Get good, yo. Hey, yo, get good. Get out there.
I'm telling you.
Pick whatever you want.
Stop making mistakes.
Stop making mistakes. Hey, you. Stop that, all right? Which one of us? Just you, all right? Fair, yep. Fair, very, very fair, very fair. You know, as I was saying, a lot of people are watching right now. We got a lot of eyes on this game right now. Since we have some time, you know, we got all the boys back home watching. We got a lot of players watching. I'm excited, man. I think the possibility is definitely there for Onic to be able to take this game back and maybe give us another one. We've seen them do it before. You know, you were mentioning M5 earlier, and they took a loss, they took a win. They were sitting at match point against AP Bren in the World Championships, and were able to come back and take 2 games and bring us to a Game 7. So it's definitely not out of the book, but as momentum is, they have to be able to shift that. They have to be able to, because right now AP Bren is feeling themselves, man. They are just, and they're a team that you can see them when they're on camera, man. They're a team that they feed off of that, man. When they start getting the better of you and the way they play the game, you can tell their pace just gets faster and faster and faster and faster. And then once they get you down to the breaking point, they have all the inhibitors gone. That's when it's like, okay, we back off for a second. And then they get back, like they're so good at moving between the aggression to discipline, aggression to discipline, aggression to discipline. And it's, you know, it's the Bren effect, baby. We're going to coin that.
You're going to coin it, huh? The Bren effect.
Coin it.
Yeah.
The Bren effect.
We need the Trex effect. Where's that at?
The Trex effect is here. Waiting. Waiting for the next game. Right. Waiting for the next game.
All right. No, and I mean, I can understand it, right? Like it's a tough game for Onic, right? Like what they've done in the past to kind of change some of the tides around is that I think they need a more aggressive gold lane, right? Like the carry just is too frontal. I think maybe they can pull out the Wan, you know, like pull out something that could possibly change the tide, something of the sorts, you know.
Oh, there goes G again. All good. So yeah, right now still just waiting. I definitely think they need something that can change the tides of this match. G, you look great as a microphone. The microphone actually matches your tie, G. So I just want to say that. It actually kind of looks like G. There's his little arms. We're just going to wing this here. So yeah. Here we go. Still waiting on AP Bren up against Onic. I'm guessing both teams are taking their time for sure. I mean, like we said, this is the biggest prize pool we've ever seen. Big shout out to all the watch parties around right now. Mirko, Naisu, I see you guys. DJY, Chicken back home, all my boys. We're having a lot of fun up here. Just waiting on G the Ico to reconnect real fast. And yeah, I think at this point, like me and G have said time after time again, as we've been trying to say time after time again, AP Bren, I mean, Onic just needs something. It sounds like G is back with me. I can hear him. You are. Don't know where you're. Hopefully soon.
I don't know. I'm just hitting some ninjutsu, man. I'm just like, you know, disappearing and reappearing, you know. Bam! Good looking's back. What's up?
Good looking's back. The microphone actually matched your tie. I'm just going to say, man. The microphone actually matched your tie. So it kind of looked like you.
I love it. I love it. Well, hey, at least when we're in game, we're able to, you know, just deal with what we have to. I'm not sure what's kind of going on here, but we'll get through it, I think. But
I think G honestly just left me, guys. I think he was like, yeah, I'm going to go grab a glass of water real fast. I'll disconnect real quick. He's like doing it on purpose over here. He's just been messing with me all night, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it was the cat.
All right, so here we are at GOF Podcast. I'm going to do it like they do over in MPL Indonesia when the breaks get very long. We're just going to hang out and talk, you know? Let's break it down because we talked a lot about Onic and AP Bren. What have been some of your top teams so far in GOFG?
I mean, so
like other than AP Bren and Onic, what have been like some of the big games? You've casted a lot more games than me. What were some of the exciting moments for you?
I mean, most of the exciting moments I would say definitely happened in like the playoff area, you know, like I was voting for Blacklist International and then Fireflux just like sweeps the rug out from underneath of them, which was just, it blew my mind away. Another one was that Deuce Volts, I thought they were going to, you know, in the upper bracket, I'm actually a little surprised what I'm seeing here. I think this is the wrong thing I'm looking at here. There we go. Burmese Ghouls, Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds actually looked really good. Like they, if I'm not mistaken, they actually took, I think they took a game against AP, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, they took a game against Homeboys. And I was like, you know, that was wild. I was like, okay, so Twisted Minds definitely came here to fight. Something that really surprised me was Team Little Gun, like getting knocked out in the group stage. Like that blew me away. I thought, I was like, I do not know what happened to him. But that was a big surprise. Team Little Gun
still needs, I think it's almost kind of sad because there was like so much hype around Team Little Gun before M5 and before the wild card, and because they got a really good, I forget what team they went up against, but they got a really big win, and it was either ESL or some qualifiers. They got like a really big win against a big Filipino team or something, and there was like a lot of hype built around them, and I think it was almost too much hype because now it's like, I think a lot of people feel like there's this big disappointment in them when really it's like they're still a decent team. They've still done well, but maybe it was just a little people were kind of overdoing it around Team Logan. I think they still need some time, maybe a roster change or two. They do have the same exact roster from M5 still for this and still weren't able to make it out of group stage. I think we can still see a lot from them.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think it'll just come down to, I think the biggest surprise I had for this tournament was just not even the overall teams, but the overall like choice of the meta, how like diverse everything's been. It's not been so one-sided that we've always seen, like, you know, like we're seeing here. Normally teams are not able to fight back after a certain point, but you can definitely tell that teams have the grit, they have the knowledge to be able to just fight back from what we've been seeing. And I like that even if a team's behind 10,000 gold, like it could just, you know, flip, and they just have the overall strategic qualities to be able to flip the game like that. And I feel like that's the biggest thing that I've seen from a lot of the matches in this tournament, is that the teams are they're learning, and you can tell which ones learn on the fly.
I like it. I think a lot of teams have done that. I think with the amount of events that have been going on, even from last year where MSC started to include multiple regions, now we have this with multiple regions. A lot of these regions are also getting a lot more international experience. They're getting more experience against some of the best teams in the world, more experience against Philippines, more experience against Indonesia, more experience against Malaysia, more experience against the Southeast Asia region in general, which essentially, whether we like it or not, is the heart of Mobile Legends, right?
Right.
So teams like Fireflux are now getting a chance to shine. Teams like RCC are starting to get a chance to shine. We're going to be taking a quick break for a second, if I heard correctly. We'll be tuning in very soon to get back to this game. Thank you guys for watching. Take a second to get yourself ready.
Games of the future. Games of the future. future. Games of the future.
All right, here we are back once again. G, doing a little dance, doing a little jig.
Yeah,
Is that
you
the AP
didn't
Bren's
hear
gonna
that,
win jig?
that video? Like you don't feel like you should dance after that video?
I will say this. Games of Future has had some great background music. I will say that. They've had some like deep trance music. We were watching and we were all like, everybody put your hands. Yeah, you get it. It was definitely a vibe. It was definitely a vibe. So we're gonna be jumping. We're finally, hopefully, gonna be jumping into AP Bren match point up against Onic here. A lot of people are waiting. We got the Philippines up at like 1 a.m. right now. I mean, personally, us here in NA, we stay up till about 5 a.m. to watch our games, but it's so I don't want to hear those complaints. I checked in with some of the boys. They're all waiting as well. Everyone's happy. We got a lot of half asleep streams going on. A lot of people waiting for this game. A lot of anticipation. Can AP Bren close this out and let us all go to bed early?
And I think I mean, that approach, okay. I'm not going to bed, but I'd like Onic to actually come back. I'd like to see them, I don't know, like do something that just, again, is out of pocket, just something that just blows like everybody's mind, something of the sort.
Get crazy at this point, right? Like, what do you have to lose? Just go for it.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, and I feel the same way. I think the moment that Onic turns this around is the moment all of us reinvest, right? Like nobody wants to see a 3-0 sweep, but once it gets to that point, once we're at like game 3 and like AP Bren has, I mean, the reality is AP Bren has been kind of dominating these past 2 games. They've been dominating just like they've dominated the teams that have fallen before them in the bracket. So Onic, to kind of re-spark the fire of all of us, has to do something big here, has to turn this around. And the moment they do, that's when all eyes are open again. All of us are happy, ready to go, surprised, and wanting this to happen, G.
Yeah, the digital world just doesn't love me right now. I don't know what it is.
Okay, we can still hear you on the mic.
Okay, all right. The physical and the digital are coming together right now, so. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I like, kind of just like what I just said. I feel like they definitely should be pulling something out of the hat, like match point, vice versa. We'll see. Hopefully we'll get into the games here soon.
Hopefully we will get into the games here soon. Was trying to catch the drafts and bans. Here we go. They're finally up. So, like I said earlier on, we were talking about AP Bren, the Vexana pick. It was crucial. It's been the only pick that has stayed the same. So I do think that could be something that Onic look at here. Even if it's not super meta, I think few is just that good on it. On the side of Onic, also have not picked anything similar. So we know they're trying different things. Draft 1, they went for the CC, the Fredrin, the Novaria, the Claude, and the Arlot. And then draft 2, we completely switch it up. We go for the Lapu, the Guinevere, the Nana, the Carry, and the Ruby. I think game 2, the opportunity was there. They just kind of missed in the execution. They kind of fell apart after the laning phase. Once AP Bren flipped the switch, it was on them. So I think they could honestly do something similar to draft number 2. They just have to execute it a little bit better.
Yeah. And I kind of want to know, like, your opinion on it, that Onic keeps being in the Xborg, and we're seeing every other EXP lane come out. I mean, we've seen the R-Lot, we've seen the Glue. At this point, is the Exborg a viable ban? Like, are they that scared of it that like they should maybe ban out the Vexana instead, or you know, something like that, kind of just building off of your band?
I mean, the Exborg ban normally is in the second phase. So, I mean, it's kind of, it's not like they're like prioing it. And by the time you get to second phase, Vexana's already picked up, right? So if they're gonna use a ban on the Vexana, they have to either drop something like the, they have to drop the Matilda, they have to drop the Matilda, they have to drop the Fermies, something like that. They have to drop something major, right? Last game they went for the Minnow, Matilda, and Fermies. So it's not like they aren't willing to switch it up. The game before that, they banned a Phoveus. It's not like they're the ones banning everything super meta. Like, they're throwing some off-brand picks in here and there. So I think this time, what it's really going to come down, like, I think, yes, they could throw the Vex on. I think they could leave things pretty open, maybe even not ban out the Matilda and go for the trade up. Definitely a lot of possibilities out there. I think at this point, when we're coming into game 3, I mean, it's not unheard of for either of these teams to just leave a lot of meta picks open. And I think that might be the answer here. That could be the opportunity here. So we'll see exactly how it goes. Welcome back, G, once again. It seems the Games of the Future doesn't like you. This is true. I know you're trying. I feel ya. You're just leaving me hanging. I'm also trying my best. Having a blast right now. You know? We're podcasting, man.
Yeah. We kind of left it off on the Exborg ban when I disconnected. Was and I'm guessing that we're kind of at that point that it's just like, yeah, it's viable, but because it's like.
Let G talk. Hashtag let G talk in the chat, please. We're gonna jump back into a video, I think. Think so? Oh, we're jumping into the draft, baby. Okay, G leaves me. All right, G, you can just stay away. You know what? It's okay. We finally get in the draft the moment that G leaves. I'm okay with that. Here we are, AP Bren up against Onic. If I got to solo it, I will. No fear at all. We're going to jump into the bans, and Onic is going to be on the red side this time, second pick. They ban out the Matilda. They ban out the Nolan on the side of AP Bren. AP Bren bans out the Vexana. Literally seeing into the future a bit here, literally changing things up here a little bit, kind of making the play myself. And it just also goes to show that they're not like, they're just not worried about it. Gee, it's okay, man. I don't even need you anymore, bro. I got this. The game's back on. That's all you ever were. That's all you ever were, G. You were just a blue mic all along. So now, Onic on the third ban here. Still need to figure something out. Novaria gonna get picked up. Gonna get banned out from AP Bren. Onic at the point. Now that things have changed up, the Gwynny's still open. I think with Onic, they're going to ban out the Gwynny. I think that's a safe pick. They got to still play it safe. They decided not to leave a lot open because they went for the Matilda and the Nolan band. So at this point, you kind of have to ban. You have to commit to fully just meta bans. AP Bren up front. The R-Lot could be a possibility here. The Nana could be a possibility here as well. AP Bren has really been focusing on the R-Lot. I think it's something they find very viable in the current meta. So I think it could definitely be a solid up front ban for them. But no, the Fermies has finally been left open for Onic, and now we're seeing why AP Bren sees this as viable. I feel like Onic has to respond with the Claude here, hopefully, to kind of counter the Fermies. Also, you take it away from Super Marco. We saw how well Super Marco did on it before. They go for the Minotaur. Also viable. I think at this point, Bren maybe picked up the Claude for themselves so that Onic can't respond with it. The Minotaur also works against Fermies, right? Because we get the big Minoan's Fury when they are grouped up. Not to mention, they get the taunt from the Fredrin. So Onic having a front line now just kind of need to build out the rest. AP Bren still has a lot of options on their plate if they want to go for it. Still has a lot of things that they can do. Excited to see what they pick. And AP Bren, it's so hard to guess. They go for the CC and they go for the Basha. So we've got some heavy mobility. They also have kind of formed their front line, but theirs has a little bit more damage so far. They have the CC. Flapteezy has just been a monster on this. It's like Flapteezy, no matter what you put him on, whether you want him on a heavy dive, heavy CC composition, you could put him on a glue, whatever, it all seems to work out, or something like the CC that can just zone and harass and cause damage to something like the Fredrin, something like the Minotaur. It is definitely a great answer here. Onic, on the other hand, decides to pick up the Lilia, another decent counter to the Fermis, dropping the Gloom, getting AoE damage to multiple members. Also, a nice defense against big pushes. If AP Bren's able to get some of those first Lords, you can set up all of those glues to kind of help clear the ways when they're coming at you. Second phase of bans is coming in. Onic gonna ban out the Rock here, and also gonna ban out the X-Borg. Still waiting on another ban from the side of Onic. Do they continue to go into the roam? Aiko, I know you're just getting back. Feel free to get a grip on everything. AP Bren has picked up the CC, the Basha, and the Fermis. Onic, on the other hand, has picked up the Fredrin, the Minotaur, and the Lilia.
Wow. All right. AP Bren picked up the Fermis this time around, huh?
Yeah, everything.
Right.
So Onic decided to go for a full meta ban with the Matilda, the Noland, and the Guinevere. And I completely forgot that the Fermis has been banned every time, and it was literally first picked by AP Bren. So Onic obviously knows something not everyone else do. This is something that AP Bren is heavily focused on.
This is what I suspected, like, if they were going to ban out the Vexana. Like, and the crazy part is AP Bren banned out the Vexana, right? So, like, it's a little
it's almost
wild
like AP
that they
Bren
went that
knew,
route.
man. It's almost like AP Bren's like, listen, we're going to ban the Vex this time because they're going to give us the Fermis. It's like, it's disgusting, honestly. It's so disgusting.
And they're going for like a pretty sustainable build. I mean, we still have the Claude is still open. So like if they run Claude once again, Super Marco is just gonna excel at it. I feel like. No, this is a respect in, right? Like Boots Lapu was probably the most annoying part to Onic last match.
Boots Lapu was definitely important for Onic. They banned it out. Still, I mean, he could go for, if he still wants something divey, he could go for something like Terizla. He could pick up the glue here. That's what AP Bren did against the CC. I don't know if Boots is going to be able to run it or not, but he could get a little crazy, pick up something like that. Definitely still several possibilities for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see the X-Borg ban once again. I feel like Onic did that last time, not AP Bren. So, I mean, still a good go.
Well, and the X-Borg would have been a decent answer to the Fermis as well. Onic has already picked up a few with the Minotaur and the Lilia. They opt to go for the Brody here instead of the Claude, which, okay. I mean, the Brody does pack a punch. Yeah, definitely a little interesting. I mean, it's not a horrible pick. Definitely needs some scale. I mean, it definitely needs, like, Brody has kind of the snowball effect. I think if Brody dies, if Brody gets picked off in early game, it can be a very rough game for Brody. If Brody picks up a kill or two in the early game, he can be very deadly.
I could see it. I feel like what is AP Bren's response, right? Like, I mean, to be honest,
whatever they want.
Yeah.
Whatever they want,
God.
man.
Whatever they want. This is their game. No, I mean, the Claude, the Carrion, and the Angela.
Oh, man. They're getting spicy. Support Angela, mid Fermis, or support Fermis, mid Angela. Putting a lot on the line. I mean, my guess is it's going to end up being a mid Fermis, because eventually Fermis damage does get pretty crazy. Well, the sustainability on this team right now, and just the combinations of the Angela Basha, Angela CC, Angela Carry, all of it looks good right now. Onic picks up another big AoE hero, trying to counteract everything that AP Bren is going to bring.
Yeah, I think they're really focusing on like the speed aspect, especially with the Angela and the Bashia. I mean, you can already see a lot of Onic like team comp relies on like hitting your target, right? And I guess if target's not there to hit, like it's going to be a little bit harder to go about. And I feel like that's what the Lilia is going to have a hard time on. But again, I mean, it's a fair miss. You got an Angela, like you're gonna. I feel like if I was Onic, like I need to start baiting out utilities left and right when I can.
Most definitely. And now, with it, the wait is finally over. We're going to be jumping into match point. And like you said, the draft, I think a big win con for the side of Onic here is going to be some early game aggression. You got a pretty squishy mid side on the side of AP Bren, right? You don't have a big heavy roam. You've got a Fermis and an Angela. On the other hand, look at Onic, and they've got the Minotaur and the Lilia. We know how deadly this combination can be. We saw it from Fireflux before. It's one of the ways that they won their games. It is definitely something that you can get into the face of your enemies. And Onic needs to make sure that just because they took some harsh losses, they got taken advantage of in game 1 and 2, they need to not be scared to get aggressive, because I think that could be huge for them here, trying to immediately shut down the pace of AP Bren.
True. And I mean, it is what it is, and we will find out as I think we're going to be diving into the Land of Dawn after we look at the crowd for one final last time, possibly.
Whoa. Yeah,
possibly,
good save.
Possibly. Look at is the crowd like mixtures of happy
Shout
and
out to
sad?
Musa Mafia.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure those are chat people's names, like people's names above the robots.
That is
Games of Future
cool.
is calling you all bots right now.
That guy is cheesing.
He's feeling good. He's ready for the game. I'm ready for the game. Hopefully we didn't jump right into a pause. We'll see.
Possibly.
Taking our time.
This arena is massive.
This arena is pretty massive. We need some more seats full, though, man. Where's all the ball? We got Reza, Farizi.
Look at that guy.
I love how these guys take each other out at the same exact time. We're back.
Oh.
Back on screen, baby.
We're the arena. What's up, guys?
Want to go, bro?
What side you on? No. I mean, we would be battling on the mid there. Apparently, the arena is mid lane only. Mid lane, everybody goes mid.
Everybody goes mid. Wow. It's like a brawl. It's like a brawl.
Yeah.
Big brawl battle.
It's gonna be more of like a ranked brawl, but yeah.
Ranked brawl.
Yeah, ranked brawl.
But what? You thought we were about to jump into the Land of Dawn?
Nope.
We saw the portal. You thought we were going? You thought we were going, huh?
Hey!
Not today.
Aw. We don't even get an arena now.
You guys want to trick it? You guys want to... He was so excited.
Don't push me down. Don't push me down. Not when I'm up, man. Not when I'm up. But we can go. I mean, we've seen the draft, right? I mean, I feel like just to kind of get into a quick hot take, you know, like the Boxia Angela, right? Oof. Right? That's going to be a little bit harder.
Angela.
It's going to be a little bit harder to deal with when you're a Fred. I feel like essentially that's why AP Bren ended up going that route, was just to farm the jungle a little bit faster and just go ham.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options. There's definitely, I mean, I really think Onyx the major win. Like I said, the major win con is they need to get aggressive. They're not going to be able to really pick on Basha per se, but I think if in the first like level 2, level 3, level 4. Maybe even, maybe before level 4, before the Angela or the Fermi spike, they can try to make a play in the mid, have the opportunity to do that. They definitely have a lot of aggression on their side. They have a lot of damage, a lot of level 1, level 2, level 3 damage.
Yeah, true. I think that's where the Lilia scales as well, right? Just early, mid poke. But to be honest, like, where's their burst at? Like, I mean, the Brody is about the only burst paired with the Lilia. I feel like they're going to be lacking a little bit of damage. You know, like it's very, very precise, I would say.
I think they have the damage for sure.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, unless Brody completely falls off, but even Lilia can carry, man. Lilia's a monster. She's a monstrous little girl there. And then you have the AoE damage, you have the answer to the Fermi. So like the possibilities are there. It's just, can they execute it right? And we know how AP Bren, like so far we've seen, even when Onic seems to maybe have the advantage, the Bren effect happens and they are down. But in the draft, I do think that they probably could have picked something different than the Brody maybe, but it's still viable.
Yeah, I mean, the Brody's really good at stopping enemies from escaping with the torn apart memories. So maybe that's an attempt to, you know, put a little bit of pressure onto the gold lane, apply something, and we'll definitely have to see. I wonder what's kind of going on with the two teams. I feel like it's the last match and
some technical issues. I mean, it seems like they jumped into it, so my guess is we went right to a pause. Some sort of ping issues, something like that, you know. So yeah, we'll just wait it out. We got to make sure everybody plays fairly. Everybody has the same opportunity. It is match point. There's a lot of money on the line, so it makes sense.
Repetition. Yeah. We'll see. Tell
you this, we will become pros at killing time by the end of this.
Or is time killing us?
A little bit of both. Time's always killing us, G.
Hey, look, listen, yesterday I was Pastor G. Today I'm just truths.
You still look like Pastor G, though.
Do I? I don't know, dude. Blue
you look
at
good,
the
man.
pasture?
You look good. Blue, you got the blue lights behind you. You got the baby blue tie on to match the suit. What are those patterns on your shirt, G?
They're flowers.
They're flowers. That's cool. That's cute.
Yeah, I know.
I have dinosaurs on my tie.
It's just my tie is pretty plain.
This is what we're going to. At this point, you know.
Hey. I mean, it's all coming down to, like, I mean, this is the last game, maybe. Who knows? But there's, like, I mean, the possibilities are just going to be coming down to how the players play in the game, you know? Like, use your strategic comp to your advantage, and we'll see. All I know is my Instagram's actually going absolute nuts right now. I don't know who posted it, but there's a lot of followers coming in.
There are some technical problems on Arena right now. We're just waiting. That's pretty much the word right now. So yeah. I would love, you know, I mean, at this point, it's like, hey, has anyone heard about NACT? It's going to be happening in like 2 weeks. Feel free to tune in. What region are you tonight. Most? Top 16 is tonight, Fred.
Yeah.
We're gonna. Anyways, what are you gonna be tuning into this year, G? Are you like are you gonna be watching any MPLs? Are you gonna be like what region are you most excited to watch?
You know, I'm dude, you don't understand what my Instagram's doing right now. I'm like receiving tons of messages. It's crazy.
Nice. Are they telling you how white you are?
I'm gonna have to like mute my computer or something. The notifications are going off the chart.
Oh, first blood! First blood!
We're in the lane.
We made it!
Let's go, baby!
Here we go!
Let's
For the love of God, I'm about to toss my chair around. That's what I'm talking about, boys. Onic also starting off aggressive. First blood onto Oakwin already.
Let's get it. First blood onto Onic. Who got it though? The okay, the Lilia, let's get it. Mid lane slaying. All right, I like it.
We're about to get wild, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm telling you, last day of the grand finals. Let's
Games of future, baby.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes. We can see, let's take a look at some of the win conditions here, right? So I think really what's coming down is that Ugwin ended up getting taken out, right? Early stage. That's a little rough for an Angela, but not going to be the make it or break it for team comp. I mean, Kyle Teezy's level 3, while we're looking at Kyrie's level 4. So we're already seeing a little bit of a jungle difference for the side of Onic, which is good, right? I mean, you got 14 seconds to the next turtle, but that's what you want to see into the early stage. And when you're dealing with a Bosch, that's just what you want to do. You want to out jungle him because he has a lot of pressure.
Most definitely, but AP Bren not trying to let up. A little bit of dash through. Boots able to get a bit of damage on a Flap Teezy there. Basan's also taking a face full of yo-yos. Back of the turtle. Kyle Teezy able to take it right out of Kyrie's hands. Well played from AP Bren, keeping himself in the game, and that's what they do. Even when they're behind, they make sure that they get the objective where they need it to make sure the goal doesn't get too far away.
Yeah, and so what I'm really seeing right now is that everybody's roughly about even, right? I mean, first turtle, was that going over to the side of Onic?
First turtle. No, over the side of AP Bren. Over the side of AP Bren.
Bren. Okay, so Retri was able to be landed. AP Bren coming out on top there. And I think this is what was happening in the last game, right? Like, it was just a little bit hard for Kyrie to hit these Retries, and I'm not quite sure what could be causing that. I mean, AP just able to zone and properly keep them at bay. And if they can keep that up, it's going to be a little bit of a trouble for Onic. Now, Onic's side, right? They have the sustainability. They have, like you were saying, I mean, they have damage. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to penetrate a Ferris Coulter, and I'm not even quite sure if it's going to be able to get past the Angela, right? Like, I just feel like the whole comp of AP Bren is thick. Like, look.
Yeah, a little bit of a play up top. Boots in a bit of trouble here. Gonna go down. Flap Teezy able to pick up the kill. Now, on the side of Onic, they got to respond at 1-1. AP Bren has taken the gold lead. Is this the Bren effect? Is this the switch that flips?
I think this is the switch that gets flipped.
That was a tongue twister.
That was a tongue. I was like, hold up. Like, what did you just say? Yeah, it was.
Listen, we've been here a while.
Twister.
It's 0 IQ desk right now. We're on the 0 IQ desk. We're vibing. We're feeling it. Let's go.
We're just vibing at this point, 100%. We can already see. I like this, right, from the side of Onic. They're already setting up this turtle, but they have to be able to secure this turtle. Let's see it, Kyrie.
Kyrie
they get it.
Trying to get the zone onto Flap Teezy. Kyle Teezy, though, making his way around. Boots looking for an angle as well, able to dash through. Kyle Teezy finally comes in, but no Fury connects, and the flicker gets the knock up. Keyboy able to pull another one, but the damage is shredding him down. Boots gonna be the next to fall. Super Marco picking up the kill. Kyrie able to take it, though. They're trying to fight back. Albert in the backside doesn't have the torn apart memories anymore. It's 2 for 1 right now. Onic finds the turtle, but loses the extra member.
I mean, not too bad. We can kind of look at what the engage entailed here. The Minerals Rage with a flicker definitely secured quite a bit of CC for the side of Onic, but then the final slash connects. And then, of course, the torn apart memories just take down AP Bren little by little, and Albert was able to take out Kyle Teezy. I feel like that was the grace that they can get. That's a little bit of the breathing room Onic needed, and that just slows down the enemy jungle a little bit. And Bashia is able to just jungle crazy. We can kind of take a look at some of the items. Molten Cores picked up by both jungles, which are clutch. And then you're also looking at Albert. Already has the Blade of Hep, which is just insane first poke damage. So again, Onic could be doing a little bit of peel here. We can already see it's 2v2 in the gold lane. I think the Brody right now is definitely winning against the carry, but I think Super Marco is definitely going to be coming out on top when it comes into the mid to late game, but we'll see. I think it's going to come down to Keyboy just giving that pressure and helping his gold lane.
All right, now both teams still making work. AP Bren has definitely bought some time. You mentioned that, and I think that's exactly what they needed. Super Marco getting plenty of time to scale. Flap TZ already having the War Axe in, not having to go super defensive in the beginning, kind of like what we saw for Boots previously when he had to pick up the Dread armor before he got the War Axe. This means that Flap TZ is going to be able to kind of play the front line, and when you have something like the Fermis paired up with you, that you can just hang out even longer and just continuously harass with that skill, it becomes a problem. But second turtle, now or third turtle now in, we're 6 minutes in. Gold still at an immediate tie. They're looking for Flap TZ here. Albert able to get a couple of free shots here. Keyboy with the Minoan's Fury once again gets him knocked up with the Netherrealm. Connects Kyrie, able to take the turtle. Heartguard does lock on to Flap TZ. He's going to be able to unload. A little bit of damage. The Torpar Memories comes off, but still no kills for the side of Onic. AP Bren able to disengage well. Neither team losing a member.
They're definitely holding on very well, though. You can already see. I love the read by Super Marco. That must have just been Flap TZ that was able to give that call out. But it is, again, going to give up the turret here. From the side of Onic, they need to keep this pressure going. Like, they're able to secure neutral objectives. They've taken a tower already, which I think they just need to continue that focus. And if they can continue that, then AP Bren will be kind of pushed back against the wall. Now, what I think's really coming in on AP Bren's side is that they are kind of lacking a little bit of damage. It could be that we see the Fermis going with a Quantum Charge, which is a little interesting for a mid lane, I would say. Just looking to be engaging and being in the battle. So I think they're really relying on Super Marco, which again, I mean, he's 1-0-1. He could still get there, but I think it's going to come into the mid to late game.
I mean, if AP Bren gets the time, they will definitely become a problem. A little bit of damage on Flap TZ. A nice knock up, but the Heartguard comes in the nick of time, but Albert gives him a face full of torn apart memories. Onic finally starting to have the advantage in a map, but they still have to be careful. As we always say, AP Bren could make the strike at any moment.
Yeah, but I love that they're going back to the fundamentals, right? Like, they're just securing neutral objectives, taking towers, because I felt like maybe they listened to us. Like, they just weren't secure in towers in the first and second game, and we're seeing that time around. Towers don't always mean wins, but it also allows you to punish a team when they overextend during Lord fights and, you know, other things like this. But this is where AP Bren normally flicks the switch. So this is where we're going to have to watch out. First Lord is here. Can AP Bren flick the switch, Trex?
We'll see. It's definitely a possibility. Super Marco hasn't taken a death, can still pack a punch. The only problem is AP Bren doesn't have that much. Oh my God, never mind. I was gonna say not that much damage, but look at Flap TZ shredding down San. San's forced to use the black shoes before the Lord fight. Lord down about 20%. Here comes Minoan's Fury, the flicker once again, every time, time after time. Onic now trying to clean up. A Keyboy goes down, few able to pick up the kill. Albert gonna be next, but he finds a kill on a Kyle TZ just in time. Kyrie able to take the Lord, but he loses 2 members. 3 members make it. AP Bren standing kind of on top. I think it could be a win because they're gonna get a tower here. Onic, yes, they get the Lord, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see at what cost the final slash did come out, and it kind of offset AP Bren there. Torn apart memories definitely took them down low. I think they kind of like tunnel focused right there, and then they forgot that Kyrie was in the center of board pit and was still there, and he was low HP. They could have definitely jumped on him. So a little bit of a mistake by AP Bren. I mean, they were able to take out Albert, but again, they lost the Lord, took a mid tower. They need to kind of focus up and take the left and right tower as well. Looks like they might be trading the mid tower here as they're trying to come in to save it.
Yeah, Onic wants to go for it. They've lost their whole mid, so their side is honestly a bit more open in a sense. They need to try to crack this tier 3. It's going to be huge for them. Since they've taken so much on the sides, it's going to be, if they can crack that tier 3, it definitely opens things up, because right now they're still stuck in the bottleneck of rotating around the map. The moment they get that, it gives them a lot more freedom to be the aggressive team that they want to be.
I feel like what's causing a real problem for AP Bren at this point is that Lilia's Ice Queen one. Like, it's just slowing down the team to a crawl, and it's allowing Albert to scale. Now, he did take a death there, and you can kind of see I like this. They're focusing now on the turrets. I mean, there's not much else on the map to kind of focus on, kind of put a little bit of pressure, but you got to remember that you're missing towers as well, so overextending could be a little bit of a problem and something that Onic can capitalize on. We'll see 65 seconds to the next Lord. It's wild.
I mean, at this point, Onic has to be careful still. Flapteezy is becoming a menace. We saw the damage that Flapteezy did, able to get the kill on Albert earlier, able to keep Sans away. Positioning is going to be key, and they gotta catch Flapteezy because he's the big damage dealer right now. And I think what they're doing is they're using that Minoan's Fury to make sure that Kyrie secures the Lord, which is important. It is huge, but if they continue to not catch some of the damage dealers of AP Bren, they're going to continue to get shredded. And look at that. CC should not be allowed in this game. She's a monster right now. Once she gets War Axe in, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been beat up by a yo-yo, but I can only imagine it would be a little rough. But yeah, I mean, kind of looking at AP Bren, they're taking it slow this time around. Again, trying to be calculated. The next Lord is up. This one, if I'm not mistaken, should be a little enhanced. So this is something that AP Bren's going to want to get, and Onic is definitely going to get. So we got to watch out for Keyboy. His positioning in that Minnow's Rage has been the key factor for Onic's plays right here. But if they're able to whittle him down and maybe make a different play, we could see something big here.
Yeah, the Keyboy is kind of switching it up a little bit, trying to give Sans a little bit of space. He's going to get pulled back in. Kyrie and Kyle Teasy, foes of their time, facing off on this Lord again. Ogwin. See, here's the great thing about the Angela, right? Yeah, because she can heart guard at any moment and be in the fight, and that's one of the tough things about going against an Angela, is you constantly have to worry about that, because Angela doesn't really have to be in the 5v5 until she pops the heart guard. Onic gonna reset the Lord. Kyle Teasy making an engage. Kyrie able to get the taunt. Out comes the Nether Realm. That could be huge. Black Shoes for Sans. A little more damage. Oh, there's the flicker. Can they catch one? Not yet. Flapteezy does get the heart guard. They're looking for a little bit more damage. Onic still taking this slow, but minions are on their inhibitor in the bot lane. Someone's got to go back, and they choose to make it Sans. Kyrie going to try to make his way in. Kyle Teasy there as well. Heart guard going to be gone. No Nether Realm for the side of AP Bren either. Still several ults for the side of Onic. I think they need to maybe try to force this now before the clocks start ticking and the cooldowns are up. But Onic doesn't want to rush this. They don't want to force it.
Yeah, what it seems like is that they're just buying time at this point just to be able to push towers in against Onic. And Onic, I mean, they are, you know, pushing the lanes in as well. Left lane's kind of pushed pretty far for them, but I feel like their control, AP Bren's controlling the lanes a little bit better. Lord kind of low. Are they going to be able to opt to reset it or not? Oh, the
Kyle Teasy takes this Lord, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. He gets stunned. A final slash pushes him to the side. Can they do it? Keyboy actually able to take it with Minoan's Fury, but AP Bren not quite done yet. Still unloading. Finally, Flapteezy goes down. He's been a nuisance to the team for a while, but now Keyboy goes 1 for 1. Onic finally coming out on top in a Lord fight.
I mean, right now, we're definitely seeing... I can't believe Keyboy ended up getting that Lord. Both retries weren't available. But hey, I mean, that's a win for the side of Onic, right? They're able to utilize an enhanced Lord, keep them at bay. Kind of taking a look at some of the items. We do see Super Marco missing one so far, so not too bad. Brody as well. So both marksmen's about to be online. Onic trying not to go home empty-handed.
Definitely not. They want to take us the long haul. They want to keep everybody up late tonight, and I'm okay with it now because Onic is up. And I didn't want to see a sweep. I was getting a little tired, but that's okay. But wait a second, in the top side, Albert taking a little bit too much damage. In trouble. Few gets the killing spree. Kyrie is the next. The Bren effect is online. The switch has been flipped.
Oh, it's not too bad, though. It's not too bad. 2 fall on the side of Onic, but super minions are barreling down onto AP Bren. I mean, it's a good game. It's a good game. Onic clapping back, but AP Bren seems to be winning in the team fight area. They just have to switch it up a little bit and be able to secure some of those neutral objectives. Now, if they can't do that, then Onic's going to constantly keep being on top. Neither base are pierced yet, and I feel like that is going to be a big factor when one team's able to do that. We do see a little bit of a setup here. Maybe that could be the flick of the switch. You can already see that they are zoning lanes so well, Trex.
I will say this is the first time we've been this far in the game and Onic hasn't been down about 5,000 to 10,000 gold. And they were able to defend before at a huge gold deficit. So I want to say that maybe them being even or close to AP Bren is the advantage. But here's how good AP Bren is. Even in the beginning of this game when they were down in kills, even when it felt like Onic was in control of some of the fights, AP Bren still keeps a solid gold lead. Take us through some of these items, though.
Yeah, taking a look at some of the items here, really what I'm seeing is Fairmiss just now picking up a Divine Glaive, so a little bit of magic piercing definitely going to be happening on the team fights. Again, Brody now has that Wind of Nature versus that Albert does as well. Sold his boots, so Super Marco sold his boots, picked up the Wind Talker, so that could be one of the biggest plays here. I mean, we're 17 minutes in, not super late game, but being able to pick that up right now is huge. Let's see what they're able to do with it here, Tract.
All right, Kyrie gonna start off on the Lord, let it reset. Altizi, per usual, just feeling the ground out, rolling around, gonna get position over the Lord here. Super Marco gonna start to unload Keyboy. Testing the waters too. Onic very grouped up here. Sans holding the side, and once again we got the signal. Oh, wait a second, a little bit of damage on a Flapteezy there. Gonna be able to chip him back. Someone's got to go up and deal with Ogwin. AP Bren, the Angel backdoor, non-stop, just harassing. God, that's annoying. You gotta feel it for Onic right now.
I mean, if we feel like it's annoying, it's definitely annoying.
Like, someone go deal with Angela again. You know? You as well. You mentioned the Divine Glaive earlier. Here's the thing about the Pheromones. In the beginning, oh, wait a second. A lot of damage. The taunt does lock down. Flapteezy gets the Heart Guard, but it might not do enough. Cult Altar to try to help seal the deal. But still, Flapteezy taking a lot of damage. There's the Minoan's Fury. Onic trying to collapse. Albert able to find Super Marco. Sans picking up the kill. Few now on the run. AP Bren for the first time shot back in 3 series. Shooken down. Onic taking control of the Lord Pit, but look at Kyle Teasy, man. Look at him, he's still gonna try to go for this. Flapteezy with him, is AP Bren gonna finally back off. They decide to. Onic gonna take the second Lord.
What happened there in our break time? Onic now online. They're putting it to AP. Oh, look at the final slash. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do anything though.
Teasy getting some nice chip damage. Kyle Teasy in a little bit of trouble, getting way too locked up. Finally taken down from the Appraiser's Wrath. San able to pop the black shoes. Onic moving in onto the inhibitor. Lord hasn't even showed up yet, but they're gonna break down this base. Onic not trying to go home too early. Got their eyes on the prize here. Lord to make his way down the mid side. Onic ready to fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super surprised with how much damage they're outputting at this point. I think it's just they're utilizing and baiting quite a bit of the utility behind AP Bren, but the siege is happening.
Boots moving in for the final slash, able to connect onto one. Ogwin goes down, no Heart Guard for the team, that means. And now Flapteazy's in a little bit of trouble as well. Boots finally getting his revenge. Onic getting onto the base, and that is it. It's not match point till Onic says it is.
Onic. Not wanting to leave the stadium empty-handed. Takes one on AP Bren. Man, what a battle. Utilization of the Bashia and the Angela wasn't enough. The bees have fallen in one match.
All right, so we're gonna have another hour till the next game. No, I'm just kidding.
time to go back to the drawing board, kind of taking a look at some of these highlights that went down. The first blood going on the side of Onic was pretty clutch, but I don't know if it was ultimately the deciding factor in the game. I think it was mainly how many utilities they were able to utilize and bait from the side of AP Bren. Also, just being able to secure so many neutral objectives. They took so many towers into the early age, and I mean, look at the torn apart memories just tearing apart AP Bren, and this just goes to show that Onic is here to rumble.
Yeah, Keyboy was on fire that game, man. Those flicker Minoan's Fury, every time you could see it coming, but there was just no escape. Albert as well, we were a little questionable about the Brody pick, but it definitely started to pack a punch when they needed it, able to kind of zone out Flapteezy, and then Boots, even at the end, at one of these final replays, it was huge for them, but this is about 14 minutes in, second Lord of the game. And that is huge right there. We see the play happen. We see them finally catch off Flapteezy here. He goes down, and this is when everything finally starts to shift. Kind of a tug and pull, but Onic finally kind of takes control here. A little bit of a fight in the mid again. This is when AP Bren tugs back a bit. First Lord goes down, and AP Bren takes control.
Yeah, I really think it came in clutch that Keyboy was able to utilize the Minnow's Rage to secure the Lord into this late game. Again, the bait, the utilization of the Nether Realm was also great and clutch for him because they were just stacking up. Albert was just stacking stacks, and then the moment the Nether Realm let up, he just tore them apart. So it just worked out in their favor, being able to secure the Lord and then end on a siege. You could see that AP Bren tried to attempt to move the Lord into another tower, but a good response by Onic here. So it was just a great game.
And Boots finally kind of comes online there too, able to get the better of Flapteezy. Yes, he had Big Brother Lord on his back to help out, but still, you started to see the tipping point of where the CC wasn't as savage as it was in the first 10-15 minutes. Let's take a look at the MVP for Onic's first win of the series. It's going to be Sans on the Lilia, 3-1-7, 37 damage dealt. You were worried about burst damage, D. Well, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, in the very beginning, I was definitely a little skeptical about the team comp, but I think ultimately we approached that end game mark, which allowed the Lilia to just go crazy. So I think paired with that and then Albert just on the Brody, it was actually pretty decent for the side of Onic. So it came clutch, and then Keyboy, just those minnows, the rage was coming out. The pure adrenaline by the side of Onic just goes to show they are do not count them out on the world stage.
Yeah, they showed up when they needed to. I think it got to a point where people were losing faith. We were losing faith. We were wondering if Onic was going to be able to take something here, able to get their flow back. And now they finally broken the momentum of AP Bren. I mean, it's 2-1. It's still match point for AP Bren. We still know how strong AP Bren can be, but still to come back after a 2-0 deficit, I mean, it's pretty huge. Taking a look at the kills, it was still a very close game. At any point, it could have gone either way.
Yeah, you got to really think about the mental when it comes to being so far behind like this. And now, I mean, it's one step to the highest pedestal here. Can Onic keep that up? And I mean, if they're able to break the switch of AP, then I think they could definitely do this.
They got to hit the switch and turn the lights out.
I feel
Anyways,
like it. We'll see.
All right, so Onic takes it, and again, I think in that game, I don't think it had too much to do with draft that game. I think honestly, AP Bren had a decent draft. I think one of the major points was Keyboy timing those Minoan's Furies perfectly, and Onic able to kind of hang in there against the force that AP Bren is. And I think they had a very clear job going in there is, okay, we need to just make sure we're able to secure these Lords. Like, even if we're a little behind in gold, even if we take a death or two, we have to secure the Lords, and the best way to do that is Keyboy to time the No One's Fury perfectly so that Kyle Teasy gets knocked up and that Kyrie can get a clean retribution off, can have free space. And first Lord, you know, even some of those turtles, they took losses on them. They would take 2 deaths. Onic wasn't really winning off of those, but what was definitely not happening is they weren't losing off of them. You know, they weren't falling behind 5, 6, 7K gold by the 15-minute mark. So Onic maybe has found an answer to at least keep up with AP Bren throughout the early to mid game.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to just solid CC tanks, right? Like just having, I feel like, of course they had an Angela, right? So it was a little bit of a problem when it just came to that aspect. I thought it was going to be a little bit too much support paired with the Fairness. So again, it just came down to great timing, good control, and overall execution. So overall, Onic did insanely well that game. I don't know if it was that little bit of a break that they just, you know, took a shot of energy, but whatever they just did, break it again.
They definitely needed something there, and they pulled it off. There's something else I want to point out here. No Vexana that game.
Yeah, you did say that earlier. You said that if Vexana got banned.
It was AP Bren who banned it out, but still, like the pressure that Few brings on, I think any kind of mage like that, I think is something that we definitely need to look at, something that definitely needs to be made clear, because the zoning he's able to give him when you put him on something like the Faramis, it's just not there as much in the early and mid game, and it kind of slows down the pace of AP Bren.
True. So, I mean, we've seen quite a few comps come at AP Bren now, and quite a few comps pulled out by Onic, so it just, we'll see. I mean, if they can keep this up, I like the momentum's now in the favor of Onic. AP Bren now having to take a step back and kind of, you know, re-look at what was going down. Do they force the Vexana in the lineup once again? I mean, it seems like the Lilia has just been a game changer for some teams. So maybe targeting the Lilia. I mean, there's quite a few options that they could possibly go with here. But I think right now, Onic just stays on the same path that they're on. Just keep the solid CC up. You definitely need it for when you're taking a Lord like that, because every time it seems like it's coming down to a 50-50 retry battle. So we'll have to see. I feel like Onic's on a good path now.
Yeah, they're going to get blue side as well, which I think blue side has been, you know, the favorited side for wins. So you get the first pick. You get to draft a little bit differently. On blue side, you can kind of choose to target a bit more if you want, and let red side see if they want to do the more of meta bans. Things like the Joy, the Matilda, you know, those things we've been talking about for a while, which we know AP Bren is normally willing to at least leave one of them open, like the Guinevere. But still, I do feel like you're a bit more in the driver's seat when it comes to the first phase of bans. Picks a little bit different because you're pretty open to get countered to, but still, I think Onic is in a decent position right now to definitely make this series stretch out.
Yeah. My overall thought is now, like, what does AP Bren do, right? You know, they're a little bit on the back foot. What's their overall strategic approach to this next match? Do they just rock it out like they did in the first two, kind of play as aggressive as they possibly can? I felt like they definitely took a step back because they had 2 supports this time. So I feel like that could have been a big factor into their overall gameplay. So maybe not utilizing the Faramis in the mid. It doesn't seem like it's super effective against Onic, especially when they have that burst mage in the center. Again, they picked up the carry, but we've seen the carry actually shine sometimes. I just don't think it made it too late into the game for it to really pick up.
I mean, it definitely took some time, and it wasn't really able to get into the zone. And again, I think the Boy was a big answer to that. Boots was a big answer to that, because if Super Marco wanted to get inside of that Netherrealm area, you're in constant danger, right? You're in constant danger from the Final Slash. You're in constant danger from the No One's Fury, from an Appraisal's Wrath. Just a lot of the AoE damage that was coming from the side of from the side of Onic there kind of made Super Marco forced to stay back a little bit and not really able to scale. Also, something Onic did great in that last series was, you noticed it, once they got a lead, they turned that lead, or once they got a kill, they would turn that kill into enemy objectives, right? Into taking those towers, into controlling macro, so that even though they were getting split pushed for a bit there by Oakwin, it was still kind of evened up in a sense of towers.
Yeah, and I felt like that, again, was just like the first 2 games they were lacking in those the objective department, right? They weren't taking towers. They were losing turtles and lords. So instead of going for the 50-50, might as well just go for other objectives, right? And this time they were actually winning turtles and securing objectives. And something I've always learned throughout my like Mobile Legends career is that if there's a kill, you need to turn that into something else, right? Like they're down a person, let's go get something else, right? Secure the enemy jungle, secure a tower, secure something, you know, vision on the map. Like always take something when you take something again, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I think, so I think at this point, honestly, you asked earlier, what does AP Bren do? I don't think they really need to change too much. Even that last game, it was very possible that they could have taken it, right? It's very possible that they could have won that last game. Onic was not like in complete control of that game. They were able to get a big play and finish things out. They even rushed it, you know? They didn't even like play it super safe in that last finish. They were like, we got to end now. We got to end now. Whereas AP Bren normally takes a slower approach. If they get the better of you, they take an inhibitor or two, then they back off. They come back for another one. Onic knows it's we can't mess. We can't play with our food. Let's get in there. So definitely, I think AP Bren can kind of just come into this again, play what they want, you know, play what they feel is best. I definitely think one of the weaknesses in the last one was the Fermis and the Angela. It kind of gave a little bit too much space for Onic, and I think one of the things they've done so well is smothering Onic, and that's where Onic kind of falters, because Onic's not used to teams smothering them, right? I don't think Onic is really used to teams just like bullying them in the laning phase and things like that. And I think that's where AP Bren kind of has their number. It's like, okay, we have the skill, we have the micro mechanics to kind of go there with you, and when they do that, Onic kind of falls apart sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. And I enjoy the strategic approach that like you're stating, you know, but I'm still like, do they run with the same comp? I know that they were kind of just lacking a bit of damage, and I kind of felt like that was going to be the case, especially since, I mean, I know that Asha definitely does counter the Fred a little bit just because of that jungle speed, but I think the early death that he took was like one of those downfalls. It already slowed down his jungle at that point and kept him at bay. So I do think that ultimately the Angela just didn't help like any of the other roams did that they've played, right? Like the Angela just can't jump in there, can't get vision, or she'll pay for it, which I think in the very beginning she was the first one to die, which again is just a little bit of a tough choice. So I think it was ultimately they were trying to bring the AP Bren style into something that is a little laxative and not as easy to pull that style off, you know?
I think it's definitely a fair statement overall. I want to take a look at, see if they're up just yet. at some of the last picks and bans real fast, since we have some time to kill, it seems. First bans for the side of AP Bren there. They banned out the Vex, they banned out the Joy, they banned out the Novaria. This time Onic is going to be blue side again. I still believe that Onic should maybe stick to what they did, ban out the Vexana. Maybe even if they don't want to first pick it, maybe even ban out the R-Lot, because in the hands of AP Bren, that R-Lot is just vicious. Whether it's Ogwin, whether it's whoever, does look like finally we're going to be jumping into the draft. Still match point for AP Bren. Onic trying to get the rerun here, trying to tie things up and bring it all down to one game.
Yeah. Good. I mean, Onic said we're not going to be able to first pick the
There it
Minnow, so let's get rid of the Minnow. Let's get rid of the
There it
Vexana.
is.
They're targeting key heroes that were definitely disrupting their flow, and I think they're ready, right? Like, this is match point still, AP Bren. So Onic gonna have to really strategize here when it comes to this, and you know, like you said, it's not a best out of 7, but they're kind of, now that they have this extra game, like they've been able to learn, they've been able to see the little bit of a weakness that AP Bren had. Be it the draft, be it the overall control in the game, but I think this is the time that they're able to like mount up a game plan. Now they're going the Fairness. Now there's 2 options here. Do they leave open the Matilda or do they leave open the Guinevere?
I mean, definitely, I think it's, ooh, they leave both open.
Just force it so they can get one?
Yeah, I think they leave both open.
Yeah.
I mean, that's normally the strat here. They might leave the Gwynny open. That's what we saw in game 1. They left the Guinevere open. They banned. This was like literally almost the same exact position. So they could. They know they can play well against the Guinevere. They might just ban the Matilda here if they see it as that much more of a threat. They go for no. They leave both open. So does Onic prio the Gwynny or the Matilda? I think they got to take the Matilda.
I was thinking so too. But, I mean, what we did just see, I mean, they're going for it. Yeah. I was like, but it seems like they need solid CCs to interrupt Calteezy. So picking up that Matilda, does that force them out of that comfort zone that they just had in the last match? Like, you're going to have speed, but are you going to have CC?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I'm wondering, my thing is now that they have this Matilda, they can go for... Like, Onic can kind of go for something a bit lower pace if they want. Like they could go, go like for the Barats now. We didn't see them pick it before. We also haven't seen Kyrie in general played a whole lot. Now with the Nana picked, they do need to think about a mid lane here. There's no Novaria, there's no Vexana. They need something here. They could go for the Lilia again, lock it in now. Could be solid. There, Barats Lilia. Woo. 3 for 3, baby.
I mean, we're just good. Good. We've been here a little bit. Now for the side of AP, their final pick here. I mean, they could lock in the Arlott. I mean, that would be a good team control. I mean, the Minnow's already banned. I mean, they could go Tig as well.
I think the Arlott's honestly really solid. Just, I mean, because it's flexible. We know that both Flap and Ogwyn can play it if they want to. It leaves them very open. And they both of them, Flap TZ and Ogwyn, both played amazingly. But they go for the CC. CC's a monster. I mean, CC's like a point away from just being on the ban board every single, in the draft, honestly.
Yeah, but I feel like is she going to be able to keep up with the speed that the Matilda offers, right? Like, I feel like she has to have that presence to harass. And if the Matilda's there, I feel like that's where the conflict happens. And I mean, Flap TZ definitely, I mean, we know who he is. So it just all depends on location and positioning of the team, I would say. So I still think the Arlott could come out. Maybe they're just waiting on it for a little bit to kind of see what the second ban phase leads into. Do you see the Claude? The Claude would have been a good go here.
I'm wondering if Onic's gonna go for the Ixia Matilda combo here. The the full barrage and the guiding winds combo. I'm wondering if they're gonna lock that in. We haven't really seen Ixia a whole lot in Games of Future so far, but it is still a pretty viable pick. Trades pretty well, and with Claude gone, I'm wondering exactly what they want to pick. Or do they go full speed here? Maybe finally lock in the 1-1. They could go for the Brody as well. I mean, pretty much anything fits with the Matilda. Now that you have that on the field and you have your Barat, Albert has a lot of leeway room here.
Yeah. I mean, they need to find some type of way to deal with the Lilia. I feel like the Lilia was definitely a pain in the last game for AP. Onic, though, banning out quite a few marksmans. I mean, Natan and Nathan's still on the board, so maybe AP's maybe thinking about picking that up, but Onic could pick that up as well.
Definitely agree. They get the Ruby, though.
Solid.
So Ruby, Roam, Jungle, Gwyn, EXP, CC. Nana, they still need a marksman here. They will get last pick, so I think it's a solid kind of waiting for that. See what Albert's going to lock in. Hare's still a possibility. Wanwan's still a possibility. Brody, Bruno, Ixia. They go for the Wanwan. Which is actually not bad here, just because of the nullification of CC with the second skill, right? So if the Gwynny lands on you, you got a way to get away. If the Ruby catches you, you have a way to get away. I don't know if it works against transformations. I know it works against CC and lockdown, but I don't know if it works against the transformation of the Melina.
I want to know this last pick. What marksman? Is it the Nathan? Is it the Beatrix? I mean, all you got to do is really click the attack button with the SMGs, and you're able to hit the Wanwan. So I could see it. I could see it.
You also snipe it. You can also play range against the Wanwan in the early laning phase with the sniper. You can build for whether you want to do shred damage against the Barats, whether you want to do burst damage. You have plenty of options and plenty of outs, so I think it's definitely a flexible, solid pick for the side of AP Bren. It's definitely not a marksman we see all the time, but I definitely don't think she's just like fallen off or anything like that. She's definitely viable when the time is right.
Yeah, AP Bren's pulled it out, I think, once or twice before, so they're comfortable with it. We'll see how it goes. The Wanwan's wild, and I was talking about Wanwan like during one of our breaks. I was wondering if Onic or someone was going to pull it out because it just was never banned. And I think it had just come down to seeing how well it can be utilized in team fights. Earlier in the comps, we've seen Wanwan scale and go crazy. So let's see.
Yeah. Well, I think Albert's been the only one to pick up the Wanwan so far. I don't think any other team has ran it yet. I think he's been like the trademark pick for it, unless it happened in group stages. But here we are, jumping into the land of Dawn. Onic trying to tie things up. AP Bren trying to get out of here early. It's match point once again at the Games of Future Grand Finals. This is AP Bren versus Onic.
Yeah, we can already see that AP Bren's kind of rotating early with the Ruby, which is a little wild. I guess maybe trying to help clear the mid lane a little bit faster against Lilia, which is a little understandable. But the passive,
they tried.
I know.
They went for it. Even the crowd got a little loud there. I heard it.
You gotta love when the crowd interacts with like what's going down. Right now, you can already see that the pressure on the side of Onic, they really want to stop and put pressure onto Super Marco. And I think the Matilda is going to be at play here. The Matilda Bratz combo is just an overall good combo. It allows the jungle to be able to rotate and move fast. And you can already see that Kyrie's putting on the pressure on the enemy jungle. And I mean, Gwyn also has the ability to roam and put pressure and to be able to secure jungles. But let's see if paired with the Matilda, they're able to do it quicker on the side of Onic. Win conditions, what do you think here, Trex?
I mean, win conditions overall, I think both teams scale. Both teams have a pretty a decent late game. You have Albert on the Wanwan. I think something that is going to be crucial for the side of Onic is making sure that Albert has decent space and a decent game. And with the Matilda and with the Barats, they should be able to create ample opportunity for Albert to get something off.
I like it.
Sans taking a little bit of damage here. Ogwyn and Few in the mid side. The major thing that everyone's going to have to watch out for is Ogwyn with that I'm offended. This guy knows how to make a set when he needs to. He knows how to make a play when he needs to. Keyboy and Sans both locking in the Purify, so it's definitely a solid answer. Wanwan has the built-in Purify. So AP Bren, I think one of their win conditions is going to be kind of layering a lot of their attacks. Everyone not blowing their load at once, kind of taking their time with these team fights.
Yeah. I feel like also Kyrie is going to have to manage those stacks really well, and if AP Bren disrupts that, it could be a little bit of a problem, but maybe a little bit of an engage.
Keyboy able to get the knockup onto Ogwyn. Sans trying to get out, but not able to. Flaptisi getting the final hit. First blood for the side of AP Bren. Kyrie decides that's it. We're calling off. Back to your stations.
Yeah, but Oakland doesn't want to let up. Flap Teasy, they're all over him.
They're going to force him to use the retry here. He's going to be okay, but at least they force that out. AP Bren with that, and Kyle Teasy not using the retry. They're going to try to go for a purple buff steal here.
Ooh, I mean, they can, right? I mean, they have the retry. This would be clutch for them.
Kyrie gets the Daytona's welcome, though. And the stun. Kyle Teasy takes a lot of damage. Able to get away. Grand Theft Purple. Ogwin just dashing through. Kyrie gonna be okay, but
mad.
still, that is huge. Yeah, he's walking up by himself. He's like, nah, forget this,
fuming.
man. You ain't gonna steal my whip.
This ain't no Grand Theft Purple without any consequences. No, that's a good go by the side of AP. They keep up this pressure. I think just kind of reverting back to what they did in game 1 and 2. And they're just applying heavy pressure. Right now, we're not seeing too many rotations. I mean, it's 4 minutes in with only 1 kill. We can kind of take a look at some of the items. We see Corrosive Scythe being picked up by Albert, which is clutch. Right now, I think... Flap's easy.
A little bit of damage on Flap, but Flap still, I mean, that's just a CC right there, man. It's like, even when you think you got the better, out of nowhere, she's throwing more yo-yos in your face.
I don't understand how you heal with a yo-yo, but it's there. Wan, though, struggling a little bit down here against Super Marco.
Two major happening still. It's 1-0 gold at a small deficit for AP Bren, but this is definitely a good spot for them. If Super Marco can keep dominating in this top lane and Albert having to slow play this, like I said, it's going to be a problem. They need Albert to scale. They need Albert to be able to get some free waves here and be able to get involved in these team fights soon. Oh, a lot of damage on the Keyboy, though. Keyboy might just be able to get away from this. Use the circling eagle, but no! Taken down, and a kill goes into the pocket of Super Marco.
I wonder if Super Marco picked up the Blade of Despair, because he's doing a lot of damage at this point, right? And now the turtle is probably going to be uncontested because you can already see the side of the map. Bravest fighter on the Flap, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. Onic, I like this. They're responding. They know they can't get the turtle, and this is what I was saying before. Can they take something here?
Oh, AP Bren takes something themselves. Finds Sans. Sans 2 deaths now. Not at the place we want to see a Lilia. AP Bren feeling confident in themselves. The switch might have been flipped here. I'm wondering how much more aggressive they're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see they're gonna, Wario this tower right here. Oh no, they backed off. They seen the numbers difference was there. Again, I think the side of Onic, they just got to keep this up. Like you were saying, Albert needs to kind of get fed, keep the gains coming. And Sans, I mean, gonna have to stop dying here. They're definitely taking advantage of it. The Matilda not coming into too big of a play yet.
Yeah, definitely being monsters. Kyrie still trying to zone. But he's kind of been on his lonesome lately, and that's because that's because Keyboy has been forced to kind of babysit other areas, move around the map, stay close to Albert. Luckily, Albert hasn't taken a death yet. That's very important. Few, though, on this Nana is definitely going to end up being a problem as well. It's going to be hard for Kyrie. He's going to have to watch out for those Molinas because that could be the game changer in a big retribution battle.
True. And I mean, just the pressure. This is like literally just reliving game 1. Like they are just applying so much pressure on Onic, and they have to find some type of relief here. But again, I feel like at some point they're keeping. They're keeping this left tower, which is it's good, right? Albert just has to get a key play on this Wan, and it can make differences.
And they're just a little too late there. Onic looks for the play nonstop. But AP Bren is constantly answering faster. They know them. They know when they're coming. They feel it out. And like you said, they're just eating up at Onic right now. Kyrie, unable to get his last orange buff. They're losing towers in the bot. Here comes another turtle, last turtle of the game. Keyboy gonna try to make the roundabout, not able to get a knock on anybody. The bombs come down and Kyle T's able to take a Kyrie, taking huge damage, unable to even finish the Daytona's welcome. The rest of his team not there to help out.
He went from a big dino to a tiny dino right there. It was
big dino to a dead dino.
Yeah, AP Bren just controlling the field, turned him into a fossil. Onic gonna have to figure out a way to bite back. And I think, I mean, they're controlling it here. I just think at some point we need to see Albert into an engage, but they don't want to lose him.
I thought he was going for the quick no scope right there. Almost hit Super Marco, definitely becoming a threat. 2-0 and 1, the 360 no scope. Trying to land down. Onic
American
now
Sniper Special.
losing out on the mid side as well. AP Bren looking to close the distance here. Can they clear this wave? Ogwin, Poppy, I'm offended, but a lot of damage. On to Few, force back Sans, looking for the chase. Doesn't have the black shoes, so can't overcommit, but Boots able to get the land down onto Kyle Teasy. But out comes Nabir's Passion, and Kyrie is forced to back off. A nice crossbow of Tang, but still no finishes for Onic. AP Bren still controlling with a 5K gold lead.
Now, if I was on the side of Onic right now, I would just, they got to play it tactical at this point, right? Like, Albert's still doing really good. Keyboy hasn't died, but I think he needs to be in a little bit more of a key location to be able to save his team sometimes. Mainly, Sans at this point kind of dying. Taking a look at some of the items, we do see the Demon Hunter sword being picked up by Albert, so could be coming online, but the biggest difference is that Super Marco has the Malefic Roar secured and the Blade of Despair, so the damage is a lot.
Oh, Boots gets pulled back, though, with the I'm offended. There's no way to get the stun, trying to respond. Able to come back, using the guiding wind. Sans able to pop the black shoes. AP Bren.
Oh, snap.
Blows everything they can, but Onic, do they want to try to push this over? Nobody falls in such a clash, and only teams like this could pull something like that off. Flap Teasy still holding down the front line. Kyrie, here comes the conceal play. Watch for Ogwin, watch for Flap. Kyrie taking a lot of damage here. Ogwin gonna get locked up, misses the I'm offended. Boots misses the stun. Super Marco looking for an angle, and Kyrie able to take the first Lord of the game there. They lose Sans and Boots though. Very similar to last game, they're able to control the objective, but AP Bren may be able to crack through this tower.
Yeah, I mean, this is good pressure by AP Bren, but Onic able to secure it. I feel like it's good. Look at Albert, possibly gonna be able to make a play. Maybe on the Flap. Do they attempt it?
They have Keyboy with them. No, they're just going to play a safe, back off. They got the Lord. They stall out a little bit more, but how long can they continue to play the stall game for? AP Bren with a dominating lead right now.
Yeah, and we can already see Super Marco is just coming online. The damage is devastating. When the SMGs collide into any of the team fights, it's just... it's too much. Really, right now, if I'm on the side of Onic, they're doing what I would do, right? Just keep Albert farming, keep him going. He's 1-0-0. Really haven't seen any crossbow tanks coming out just yet, but when they do, that's probably going to devastate AP Bren. So I feel like that's the biggest thing we have to watch out for. We don't see a Wind of Nature being picked up by Super Marco, but we do see it by Albert. So again, this is what I was saying. This could be a turning grace.
Ooh. Field play from Ogwin, not able to find too much. Kyle Teasy dashes under the tower. Onic still just trying to defend here. Albert playing the off lanes, doing it well, just farming up, still hasn't taken a death. So yes, you're right, that's huge. But AP Bren, man, this is exactly where they want to be. And at this point, they feel comfortable. They're just going to kind of freeze up the lanes a little bit, slow play things, hold their gold lead, and wait for Onic to step out a little bit too much.
Oh, he missed both shots. I feel like if you had the SMG right there, Sans would have been panicking, but...
I mean, Sans panicked anyways. He's like, black shoes, black shoes. Was not messing around. I mean, I think it was smart if he stayed there. It could have been bad, but either way, like, you see the snipe come out, you're like, oh, I gotta go. Because you don't know who else is in the bush. Kyrie. A little bit of a skirmish here at the purple buff. Kyle Teasy looking for an angle as well. Super Marco gonna back off as Few stays behind, taking a lot of damage. Few in trouble, forced to use a flicker there. Takes a little bit of burn, but the passive does not proc. AP Bren still in control.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're in a little bit of control, right? I mean, right now, Onic able to, you know, control a little bit of the right lane and the turtle area. I feel like this is going to be a key play. Do they go opt for a concealed play? Kind of how do they approach this here? Utilities available for both sides. Only thing is that Nana does not have that flicker, so could be huge. You can kind of see Pew staying into the back line, trying to keep them at bay. Onic, what's your play?
I don't know. I mean, they do have control over the pit, but the last time I felt like they had a little bit of control over the pit as well. They don't want to step too far out. They can't really take full control because if Boots gets to the other side of the river, he just gets torn apart. If Keyboy steps to the other side of the river, he just gets torn apart. So they kind of have to play this half and half game. Zan's in trouble, goes down, a mega kill into the hands of Super Marco. Onic aborts mission. They're going to back off. They're going to give this Lord over. It's 25 seconds till Sans is back up, and AP Bren isn't going to wait that long.
I mean, it looks like they pulled back a little bit to maybe attack again. Lord low.
Oh, the Molina Blitz does land on to Kyrie. Super Marco able to secure the Lord. Kyle Teasy does use the Retribution as well for it. Onic unable to make a move.
Keyboy utilized the Purify to stay out of the I'm offended. It could have been really bad for Onic at that engage. Again, taking a look at some of the items, we still don't see a Wind of Nature being picked up by Super Marco, but the damage is there. There it is. Wind of Nature secured. This could be a tough go here, as we have not seen Albert use one crossbow of Tang.
He used one, but it didn't do anything.
Did he? Oh,
he used one, but it did not do anything. Oh, nice. I'm offended on to Kyrie. He's going to get knocked up by the Violent Requiem, and he's taken low. Kyrie's still on the map, though, able to just survive. No members from either team have dropped yet, but the inhibitor has fallen. Albert trying to get the swift plays, move around. Does get the crossbow Tang mark, but he's not able to do it. Forced to bounce back to the team. Kyrie going to get his Tona's welcome. Bash him against the wall. Flapteezy takes a little bit of damage, but the I'm offended locks on to Kyrie. Kyrie taking too much. Can he survive this? A little bit of play. Kyle Teasy dashes back onto the team. AP Bren got what they were looking for, but still nobody drops. And it's just insane to think about two teams like this can have a battle that long and nobody dies.
That was crazy. Lords barreling down, sustainability from both teams, and that just goes to show like the micro play coming from both sides are just so good. And to be honest, I was suspecting Super Marco to actually be dealing some like critical damage, but Onyx just able to eat it. Oh.
Gonna lose another purple. He sees no buffs this game. Kyle T is always there, the man of Kyrie's nightmares right now. Just retry after retry after retry. Kyrie even has to, he even tried using the retry, but he's still unable to get it. Kyle Teasy and the team showing pure dominance.
Yeah, I mean, right now, AP Bren's. Yeah, this is what I was saying, right? Like in the early stage, if Kyrie's not able to keep up these stacks, it's going to be a big problem.
Oh, no! Marco! Albert, why?
Oh, no.
Marco's waiting for him at the shotgun loaded. Bow, bow, boom. Albert's gone, and now AP Bren smells the blood. Here comes the Bren effect. Flapteezy gonna flap on in. Oh, Gwyn looking for something as well. Kyrie just trying to defend with the rest of the team, but boom!
Oh,
Super Marco takes out another. The target is locked, and they're taken down. Sans and Albert are off the map. The two major damage dealers. Is AP Bren gonna try to finish this out here? One big mistake to finish things off. Kyrie taking way too much damage. Keyboy looking for the knock-up. Boots into the backside with the bravest fighter. They're just trying to defend, but the minions keep on coming. Ladies and gentlemen, AP Bren, undefeated, undisputed, from world champions to the games of the future. They take it all.
And now they're the Digital Games champion. And you can see how happy they are. They're standing on chairs. Look at, I really wish I could hear the crowd. It's probably going wild at this point. Man.
I love it. I love it. And one of the things I love most about seeing AP Bren is their reactions every single time. These guys are the best in the world right now. They're the best anywhere they go. Anything they touch, they are dominating in. We saw a full best of 7 last time, but this time in the rematch, AP Bren makes quick work of Onic. I mean, very well done. Fans around the world, I'm sure it paid off if you've been watching. They did it.
I mean, the fans are kind of looking quiet from our side, from what I've seen. But hey, looks like it was a good game. I love the sportsmanship right here, right? Look at this. Like they're just that is like happiness on a whole nother level. Happiness on a whole nother level. And it looks like are they gonna be raising the trophy?
I think we're gonna have a trophy raise here. Both teams stepping up to the podium. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah. I wonder who's gonna get to raise it. Are they all gonna do it at once? Let's see. I never really got a good look at the trophy, but I've seen it in like the videos. And they're not even worried about the trophy. Like the excitement on these guys are just overpowering all of their physical. They're just too happy. I understand it though.
And that's the thing, right? It's not just about the money. It's not just about the trophy. It's about the win. And right now, these guys are feeling themselves, man. It's 2 huge championships back to back. AP Bren has done it over and over again, and they feel great about it. Look at them. I mean, that's another notch in the belt there. Another huge win for AP Bren and for the Philippines themselves. These guys are the best in the world, and it's just undoubted.
AP Bren able to set off the year of 2024 with a blast, taking one of the biggest international tournaments that we've seen by storm. And just, man, you could just